Hello friends, and welcome to this special guide through of Xanadu Next. This is an S-rank, no potions, low armor run through that I have put together mainly for entertainment value, while also showing others how you can get your own S-rank. I promise I'll explain more about what that means a little later and give the kind of introduction that you'd expect from a video of this nature. But this game gets going really fast, so I'm going to have to dive right into the explanations of what I'm doing first. So the game starts us off with 20 gold, which is exactly how much we need to buy a key, so we're going to spend all of our starting gold on one key here. We're also just required to come here and speak to the shopkeep as part of the critical path. The red-headed girl who we dropped in on speaking to the shopkeep before us is Agnes, and she'll be cropping up often as we go through the game. Afterwards, we have to go pay our first visit to the church, where we meet Lisa, another important character. We say our introductions and then she gives us the back alley ruins key, which is essentially the tutorial dungeon. In the dungeon, the first thing I do is to attack the brazier. That's actually pretty important because the game has a sword drawing animation which takes a bit of time, and we don't want to be doing that in combat. We open our first chest and get an explanation of the key system that this game has. I'll talk about that in more depth later. For now, just know we need generic keys to open generic doors, and we're told about combat. So first of all, I'm going to go straight for this lower bat and bait an attack. Then bait an attack on the upper bat to get to its backside. We clear the room and get our first room chest, which has a monster bone. That's pretty lucky, it's a fortuitous star for us. The next room is going to be our first use of the skill system. So we start off with a skill called Thrust. Very luckily for us, this is possibly the most important skill in the game, and you just have it immediately. We're only going to use it to knock enemies down at the moment, which is incredibly useful in its own right, but this skill will really come into its own later for other reasons. Now you'll see that I'm generally moving to behind enemies before I attack them. This is for 3 reasons. First of all, it keeps us safe. I think aside from the bonus dungeon, there aren't any enemies in the whole game that can attack behind them, although there's a little asterisk on that statement. Second, attacks from behind benefit from a critical multiplier, and most importantly of all, attacks from behind cannot miss. That is vital to the success of this run, because it's going to virtually nullify the entire accuracy/evasion mechanic, and we can more easily take on some enemies that we shouldn't really be messing with. We used that key that we bought to take the bottom door, which takes us to our first trap room, where we need to kill every enemy to progress. I also cut down a few braziers. That's because I actually miscalculated a little bit here. I thought I was going to need to buy 4 keys to finish this tutorial dungeon, which will cost me a further 84 gold in total. I actually only need 3 keys, so it's a bit of a moot point. But because I got the monster bone from the first chest instead of the usual gold reward, I think that I'm down on money slightly. Slashing braziers can give you some extra gold, and it also increases weapon proficiency, which is an absolutely crucial system to understand and exploit. We went out and back in this room on purpose here to increase our screen transition count by 2. Now, jumping in this game is not what you'd expect. It uses Zelda-style jumping, whereby you get a running start and throw yourself at an edge, and the game will automatically jump for you. It has its pros and cons, but it's simple enough to get used to. As we return to the first combat room in the game, the bats have respawned. They're only back because we went out and in that treasure room. This means that we can get an extra end of room chest here, and also squeeze out a little extra experience. The 6 gold I got in that room actually does end up being required to buy the 4 keys that I'm about to purchase. In the treasure room we looted a moment ago, we found 2 items. The first is the spellbook for Needle, which is going to give us our first magic spell, as opposed to a skill. Spells are learned immediately after you read books and will generally scale based off your int, whereas skills you learn as a function of weapon proficiency, and they're all either offensive skills based on strength, or they have some kind of passive effect. Both spells and skills need to be equipped in your skill bar with 4 slots at the top there. Needle is pretty great for us at the moment because it gives us a ranged option, and damage avoidance is very high priority for us. We also got an axe, which is an upgrade for us, but we're sticking with our dagger for the moment because we want to keep the thrust skill that's on the dagger. The skill is only available to us as long as the dagger is equipped. Killing this goblin here will give us our first level up, which for now does almost nothing for us. And then we are introduced to block pushing puzzles. I'm not even going to do the first one correctly. You're supposed to push it into the hole and then walk over it, but I slash it and jump instead. It's slightly faster, but it's mostly because I want to be slashing as much as possible. Every single slash we do raises the weapon proficiency of the weapon ever so slightly. We also got a robe for armor and a monster bone, so the game gives us the monster bone tutorial, even though I've already received 2 as monster chest drops at this point. You may have noticed that I don't always attack the enemy that's necessarily closest to me. Sometimes I'm knocking an enemy down and then moving elsewhere. This is because I'm trying to manipulate the monster chest system. As long as you finish a room with a physical attack or a skill and not a magic attack, the game will give you a chest, but the loot table of that chest is actually decided based on the last monster that you killed in that room. So in that last room I wanted to kill the Goblin Shaman last because it has the best loot table of all those enemies. I took a couple of damage instances there, very embarrassing. I'm really trying hard to minimize damage taken as much as possible for the challenge aspect. That shaman actually dropped a magic potion, which is its rarest drop, so another very lucky occurrence for us there. I don't know the actual drop percentage, but I'd say something like a 20% drop rate on those. Magic potions are absolutely fantastic for us because they sell for 250 gold, which is a fortune for us at this early point in the game. And this is a no potion challenge run, so it's not like we need to keep them around to use them anyway. We get a second magic potion from the bigger room. That's a great start, and it's really what we need to get us snowballing and set us up for the challenges to come. So we get a tabulae, which are the audio logs of their day, and then the final treasure of the tutorial dungeon, the Crown of Zagrus. As we leave, we get interrupted by this guy, Dvorak, who kills us in 2 hits. And he actually straight up kills us. Our character is dead here. I get 1 slash in on him, which causes him to counter and finishes the fight as soon as possible. For story reasons, we actually managed to get brought back to life after being dead, but we've lost the Crown of Zagrus already. It got looted from us. I mentioned earlier that we got a robe, some armor from one of the earlier chests, but we didn't equip it. That was so that Dvorak can actually kill us in 2 hits instead of 3. Annoyingly, we have to take the 2 damage instances there, and the number of damage instances is actually being counted and will be shown to us at the end of the game. So I'm a bit bummed that you're forced to take 2 damage instances. At the church there, we allocated the attribute points that we got with our level up to level 2, and we re-equipped our items and re-equipped the thrust skill. Now the reason we had to re-equip thrust is because during that story death our dagger got unequipped. So now it's a good time to explain the skill system and weapon proficiency system properly. Each individual weapon has associated with it a skill, and when you equip that weapon you can use that skill. Each weapon also has a proficiency rating that goes from 0 up to 200% proficiency, which you raise by slashing with that weapon. When you reach 100% proficiency with a weapon, you learn the skill innately, and can then use it even when using a different weapon. The damage that you deal with the weapon also increases substantially as your proficiency increases, so you want to raise it as fast as possible. I haven't reached 100% on the dagger yet, so I still need the dagger equipped for now, even though I do have the axe, which is a better weapon, because I really need to learn this thrust skill. The speed at which you gain proficiency actually does depend on what it is that you're slashing. So slashing enemies gives more proficiency compared to slashing inanimate objects like the braziers or grass. We're out in Clover Ruins here, our first real area of the game, and we're meeting green slimes. They're supposed to be an introductory enemy, but they don't really do a good job in that role. Basically, the game should be trying to teach us at this point to attack enemies from behind, because that is the primary way we want to be attacking all enemies. It's a safe option. But look at these guys. Slimes are very orbular in nature, highly globulated. You can only see their fronts and backs easily during periods of oblongation when they are moving towards us. The game does a lot of enemy palette swaps, so this orientation difficulty will be something we have to contend with throughout. There's actually another enemy type later that's terrible for this. We try to avoid fighting them at all costs. We were attacking that goblin from the front because we wanted to maximize our number of slashes, and while he's knocked down from thrust, he's safe to just go to town on. We were saving the archer last for that room because there is a very specific rare drop that I wanted to get from that archer. So we want to make sure that we get his loot table as opposed to the slimes. I went out and back in this room to reset aggro. You probably saw last room that one of the slimes split on death. That can happen if you just barely do enough damage to kill them, and it's something we want to avoid. Usually a crit from behind is already enough to stop that from happening. I'm checking my experience points from time to time here. That's what opening the menu is about. And when I'm one enemy away from getting a level up, I'm running back to town, getting some extra slashes on the floor as we go. So this is the first major trick of the run. It's how we're going to trivialize some later parts that I didn't want to learn, some bosses and things. What we're doing is we're going back to the Spirit Sanctum and removing all the attribute points that we've allocated. Then we're going to go back outside and get our level up. Even though we have super low stats here, we only need to kill a single slime, and we have our ranged attack to do it. I should have spammed the ranged attack needle, because at level up we'll get all our health and skill points back anyway. Instead the slime splits and I ended up having to needle it anyway. So we get the level up and run back to the Spirit Sanctum to put all of our points back into strength again. You could also see an NPC going absolutely bonkers there. That's a common glitch. This game is full of them and we'll see several later. So what's going on here? Why did we bother just doing this? Well, the way that attribute points work in this game is that you are given 6 to spend as you please every time you level up, and you are free to move them around however you like for a while. I think maybe it's intended to let you experiment with different builds. Attribute points that you've allocated only get locked into place when you get your next level up. So we're exploiting that system by not having any attribute points allocated at the time that we get our level up. Oh, and by the way, now that we've got an extra 6 strength from that level up, it means we always do enough damage to outright kill these slimes now. They won't split anymore for any reason, so that's great. It means that the attribute points are always floating and are completely redistributable anytime we want. They never get locked into place. Later on, this is going to let us go crackers, where we suddenly shift our build into a glass cannon mage build that will melt bosses before they can do anything to us. And then when the boss is dead, we can just go back to our regular adventuring build. Like I said, there's a rare drop that we want to get from the goblin archers, so I'm going to be respawning them using the screen transition trick. I cut some grass on the way for proficiency. It would have been faster to go to the room on the east and do the screen transitions, but I mean, there's a lot that I could do better in retrospect, but I didn't want to get too perfectionist about this run. There is a significant mistake I've made already though. If you look at the map in the top left, you can see that there's a room to the right, sort of directly below where I am now. I haven't been to it yet. I really should have been there already to get a cutscene. It's not that significant. I'll go there in a moment, but I'm being hypercritical about my mistakes. It's not significant because I want to get this rare drop and also get to level 4 before moving on with the game in any real sense, so some grinding is needed anyway. Because I can kill slimes in one hit now, I'm a lot more confident charging into them and smashing them quickly. Beforehand I was wary about sticking around in the middle of the pack for too long. Ultimately I won't get the drop I wanted from this archer. I end up moving on. I'm not sure what the drop rate is exactly, but I would guess it's 10%-ish. I see that I'm close to leveling up, and doing the whole archer room would push me over the level threshold, so there's no point doing the archer room. Instead, I get the experience I need from the slimes here, and then mosey on back to the town of Harlech. Luckily this room gives me exactly as much as I need, and lets me get a chest there as well. At this early point in the game, I'm trying to be very parsimonious with my finances. I have a vague idea that money might be tight later, so I want to collect as much of it as I can. It actually ends up being mostly irrelevant. I'll be honest with you here, I only have a very loose plan of how to progress. Just very broad strokes about what areas to hit and when, a couple of farming spots that I need to hit, and some of the big exploits that I can do. This is actually only my second run through of the game. I think I would have benefited from doing a trial S rank run first, but spoilers, everything's going to work out just fine in the end. So I've learned my lesson about getting the quick level up there, just spam the needle and it's fine. Now for my stats allocation, I'm going to do things ever so slightly different. Instead of going full strength to maximize my damage output, I'm also going to put points into the required stats needed to equip the axe, because we're going to go ask some questions for a little bit. It means I lose out on the thrust skill because I'm still not at 100% proficiency for the dagger, but that's not a problem at the moment. The axe lets us equip a different skill, plunder, which gives us some bonus gold when defeating enemies. I'm not sure how much, it's only a small increase, but we have all these skill slots open with nothing filling them, so let's put it in. Like I said, I'm also very conscious of maximizing gold gain at this point as well. I miss another chance to go into the room on the right there. Now the reason I've gone for the axe instead of the dagger is for an upcoming mini-boss. I want to get my proficiency on the axe up before I fight the mini-boss to get the scaling damage boost that the weapon proficiency brings. The dagger is a little too weak to bring it down as quickly as I'd like. This room shows off something that I try to do throughout the run. I want to maximize the efficiency of my time, so while I'm waiting for enemies to come and attack me, I attack the grass to both lure them where I want, because they will follow the sound, and I also want to get my proficiency up. It's just a tiny little way to optimize. I'm strong enough now that I'm confident to take on full goblin rooms. We killed the archer first, even though we want his drop, because he's at the top level there and we have to drop down. We could use thrust if we have the dagger to push him down, then slaughter him last, but I don't want to mess around with my equips, and it's quite dangerous as well, because I would have several enemies aggroed to me all at once. Instead we get the regular goblin drop table. The rarest item from regular goblin chests is a dagger, just a regular dagger you start the game with. Not very useful, and of course that's what the game decided to give to us. Because we cleared the area, we got a fixed chest spawn at the top level there. Coming into this room, I was expecting it to be empty, but I forgot about the one room to the east I haven't been to yet, which would have made this empty. So I'm thinking about how best to reroute myself right now. My Guardian card got a level up. Right now my Guardian is increasing my max HP, which is not really useful for me. HP and defense are both heavily diminished in importance for this run because I'm trying to take no damage. Another monster bone is good, we'll be using those properly soon. So now we need to go back around to the ruins entrance. There's another archer here, so I try my luck to get the drop again. I'll point out the controls of this game really quickly. It's all mouse movement and mouse attacking. I think it's similar to Diablo, although I haven't played those games. The majority of the game is played one-handed. I just use the keyboard for some shortcuts here and there, mostly to access the menus a little quicker and to change the currently selected skill a little quicker. Using skills is done via right-clicking. The controls work pretty well. There are only a few times where they trip me up. It's usually when I'm clicking to move somewhere, but I accidentally click on a nearby patch of grass, which causes me to slash instead. And then I'm out of position, so I end up taking a hit. In this room I get a new Guardian card at last. It'll be the Sorcerian card, which increases spell damage. I took a hit during the chest opening animation where I can't move, which is very rude. Interestingly, you don't take damage when this happens, but it does show up in your damage log at the bottom left. I'm interested to know if this increases our damage instances counter at the end of the game when we get to our ranking. Maybe someone can watch this entire playthrough and count up the damage instances and tell me if that one counted or not. So we're playing it safe here, luring enemies to come fight us in some wider open spaces and cutting grass when we're otherwise idle. When we have several enemies aggroed at once, we have to bait all of them into attacking at the same time before we can get an opening to counterattack them. I get yet another dagger, which is not that helpful. The daggers sell for 25 gold each, same as the health potions. So Agnes, she's also now along for the ride. I buy a bone knife and several monster bones from her. Because we're still low level, she will sell us 2 monster bones for 50 gold each, which is a fantastic deal. I buy 8 of them, which ends up being a little mistake, just a little. We'll see why later. So here's the first mini-boss. I've heard he can be troubling for some people, so here's how you beat him. You run up to his side, you attack him twice, then you run to his side again. He has nothing in his repertoire that can counter that. All he has is the frontal fireballs, and then this awkward tail attack thing that he did there. Interestingly, you can see that my attacks do more damage to him as the fight progresses, because my weapon proficiency is going up as I'm fighting him. That's how much of a difference proficiency makes. So we get a new spell from this chest. This is going to be the fire spell. It's basically just a slower version of Needle that we already have. It's fire based, so we can exploit elemental bonuses here and there. I'm going to do some rearranging of my inventory. Enemies can have resistances and weaknesses to certain elements. I think they only range from plus to minus 30%, although some enemies can also absorb some elements. We're going back to the dagger now because we want to get it to 100% and learn the thrust skill outright. From here on out, if we equip a weapon, we're probably going to be sticking with it until we get the skill learned at 100% proficiency. I think there might be one time much later where we switch weapons prematurely. We're now in Eternal Maze, which is the second dungeon. We're popping in here to do the first half of it, and then the rest comes later. We go into this flooded room first to get these items. We can barely open these chests and get back to land before drowning. If your air meter in this game runs out, then you die instantly. There's no damage over time or whatever, it's just dead. Go back to your last save point. We get a tabulae and the moonstone. The moonstone is a fantastic item. It's going to let us instantly warp back to Harlech Town whenever we like. It's a one-way trip, but that's fine. While I'm usually trying to kill every enemy I come across for experience and proficiency, I am going to be avoiding these orange slimes like the plague. I said earlier this game has some pretty big glitches lurking around. This one is quite major. When you kill orange slimes, they explode in what should be a small radius. They're a little trap enemy, but the bug makes it so that their explosion radius covers the entire room. It's an unavoidable damage instance, which we're going to say no thanks to. We get the ruby here. It's a ring that lets us push these heavy blocks and more or less unlocks block pushing puzzles for the rest of the game. You have to have it equipped in your 4 item slots for it to work, and due to how common these puzzles become, I'm going to be leaving it equipped for the entire run from here on out. I'm full on bones already. I bought too many, that's why I can't pick this one up. That was a mistake. This is our first exposure to undead enemies. These guys come back to life exactly once if you don't kill them with an elemental attack of some kind. I'm not sure if Needle will also kill them. It's magic, so maybe. They're giving us great experience, and they also have an item that we want to farm, so we're going to be respawning them here. It's actually not that much of a bother to kill them twice, but I mean, we have this fireball attack now, so we may as well use it. The last one we have to kill with regular attacks, because otherwise we don't get a chest drop. If the last enemy is killed with magic, you don't get a chest. So I'm looking at my experience count here, and I'm trying to work out how many of these things I can kill before I get to level up. I actually want to hit level 5 before moving on to the next proper room in the dungeon. The maths is pretty easy at this point. We're only getting 4 experience per kill, so unfortunately I realise that I cannot do a full room clear and get another chance at a chest drop. And I guess here, yeah, there's confirmation that you can needle these guys to death and they won't reanimate. So for some reason, because I guess in my mind this is the last one I can kill before I need to leave the room, I kill it with sword attacks, even though it's not going to give me a chest anyway, because it's not the final enemy. The Moonstone lets us go straight back to town and straight back to the Spirit Sanctum so that we can unallocate all of our ability points. Lise also talks about changing our Guardian Spirit here. We're not going to be doing that just yet. Before I forget to finish this subject, you can also play this game with a controller if you want to. For reasons that I have never attempted to troubleshoot properly, Xseed Ports, that's a company who ports a lot of Falcon games on Steam, their controller support just doesn't seem to work in their games for me. There was a Steam Next Fest recently with a badge that you could receive for playing 10 game demos. So I played 10 demos of varying budget and quality. All 10 of those demos worked fine with controller support, either natively or with Steam input, with absolutely no work required by me, just worked straight out of the box. No other games on Steam have a problem with controller support, but for some reason these Xseed ports just won't do it for me. It's odd because Xseed do fantastic ports in general, so I don't know what's going on there, but for that reason I decided I was going to go mouse and keyboard for this game. I didn't want to spend time troubleshooting. We're at 10 monster bones, so we're going to sell them. The way to do it is to sell 1 monster bone and then buy 5 keys. Repeat in that pattern. This game has a rudimentary supply and demand system in effect. The shopkeeper makes keys out of monster bones, so if you supply him with the bones, the keys stay cheap. If you don't sell him bones, the keys start increasing in price dramatically. Kind of a neat idea, but maybe a bit underdeveloped. What I just explained is literally the complete extent of it. It doesn't apply to weapons or potions or anything else. If you keep selling a bone after buying 5 keys, the price of keys will never go above 23 gold. Finally, we've actually learned our first skill. Only 29 skills to go now. But we're pretty soon going to find a way to increase the speed at which they're coming. This means that we can switch to the axe and keep the thrust skill equipped. I also equipped the plunder skill again. Once more, this blighter gets a cheap shot in on us. The effect of plunder is small, but at this early stage we have a lot of skill slots open, so something is better than nothing. If you were very observant, you'd see that the axe is currently doing less damage than the dagger was, but that'll change as it goes up in proficiency. We can run through all these rooms ignoring the enemies if we want, but I'm clearing out this one because I still want the archer's rare drop, which finally I get, and I am ecstatic about it. It's a robe +1. It offers an entire +1 defense compared to the regular robe, which is the most basic armor in the game. I equip it, and I am not going to be unequipping it for the rest of the game. I just like how it looks, and frankly, if you're not going to be completing a game in style, then why are you even bothering at all? I'm not going to be ruining this aesthetic with any other armors or any helmets. For defense, this is pretty much what we're working with for the rest of the game, except for occasionally we'll have a buckless shield as well. This is the low armor part of the challenge. I made that name up, but there's not really anything else to call it. So we run right back to where we teleported out last time. We get another shot at the chest here, and we get the rare drop from the zombies as well. Their proper name is just Bones. I actually want to be conserving my fireballs a little bit. We need to have at least 4 casts available to us at the end of the dungeon. And can you believe it? Look at that, we get the rare drop, a cleaver. You can buy this in the store if you want, but why waste our money when we can get it from the enemies instead? Our next mini-boss already. Now, I'm not sure why this strategy works. I came across it completely accidentally, but it seems as long as you are level 5 with the stats that I have, and you just magic this guy from across the map, he doesn't split. He's supposed to be the archetypical enemy that splits into smaller slimes over and over again as you attack, until you get overwhelmed by all the tiny slime mobs. But if you do it this way, he just stays in one piece. Again, I don't know why it happens that way. I think it's just the damage numbers I'm doing happen to not trigger a split. But I'm very happy with that strat because it's way less of a pain to deal with him that way. We did make sure to finish him off with a skill though, because we wanted his chest. He drops an elixir, which will bring us back to life should we ever die. It's actually a completely useless item for us, literally worthless. I just wanted to get it to show off. I'll tell you why it's useless a bit later. After the boss we get a keystone discus. These are the real keys of the game. They work how keys would work in any other game, where you have doors sealing off key areas and you need these key items to get through them. And of course they're hidden away behind mini-bosses or challenges. We get the Guardian card Durandal here, absolutely the #1 most crucial Guardian for our run by a country mile. We're going to be using it for 90% of the run from here on out. Using the Keystone Discus allowed us to lower the water sluice, which then drained the water from these other areas so we can go exploring them now. Okay, so this challenge run here has kind of an hourglass structure to it in terms of difficulty, or at least how involved it is, where I spent a lot of time explaining the systems and some of the tricks already. By the way, these chests that have tabulae or guardian cards in them, they always respawn with gold in them, so we'll double dip on them when it's convenient. In the middle of this run, it's going to get a lot more relaxed in terms of explanations, so I think I'll talk about the story some more there maybe, and explain the tabulae and memoirs, and then during the last part the difficulty expands again somewhat. There are a few tricks I will need to talk about then. At the beginning our tools are a little limited, but later on we have a lot of options to help us snowball a little better. This room is usually a nightmare room because of the orange slimes that we cannot kill, and we also need to hack away at the crates in the middle of the room to get to the item. We were super lucky there and the slimes left us alone, so we were able to directly go and get the flaming scimitar. Normally the slimes are swarming all over us and it actually becomes really difficult to get into the middle there. We want to clear out this room, but it's easy to do on the way back, so we go south for now and pick up these two chests. There's a memoir and the serpentine amulet, which can inflict poison. Anytime there's a new enemy, we generally want to be trying to get its particular monster drop. So here we have skeleton archers, which we're going to save last for now. I remember when I picked up the poison amulet in the run, I was pretty down on it. I felt it was pretty worthless because it has a very low chance to proc. The poison effect is pretty weak and most enemies are dying in 2 to 3 hits anyway, so the poison tick literally makes no difference. I equip it because we have 4 slots available and 3 of them are unused. Archers are pretty easy to dodge here. They turn slowly and have an audio cue for their attack, and a huge glow, and a low attack rate, and you can hide behind barrels to get them to waste their attack. Amazingly, we get their drop in the very first room they appear in. It's a mace. It's another weapon that we don't need to buy from the shop now. You also saw there I was trying to maximize my efficiency. When I was waiting for him to respawn, I was slashing at pots as well for the bonus proficiency. Now in this room it's all undead enemies. Because they all move quite slowly and they have revival times, I can take on 3 or more of them at once without being in any trouble. Even though there are no items that I really need from these enemies anymore, it's still a good idea to think about which monster's loot table you want to get in the chest for clearing out the room. In this case, a mace sells for a lot more than a cleaver, so it's better to go for the skeleton archer loot tables. I tend to base my decision purely on the rarest item that can be dropped in a room. It may be that if you were to calculate the actual EV of a table based on the full range of potential items and their drop chance, then I might be making some wrong decisions, but who has the time for that? I just go for another mace, and I get another mace. I can sell that for a good chunk of change. So I'm feeling really lucky in this run now. At the beginning I wasn't getting that robe +1 and I was getting pretty bummed out about it, but we have had a huge string of fantastic drops since I got that robe. I've had 3 weapon drops since then, so I'm really pumped about this run. I find it absurd that you can push those crates up other crates that are at half height. Who the heck is actually able to do that in real life? There were tons of puzzle solutions that I spent way longer than necessary working out in my first play of this game, because I kept forgetting that our guy here is some kind of superhuman who could do that. It's really unintuitive to me, but the puzzles are designed around it, so don't forget about it. This here is why we needed to keep 4 fire spells available. We have 4 torches to light, and this opens up shortcuts that we have back to Clover Ruins. So as we can reach back to our furthest progression point very easily now, we're going to take a quick trip back into town. It would have been faster actually to use the Moonstone to go back, but never mind. We are back at the Spirit Sanctum because we are, well, first of all, we're forgetting why we're here. For a moment, I start de-attributing points, because that's usually why we're at the Spirit Sanctum. But then I remember that we are slam-picking Durandal into our Guardian card slot, where he's going to firmly stay for a long time. Durandal increases the proficiency gains that we receive every time we slash. So we have 30 skills total that we need to learn in the almost 40 minutes that we've been playing so far. We've only learned 1. That's an untenable rate. Durandal is going to speed that way along. He can go up to a maximum of level 10, and each level increases the experience that we gain per slash by 0.1% additively. So at max level we will be gaining, I think, 1.2% to our proficiency per hit. We can completely learn a skill from a weapon in under 50 hits. We're doing our econometry here with the keys and bones. I'll also explain how I like to keep my inventory laid out, because I move things around quite a lot, and I don't think it makes intuitive sense to others. Basically, I'm loosely dividing it into 4 corners. In the top left, I'll be keeping permanent items, so the Moonstone has pride of place there already, and as we gain more artifacts later, they'll all stay in the top left. Top right, I keep what I'll call my equipment queue, so I need to be equipping all of these weapons eventually to learn their skills, and I like to have the next weapon that I will equip furthest to the right, and then later ones take successive places to the left. I want to use the cleaver when I'm finished with my axe, so that's on the far right. I'm also keeping my dagger at the top there, just in case I need it at some point. I'm in the Sanctum here to do some mid-level redistribution. I'm thinking about whether I'll get to use these weapons before my next level up, in which case I would need to meet their stat requirements now so that I can immediately equip them when I'm out in the field. This wasn't necessary to do, it was a little silly of me. I am going to be coming back to the Sanctum to do a level up shuffle way before I get to use those weapons anyway, so that Sanctum trip was a waste of time. The lower left, back to describing my inventory layout, the lower left is where I'm keeping what I will discourteously refer to as useless items. So the elixir is there for now. Mostly it's going to be all the memoirs and tabulae that we'll be finding strewn all over the shop. And finally, lower right is where I keep anything that I'm planning to sell to the shopkeep. So that will be weapons I'm done with and potions mostly. You'll see there the axe gets dumped into the sell pit. Alright, we've been going non-stop with the explanations here for a while now, so we can finally step back, take a breather, and give a proper introduction to what it is we are doing here. Hello friends, this is a special challenge guide through of Xanadu Next, a fantastic action RPG from Nihon Falcom Corporation, better known for their Ys and Trails series. We're going for a very special run, which I'm calling S-Rank, No Potion, Low Armor. I'll explain what that means while we're farming through Goblin County here. Just FYI, the Goblin Warriors here have an item we want. It's a weapon which can only be received as a rare drop from them. We cannot buy it in the shop at all, so that's something we're aiming for now. And when you look at that, the Bessoir drops first time. Absolutely absurd luck. That's a weight off our minds for now. Let's talk about what it means to get the S rank first. Really, it's getting a final rank of level 20, but as we have an actual player level in the game, I prefer to call it S ranking to avoid confusion. So this game has a ranking system a la Resident Evil, where at the very end of the game you are scored based on certain factors, with a max rank of 20 being awarded only if you score S in all 8 of the measured criteria. So those criteria are time. We need to finish the game in under 6 hours. Level, we need to finish the game at level 15 or lower. Skills, we need to master all 30 weapon skills and all 12 magics. Treasure, we need to open 100% of the fixed treasure chests in the game. So that doesn't include the chests dropped by monsters after clearing a room. Potions, we need a low potion usage count. I'm not sure of the exact number, but I think it's 25 or less. Damage instances, the number of times we get hits needs to be below a certain threshold. Again, I don't know the number, it seems to be 600 times or less. The actual damage, the amount of damage you take is irrelevant. What matters is the number of damage instances. Deaths, no deaths, none at all. And for that matter, no elixirs either, which revive you. If you use an elixir, that still counts as a death. And finally, saves. We can make 5 saves maximum. there's a statue here that would immediately raise our guardian spirit by 1 level. There are, I think, 11 total in the game. I'm going to be skipping all of these. It's part of my overall kind of vague plan for how to close out the game with my final bag of tricks. I will tell you now though, it would have been better just to get most of these statues as and when I came across them. The Lizard Man gave us his rare drop the first time. Looking at this now, this really is some absurd luck on this first section of the game with these drops. This is, well, I did practice runs of this section before I committed this particular one to one of my precious 5 saves that I can use. And I think this has to be by far the luckiest of all 10 or so of those runs that I did. Saying that though, here's where things take a turn for the decidedly pear-shaped. You'll have seen Agnes turn up in the room just now. Agnes doesn't have much impact on the main story. She's actually a treasure hunter and her interests are purely mercantile. Her goal is to follow us around and loot dungeons to earn money. She acts as a mid-dungeon shopkeep when you can find her. She has set rooms she can spawn in, this is one of them, and she spawns when the room has been completely cleared of monsters and you revisit it before they respawn. In all of her fixed locations, she has a unique item she can sell in that location only. In the Clover Ruins here, she can sell us a Seed of Strength, which will give us a bonus point in strength. I'm deciding to grab it for fun completionist purposes. 1 strength isn't a game changer by any means. Unfortunately, I'm not completely familiar with how her mechanics work at this point. So she wasn't offering her unique item the first time, so I believed that I could just go and respawn the room to get her to change the item she offers. Turns out this isn't how it works, and she's just going to offer me the same thing. It seems that if you want to get her to change the item she offers, you have to make a trip to Harlech Town first, then get her to respawn, which is what I end up doing. I wasted several minutes here, but I guess I got some experience, gold, and proficiency out of it. It's also time to get level up. I think my decision to go to town was mostly because of that, rather than twigging that I have to go to town to get her to change items. So we go and do our points dance here. Like I mentioned, I never got to use a weapon beyond the cleaver within this level, so confirming that the previous Sanctum trip was a waste. I think, by the way, this game calls this place the Spirit Sanctum and the Shrine interchangeably. You can see the Shrine listed in the top left. Despite this, I think most people just call it the Church though. I'm going to try to remember to call it the Spirit Sanctum when I can, but, you know, my mind isn't all that it used to be. I might make a mistake here and there. Please forgive me in advance if that happens. This level up, it's quite, it takes an embarrassing amount of time to happen. Let's just watch it play out. It's utterly ridiculous. We'll go allocate our stats again at the Apotheosis Apothecary here. But back to Agnes. Most of Agnes's unique items are seeds, but there are a few others we'll talk about when we get there. When we met Agnes outside of the Eternal Maze entrance, just before the Salamander, she sold us a bone knife. It's an item that lets you turn a monster bone into a key. It's basically useless in challenge runs and regular playthroughs because it's much better for us to sell the bones for 5 cheap keys instead at the shopkeep. Agnes likes to stress that she's our partner, but the game makes it explicit that she's exploiting us for money, just selling us junk she finds lying around and moving through ruins that we clear out of danger for her. When we ask her to sell us a special item, she doesn't always offer the unique items. She also has a chance to offer black onyxes, which are return teleports back to town. They go both ways. They cost 100 from her, but I think 500 at the shop, so that's an okay deal, although we'd always prefer the unique item. Anytime that happens, it seems you're best off actually using the Onyx immediately just to get her to respawn quickly. You can also sell us a magic potion for 2,000 gold, which is a terrible deal. She also has a low chance to sell you nothing, which I've only seen once or twice. Thankfully, the chances of her selling her unique item are pretty high, about 50% per encounter. If she doesn't offer it though, we have to reset her with a trip to town and then get her to respawn. At this point, I have done really well with monster bones so far. I'm at 52 keys already, which is huge. In total, you need something like 200 keys to get through the entire game, a bit less maybe. There are some numbers floating around on the internet for the exact number of keys, but honestly they sound a little overinflated. I might be remembering them wrong though. They might be saying the total number of locked doors in the whole game or something. We're not necessarily going to be opening every single door though. Some of them are only for shortcuts that we don't need to take. I got a level up on my Durandal. Plus the skill from the cleaver gets learned. Look how much of a difference Durandal is making already. The cleaver gave me the insight skill, which can show you stats of all enemies as an overlay at the top of the screen. It would be neat if I could use that throughout the run to give everyone some extra information on the enemies, but I need the skill slots, sorry. Maybe it would be good to hack that in to a more fully fleshed out informational run, if somebody wants to do that. Just have it there permanently without it taking up your skill slot. I can now equip the Flaming Scimitar though, which holds the Searing Blade skill. That's rad, and we've got the beginnings of a real skill setup going now. So Searing Blade adds the fire element to your attack, and it's a straight up damage increase of something like 30% to all your attacks, with further pluses or minuses depending on the enemy's weaknesses and resistances. Durandal, by the way, like all Guardian Spirits, it gains 1 XP for every enemy that we kill. So that's another reason to fight some of these easier monsters along the way that we're going. Experience, gold, proficiency, and Guardian experience. Agnes sells us a black onyx. This is looking pretty bad now. We've now wasted almost 8 minutes trying to get this Seed of Strength, although we have been doing other things along the way, so it's not like it's been a complete waste of time. Given the fantastic luck on item drops though, I don't want to abandon this run. So first I'm going to respawn Agnes, because I still haven't worked out her mechanics, and then eventually Moonstone back to reset her. I should have Onyxed, but I think I'm panicking a little bit at this point. Returning to the challenge run aspect, in addition to the explicit criteria that I mentioned earlier regarding the in-game rankings, I've added 2 more, just to make things spicy. First, no potions at all. That's rather self-explanatory. And second, the Low-Armour. That's the nonsense term that I coined, but I like the look of this single piece of low-level armour with no helmet, and fashion is important to making this nice little video for you all here. So what do we think are the main sticking points that make this challenge run difficult? Well, the time factor is actually quite lenient. If you're going into the run with a plan, then even sub 5 hours is quite comfortable to do. Level as well is fine. If you're moving fast, you won't even have time to reach beyond level 15, and even if you do accidentally pass it, there are ways to level down, and 15 is plenty strong enough to deal with the last boss and all other enemies, especially with a certain trick that we'll be using at the very end. Potions and damage instances are also a bit of a non-factor. They're both quite lenient, and avoiding damage should be a high priority for us anyway, and I'm eschewing potions entirely for fun. Skills is actually our first real roadblock. We need all 42 skills of magic in the game, which means we need to spend time using every weapon in the game, which also means we have to get every weapon in the game. Some of them only drop from specific monster chests, so we will have to either get lucky or have a dedicated farming period to obtain them. Switching weapons is also quite inconvenient in general for us. If we switch to a two-hander, then our attack animation and timing changes, and we have to get accustomed to that. We also lose our buckler protection. The raw base damage from the new weapon may also be lower, and we also go down to 0% weapon proficiency for that weapon. And that means lower damage from the proficiency multiplier. Rooting for 100% treasures isn't terribly hard. We can get most treasures on a first pass through the later areas, but it's a little nerve-wracking having no wiggle room for errors and no tracking system for treasures opened. If we miss even one chest accidentally, then we'll only find out at the results screen at the end of the game when it's too late. The real challenge for this run is in our final two criteria, saves and deaths. So first of all, the statistic for deaths includes failed runs. So what that means, if you load up a save, you die 30 minutes in and rage quit, then your save is actually stealthily updated by the game to remember that death. You can go back and load that save again, but that save game is now actually tainted with a death, and you cannot get an S rank on it, which is absurdly harsh. You can mitigate this by keeping backup saves in a different folder though, where the game can't sneakily alter them. You just copy and paste them back into the main folder as needed. I didn't realize here, I moonstoned back to town again instead of using a black onyx. The black onyx would have let me go back to the correct room immediately, so that's really bad. More than 10 minutes wasted on this seed now. Finally, the save requirement is misleading. What it actually means is that you can only touch the save points 5 times or fewer. Now this is a huge distinction, because save points are also the primary source of healing in this game for both health and skill points. There is no inn we can rest at, and we are eliminating potion usage. The only solution here is that we get full heals on level up, so those levels are going to be the primary source of healing that we get throughout this entire run. All that said, I actually wouldn't say executing this challenge is too hard, especially if you're ignoring my extra restrictions and just want to get the level or the rank 20 achievement. If you've played through the game once and are thinking about going for the S rank, you can totally do it. I believe in you. It's not as hard as it may seem at first. Now, after clearing this room out, what is that, 6 times or so? We're finally going to get that +1 strength seed from Agnes. We've also been able to equip the mace here, which has a very important skill for our build, the sneak attack skill. This provides a damage multiplier as long as we attack an enemy from behind. And we are all about attacking those enemies from behind. 95% of our attacks are going to be from behind. So right now this is a no-brainer. These rooms here have goblin shamans. Normally we would have spent some time farming these next few rooms, but because we spent so long in the waterfall area, there's no need. They can drop the fire magic, which we already have, but it's somewhat interesting to note. Along with the goblin warriors, they can also drop leather armor +1. As the warriors can drop extra bessoirs though, we'd generally go for their loot tables for a higher potential sell value. We have a boss coming soon, our first proper boss, which I would have taken on at level 6, but we're pretty close to a level up, so I decide I'll just farm out the final level here. We have 3 quite strong and fast enemies, so finding an opportunity to attack them can be a little difficult. I get a lot better at dealing with multiple enemy situations later on. What I should be doing is kind of stringing them into a line here so I can bait their attacks easier. Also force them to block each other's movements. I'm calculating my XP here. I could have progressed to go to a lizard man room. It would have been quicker to get the last bits of experience I need, but instead I take a safe option to respawn that last room I was in. Remember, I'm an hour into this run now, and I haven't saved, so a stupid mistake resulting in a death would wipe out all of that progress. This is what I'm talking about the controls being finicky sometimes. I just wanted to travel south, but I attacked the grass instead. It's quite lucky that the goblin warrior wasn't near me yet. So now I'm scared, I'm tense. This will happen a few times where I'm approaching the end of a section, and I really don't want to mess up before I can get to save. I'm attacking enemies one by one as much as possible, trying to kite them over to me by attacking the grass. They can hear it and they'll come over if they're in range. I also want to get my proficiency on this specific weapon up, because I am really close to the boss here, and I would definitely prefer to do it on a high proficiency weapon for that extra damage. I'll squeeze out as much as I can on grass cutting. We will have to take a quick trip back to Buddha's Boulevard to stat down before the level up. I know it's really not exciting to watch this every time, but we are about to hit level 7, and remember that we're not going to go beyond level 15, so we're already almost halfway to what will be our max level. So it's not going to be something plaguing later parts of the run. As we have more and more stat points to deal with each time though, it does take longer to stat down and then back up each time. Especially when we're thinking more about which stats to bring up to meet weapon requirements. You can see, if you're being hypercritical, that I'm not making good use of my active skills, generally, from level to level. This game uses a Vancian spellcasting system where we don't have one giant pool of magic points to spend. Instead, each skill has a set number of casts that we can use each time, and if we run out of skill points, we can just set a new skill and use all of the casts on that other skill. So if I was being very efficient, I would be using up all of my fire spells to get some quick kills, all of my thrusts to make some melee situations easier, all of that stuff, and then getting a full stack of skill points back every time on level up. I don't make good use of my magics and skills for the entire run. That's something I would have liked to have placed more emphasis on, I think. Back at the Catholic Conservatory, we stat back up with the requirements up to and including the Bessoir. Oh, one important thing, when I say magics, I'm saying it with a C and a K. Magics. I hope you can all understand and appreciate that. Right, we're now level 7, we've got our stats where we want them, we're going to do some very quick shopping around. This is our first trip to the weapons shop, so we had a little bit of introductory text to skip through there, as well as the tutorial text. I sold off my old weapons and shields. It doesn't have to be done right here, it can be done at the regular merchant, but I think I wanted to go there and check to see what kind of weapons were available. I think I hadn't 100% decided to do low armor at this point either, so I took a snoop at what kind of armor could be bought, if I had the money for it. Consider that just a sneak peek at content we won't be seeing later. Now we are finally almost ready to go and deal with the first boss. There are just a couple of rooms to fight through first. I take a look at my skill build and make sure everything looks gravy. I take a look at my current proficiency and I think I might grumble a little bit. That's why I'm still attacking the grass and these guys. Every % extra honestly does help, so I'm trying to squeeze as much as I can out of it. The boss is in the top right of the ruins here. After I mistakenly take a detour, we're going to find a room full of lizard men, which is quite tight and quite dangerous. Before that, we have this cutscene coming up. We come across another stone statue and it comes to life before our very eyes. For now, this guy is known as the Mysterious Sage and he has nothing useful to say whatsoever, so don't worry about him for now. Like I said, this room is quite tight. There are 6 lizard men in here and they can aggro quite easily. They also have a pretty wide attack range, so we want to take them on one by luring them into one of these corners. When we can solo them, they're really easy. They have a pretty long cooldown on their attacks. And we're quite strong now at level 7, so we can take them down after baiting just one of their attacks. The best item they can drop is a small shield, which we don't need, so we're not worried about farming them. And once we're done with them here, we'll more or less be done with Clover Ruins. We'll have to come back a couple of times to clean up on collecting some items, some of which we've ignored because they're useless, some of which we just can't get because we don't have the required artifacts yet. So I make a snap decision here to save. I was right up until this room thinking of going straight into the boss and saving later, but because I'm further along the grindy sections than I was anticipating, I just save and go and relax. We come back a day later and spring right back into action. Start by attacking the grass to draw the sword, well, it's more of a mace, and run right into the first boss, Berillard. This guy has a whole lot going on at the same time. It's a test of your ability to track several different hazards that are all on their own cycles. Our overall goal here is to kill the flower tentacle, but it can heal itself every few seconds for 40 health multiplied by the number of surviving nodes it has on the ground. Before we can take out the flower, we have to take out the nodes then. I'm going to be abusing the thrust skill here. I alluded earlier to the existence of a hidden quality that makes thrust so strong. The secret is that it has tons of invincibility frames. You can see here I use it to avoid the tentacle's attacks. The tentacle is being quite annoying here. Normally it wanders off quite quickly and we can focus on taking out the nodes instead. The camera has changed here, which actually makes vertical movement quite tricky, especially nearby grass. The nodes cannot be hurt when they're closed. Just before they open, you can get a quick glimpse at whether they're green or orange. If they're green, it's clear to attack. If it's orange, then they'll release poison. They stay open for a random amount of time, and oddly, you can actually back attack the nodes, which I try to do where possible by placing the character closer to the outside of the arena. I'm also cutting grass for proficiency where I can. I haven't killed all the nodes yet, but the tentacle was there, so I said screw it. I combine regular attacks with thrusts whenever I sense danger. The iframes can be chained together for literally complete invincibility while you've still got skill points. So the boss is dead, but I haven't even covered all its attacks yet. There were also some acorn things dropping every now and then, which coated the ground with poison, plus the hands were moving all the time at the top trying to squash us. They could also do a very wide swipe as well as sweep inwards if you try to stay close to the tree trunk. It's a lot to keep track of. The tentacle also has a ranged attack which I believe paralyzes you. If the hands squash the tentacle, then it gets stunned for a second or two, which is kind of neat. It can give you an extra opportunity to attack. We got the Crown of Quosi, which is another one of our MacGuffin items, as well as the Gauntlet, one of our Metroidvania style artifact items, which is going to let us progress in new and exciting ways. We jump out after equipping the Gauntlet and we can crush boulders now. If we tried to use the Moonstone in that previous run, we wouldn't have been allowed. We would have got a generic message about there being no effect, because we have to do this cutscene. It's LVT versus Dvorak round 2, and we can wipe the floor with him now. That wasn't even a boss fight at all, was it? Although we beat Dvorak easily, the Sage stopped the fight. Those two know each other somehow, and there's an implication that they're not from this time period, but Xana don't elaborate. This game does the annoying thing where the whole plot could be revealed right now if one of these NPCs cared to divulge it, but instead they speak in riddles to maintain the developer-intended plot pacing. On the way back to Harlech, we are going to pick up 2 chests from behind boulders. There's a third one we could also get, but I'll get that one later. We got the Zweihander from the first cave. It's unsurprisingly another weapon that will add to the skill gain queue. This one coming up, we're not supposed to get it yet. We're going to be cheating slightly. And I'm not sure why I'm so trepidatious here. I could just run in and punch the boulder quickly, but I'm using up some needles instead. They're about to get refreshed, so it's okay to waste them. We're going to do a very precise jump that will put us on top of this block here. So I have to line it up, get right on the edge of the block. There's a very specific point I'm aiming at, and I need to release the mouse as soon as the jump happens. That lets us get just on the edge of the block so we can drop down, push it onto the switch, and then get the treasure chest, which has needle level 3. When we use the spellbook, all of our skill points for needle get refreshed, which is why it was fine for me to use the needle spell outside just now. We have max level needle magic now, when we don't even have level 1 of most magics. It's really, really powerful. We're not supposed to have this until the 3rd major dungeon or so. I'm not going to exploit this too much, but I will be using it to absolutely decimate some bosses later that I don't want to deal with. I'm not sure why that trick works. It's possible that when we're standing on the switch, we're just ever so slightly higher than the game expects us to be, and so we can just about clip the corner of the block to get on top of it when we jump. I don't know. The game's odd control scheme probably plays a part in it as well. Something to do with the ultra-specific angles that you can move at. There are a limited few other places where we can do similar things, although there'll just be ways to do a puzzle a couple of seconds faster, rather than letting us sequence break like this. And would you look at that? We've opened up a shortcut from the Eternal Maze back into Harlech Village. A medieval fantasy setting, slow deliberate combat, shortcuts all over the place. Why, it looks like the influence of Dark Souls is so strong, it even manages to affect games that released before it was even conceived. In the Demagogue's dormitory, we're going to stat shuffle for future weapons. It's quite a huge step down in terms of raw strength to get to this point, which is going to hamper our damage outputs a little bit. It's not really a problem though. Lower damage just means we can get more swings per enemy before they die, which means we can get the skills learned and out the way faster. It all kind of comes out in the wash like that. We spoke to Char automatically when we came back into town, who told us to keep collecting tabulae and memoirs. We handed over all the ones we currently had to her, and after some time she's able to translate them from the ancient tongue, which is, I guess, Chinese. For the tabulae specifically, every time she translates one, she gives you a unique item, a packed lunch of some sort, which counts as a potion, I think. So we're not going to bother getting those from her. The final lunches she can give you are actually the strongest potions in the game. Char also provides us with an item storage service, so any worthless items we'll dump with her when we can. For now, that was just the bone knife and the elixir. Elixirs, like I said, they are completely worthless. We can't use them because they count as a death, but we also can't sell them, so all we can do is drop them on the floor or give them to Char. You may have seen just now, we can get items from these boxes. We got a key. It's not anything you ever want to rely on, but we'll get the odd neat thing dropping from environmental objects every now and then. Eternal Maze B2 gives us a brand new set of enemies, which means a brand new set of loot tables. The best table is from the Skeleton Warriors. They can drop a Gladius for us. The archers can only give us a buckler, which we're not interested in, and the other enemies give assorted junk. I hadn't planned ahead very well, which is why I go for an archer chest in this room. The potion it gives will just end up selling. There's actually no need for me to go south here. I do it for a chest, but it's a junk chest with some armor we're going to sell. It would be better to get this on an item sweep that we're going to do later in the game, which will go through, they'll go through these rooms anyway. While we're doing that, I'll tell you about an idea I had. Using spellbooks refreshes your skill points for a spell, right? Well, you can actually buy spellbooks from the shop, so I was thinking maybe there's a way to play this game as a money mage of some kind, where you stock up on spellbooks, you go full intelligence, and just roll around killing everything with spells, restocking your SP using the books. You'll still be able to get the S rank because you're not relying on potions or save points to get your SP back. I don't know, just a silly idea. I have no idea if it's even feasible, but someone can try it out. Let me know how it goes for you. I take 2 damage instances here, very embarrassing. This is our introduction to the ghost enemies. They can warp around a bit and they'll fire at you. I've aggroed this entire room and I'm trying to use my new needle spell to take care of things. These skeleton warriors are undead, which means that in normal circumstances they will be able to revive themselves one time. The reason they're dying immediately is because we have the Searing Blade skill equipped, which means we're doing elemental damage to them, which stops the revival. The Searing Blade, you may see it in the damage log from time to time. It also shows up in the damage log as red text, doing 1 point of damage to enemies. I don't know what's up with that. Red text in any other case indicates either that the player has taken damage, or that some enemies have managed to hurt each other. There are a few rare attacks where enemies can hurt each other. I was worried for a while that this was a bug that was going to count as damage against me, and count against my final damage count. But it doesn't. It's just an oddity. It's especially odd that it's only ever 1 damage. Other elemental attacks have a chance to inflict status effects. So I guess Searing Blade has a chance to inflict burn, maybe? But for only 1 damage, it's pointless. I have the skill equipped for the 30% damage it gives, and the effect of neutralizing the undead quicker. We have a 2-handed weapon equipped now, the Zweihander, rather appropriately. If you noticed, as we got the mace up to 100% during the fight against the plant boss Berillard, the animation on these things is slower and we lose the ability to equip a shield. I much favour single-handed weapons, but what can you do? This Zweihander has the intercept skill, which can counter attacks when you get hit. I never used the skill, so I don't know how exactly it works. I assume you have to be quite close to the attacking enemy. We much prefer just to not get hit in the first place. We're on the cusp of a level up, so we're about to use a black onyx to get us out of here to do the level dance at the Evangelical Emporium. Black onyx is a 2-way portal, so this will let us get right back to where we left off as soon as we're done leveling up. Very conveniently, we managed to get it so that we need just a single experience point to level, which the slimes are happy to provide for us. Harlech Village. I tried finding the derivation of this name. Turns out there's a real place in Wales called Harlech. I couldn't find any information about its meaning or why it would be adopted for a Japanese game though. I assume they just like the sound. It's quite a satisfying name to say. So we are going to skill up in order to equip the Bessoir next, after I do some tidying up. Bessoir is also a 2-handed weapon, which is nice. It's good to be able to do two-handed weapons back to back to reduce the amount of reacquainting I have to do regarding the animations. While we're on the subject of names, I tried to look up anything about Bessoir as well. No information at all. I can't even take a stab at what language it's coming from. It's going to give us the Clear Mind skill when we're done, which can give an extra 3 points to Int. We actually will be equipping that later, I think. Or if it's not that one, it's another skill that gives us a temporary boost to some stats. It doesn't really matter what stats the skill gives. It just means that it's 3 less points that have to be covered by our free-floating ability points pool, which means we can then redirect those points into strength or whatever. And then when we're done with whatever weapon skill it was helping us reach, we can unequip that particular passive and drop below those weapon requirements. And it won't matter because we still have all the strength we want. Now, all enemies in the game, other than bosses, have similar AI. They have 3 potential states they can be in. The first state is Oblivious. That's when they're standing around doing nothing. In this state, they'll turn around at random and walk around at random. Oh, these zombies, they are a bit annoying. Their attack animations is really fast. They will always drop an antidote as a monster chest, which we don't want at all, presumably because they are very likely to poison us with their attacks. We're still going for the skeleton drops if we can get them. I paused a bit because I saw that one of the zombies got stuck. He gets stuck quite often and it oddly makes him very dangerous. He's standing on uneven terrain, so if you approach him you have to climb up and you'll probably get hit because that's a slow animation. It's easier to kill it with magic from range as we did there. And we got a Gladius from the Skeleton Warrior, which is more or less the only thing we want from here. There are a couple of other things that would be neat to get, but they're not needed. The Thunder Spell from the upcoming Gargoyles would have been good. Luckily we already have the stats to use it whenever we want to. We headed south there first because shutting this sluice gate otherwise locks off that area. There's another tablet and the Malefic Armlet. I'm going to equip the Malefic Armlet even though I have no idea what it does. Nobody seems to know what it does. I understand it inflicts curse, but the curse status doesn't seem to do anything. Maybe it lowers magic resistance or something, and I just never finish things off with magic. This puzzle, I don't think I do it correctly, but I think most people solve it this way. I just do a quick jank jump over a corner and it's good enough to get another discus. Back to the AI, the first state is Oblivious, the second is Alerted. That's when the enemy has either seen or heard you. They will start walking towards you and I guess they get a mini-map of their own because they'll always know your exact position even if they can't see you. They will generally move towards you in this phase, although there is some randomness there. They sometimes will turn 90 degrees and try to flank you a little bit, even if that means they start walking into walls. I think this may actually be a pathfinding hack. It makes sure that enemies can't get stuck in little crevices. It looks a little weird. You'll see it a bunch in later sections. We're blitzing through these rooms because they're both dangerous and low value. The third state is when you move into the attack range and line of sight of the enemy. They will do one of their attacks, then go into cooldown mode, which I guess maybe counts as a fourth state for some enemies. This is where the ending frames of their attacks play out and they turn to face towards you before going back into their alerted state. This part can be a little weird because some enemies will just keep turning and tracking you for ages without actually going back to aggression. You'll see that much later where I end up strafing a lizard for like 12 seconds before I successfully bait him into doing something. So within these states there are only 2 times where it's safe for me to attack. When they're Oblivious you can get a single back attack in, but only one. Don't get greedy and go for another, because after they've been attacked in this state they can do an immediate 180 regardless of their normal turning speed and initiate an attack on you. Which seems unfair, but maybe it's to avoid making the game too easy. The other time we can attack is after baiting out an attack from the enemy. During their cooldown period, we can go in and get some backstabs. There are a few exceptions to these rules. Sometimes enemies are really dopey, and you can wail on them from any direction and they don't seem to care, they won't retaliate. Some other enemies have really long startup animations on their attacks, so we can just attack them from the front and dodge by reaction. But in general, if you see me attacking an enemy outside of these proscribed times, it's probably a mistake where I put myself at unnecessary risk. I'm going to see if I can catch you up with the story now, all the story that I've been skipping over as fast as I can. The very first words in the game are Char calling the player character irritating and devoid of social graces. A rather odd characterization. I don't think I do anything irritating during my time in Xanadu. I'm just a silent and heroic type, but who knows what's going on off screen. It might be a little reference, thinking about it, to the character being a silent protagonist. I'm not sure, because it is implied he speaks without us hearing what is said. So the story is told retrospectively by Char via her journals, a similar framing device as used by the East series, which are technically all records pulled from Adol's journals. In the intro we learn that Char and the player come from the same orphanage, and that the player is a knight. Knights are very highly trained and served the king for a while, but due to some political machinations, they were essentially outlawed, and now the surviving knights work as mercenaries to make ends meet. Charlotte has come here to study the island and has enlisted us to help as a bodyguard. She's also trying to give us a new purpose and direction in life. Formerly, being a knight was a whole raison d'etre, but now knights are all outlaws and vagrants. A lot of them were hunted down and killed. We're taking a quick dip into the third dungeon in Eaglet Mountain, by the way. It's neat how the game does this. If you remember, we dipped into the second dungeon, Eternal Maze, in the middle of the first dungeon, Clover Ruins. And now in the middle of the second dungeon, it gives us a sneak peek of the third area. So, sailing on the way over to Harlech Island, we caught a glimpse of Castle Strange Rock, a castle that appears mirage-like when there are mists over the waters. But it always disappears whenever anyone tries to get close to it. Just one of the many mysteries of this island. We're also told by the boatman about the Dragon Slayer sword, which gets a specific name, the Tulongjian. Strangely, that is a Chinese name. It literally means Dragon Slayer sword. It's interesting to me that a Japanese developed game set in an ostensibly Western medieval setting would use a Chinese name, although Xanadu, the real life Xanadu, is part of China's history. I assume this is a Chinese name anyway, given that Chinese and Japanese have a shared heritage. Maybe it also means something in the Japanese language. I don't know. I only speak Chinese. I vaguely recall later on that a faux Chinese sounding name is used for one of the ancient people. So I guess the ancients of Xanadu were using Chinese as their native tongue. Kublai Khan is also referenced later on in this game, reinforcing the whole Chinese connection. When the intro was done, the first thing we did in the game was speak to the shopkeeper. He told us that he recently found some new ruins in town and they locked them up for safety. The key was being held at the fiefdom of the Fervent Faithful. Over there we met Lisa for the first time, who gave us the key to get in. Then at the end of the tutorial dungeon we got murked by Dvorak because he wanted the crown that we found in the ruins. Lisa brought us back to life with her magics, and told us that we'd be crippled for life, but also tells us that if we can find the Dragon Slayer sword, its immense power will restore us back to full strength. In the interim though, she conferred upon us the power of Guardian Spirit cards. On this island they bind a Guardian Spirit to newborns, which gives them certain advantages in life. Because we're on the border of life and death, we can also use these cards, and our unique half-dead situation gives us an additional benefit of being able to switch between Guardians, which in gameplay terms means we can choose different benefits for ourselves at different times. Speaking of, there was another Guardian Spirit Stone which I should have used. Always easy to point things out in retrospect. We opened up another shortcut though. The elevator we took went right back to town. It's a mining elevator apparently, and if you talk to the miner there, he is so happy that he can get back to work on the dangerous mountain that he gave us 500 gold. Every little helps. We'll be using this shortcut I think twice later on. It should only be once, but mistakes get made. Inside the volcano we picked up the Sacred Axe. We'll be coming back to this room later, so we should have skipped it. We also were introduced to a new type of block pushing puzzle with the coloured blocks. It's a simple mechanic. When 3 or more of the same coloured block touch, they disappear. A lot of the later puzzles use this mechanic, and they become more about how you can get 4 or 5 blocks to disappear at once. The salamanders are back. We fought them as mini-bosses earlier. We can't kill them for a few reasons. First of all, they're stronger than the first mini-boss. There's traps on the floor. I don't know if you saw them. They spring out the floor and they fire fireballs which heal the salamanders or hurt us, which complicates things greatly. They're very incongruous to the theming of the area. Back to the story. When we got revived and back on our feet, we went out to explore the Clover ruins, where we met Agnes hanging out in front of a statue that she remarked as being very lifelike. Agnes helped us gain access to the Endless Maze by using a keystone discus for us. She establishes that she's our partner and that she's going to explore the ruins with us. There are a few easily missable chests within this area. You saw I got the Thunder spell behind a breakable wall just now, and here there's yet another breakable wall, this time with a tabulae. I remember I missed both of those the first time I played the game and had to look up where those particular chests were. Now we're about to see the kind of difference that proficiency makes in this game. The stats, not the real world player skill. I've been harping on about it for ages now, but this really illustrates it. I'm glad to be back on one-handed weapons, and I think this is the handover point where I move to using the small shield instead of the buckler. For some reason I thought that the small shield was the default shield instead of the buckler, so I accidentally use this for the rest of the game now. It doesn't make any difference though. Now the Gladius I have equipped here is significantly weaker than the Bessoir, and it's starting on 0% proficiency. So look, I'm just tickling this slime, but each time I tickle it, my proficiency goes up, and you'll start to see the damage skyrocketing upwards. It's actually not a problem that the slimes take so long to die, because what's important is that we're gaining proficiency and learning a new skill. Remember that we have several goals here, and finishing the game quickly and leveling up quickly is only one of them. As long as we're getting a lot of slashes off on a living creature, then we are just pleased as punch. That said, killing things slowly means that they have a lot of opportunities to attack us. So I act like a huge coward in this room. Very, very slowly attracting one enemy at a time, and methodically killing them off. I do a good job on the kiting in this room though. I am quite pleased about that. Poison slimes are particularly dangerous because obviously they can poison you. They also have a bug, and I'm not going to elaborate on what that bug is for foreshadowing reasons. I think there are a few times in this room where you can see that the game actually has 2 different types of back attack. There's a true back attack, which is what we've been going for most of the time, and there's also a just off to the side back attack. This type of attack gives you the 100% hit chance, but doesn't give you bonus damage, or it doesn't give the full bonus damage at least. Not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe if you want to farm slashes you could abuse this little tidbit. In general I want the full backstab damage though. Look at this. Remember, I was attacking that first slime for 4 damage per slash. Now I'm already up to 28 damage per slash. Still not enough to give me confidence though. I've never seen a poison slime split upon death. I don't know if they're able to. You'd think with my low damage it would cause a split, so I assume that they just can't. Whether that's an oversight or not, I don't know, because I'm pretty sure every other slime can split. After all that, we only get a chest with 50 gold inside. They actually don't have anything good to drop, only antidotes. We're able to loop back again here. This screen is just one screen to the left of the elevator back to Harlech. We had to take the long way around so that we're able to push this little block here down. That block stays there permanently now and lets us shortcut our way back here should we want to go to town. If you want to hunt for glitches in this game, that block seems like a good candidate to me. It feels like you could do something to jump over that little gap early and cut out a bit of time. So we're done with our early excursion to Eaglet Mountain. We'll be finishing up Eternal Maze B2F now. We're going to flood this room soon with a sluice gate which will let us go back out the door we came in, but we will never want to go back that way. Even on a first run through of the game there's no incentive to ever go back that way. But I suppose it's good to not trap the player. We're going to go grab another elixir in the puzzle room on the right here. Again, the elixirs are literally worthless to us in this run. They're actively detrimental to us, in fact, as we waste time getting them, and we then have to dispose of them lest they jam up our backpack, taking up a valuable item room. I really like this puzzle solution. I stole it from a guy on YouTube. We do what is, I assume, an unintended jump to skip some of the tedious block pushing. Just 3 slashes and 1 push gets us what we need. It's actually surprisingly difficult to solve that puzzle when you're playing for the first time doing the intended solution. Gladius has given us the knockback skill. It works similarly to the thrust skill, except it's a horizontal swipe which lets it hit multiple enemies at once to knock them all down. It doesn't have the iframes of thrust though, so we're not going to be using it. I generally don't want to have multiple enemies all after me anyway. I want to be taking them down one by one. That was a great dodge, by the way. I don't think I deserved that dodge. I think normally that should have hit me. Maybe because it was being shot downwards, I got a couple of extra frames to move before the hitbox connected properly. I don't know. Even though I don't use most of my repertoire of skills, I've got to say, I think the game does a very good job of providing you with a wide range of useful tools. Almost all of the skills you get are useful in their own way, in their own specific situations. If I was making more of a style video, I would be using way more diverse builds and skill setups so you could see more of this stuff. Even thrust, I've talked it up a lot already, but I don't use it as much as I should. Like I said, we have Vancian spellcasting, so even now I have something like 100 skill uses I could be using before my next level up. But I always default to boring back attacks. We got the Guardian card Vanaport. Vanaport helps out merchanteering. They give us discounts on purchases and bonus gold on sales. At level 1 I think it's a 2% effect. Technically it would be most efficient to use it even though the effect is small when I go shopping, but I find it too much hassle, so I don't use the card at all. Time that you spend menuing in town doesn't actually count towards your final in-game time, so you can spend as long as you like picking your stats or talking to NPCs over here, or just picking out your Guardian card. We did the stat shuffle at the Grove of Ganesha, and now we're heading to get our last drops of XP for the level up. I'm going to make a series of errors over the next couple of minutes. It will always happen towards the end of a segment. I get frazzled and forget what I'm doing and why. First mistake is easy to spot. After the level up, I go do my stats back in town. I'm going to have to go back into the Clover Ruins to get a little secret item. I should have got it on the first trip out there, because it contains something I'm about to use. The second mistake, I'm not going to point out explicitly yet. I want to see if you guys can spot what happens. I'm going to blame it on being off my mojo due to the first mistake. While we're doing those mishaps and menus, back to the story. Outside of the first boss, we came across the Sage, and then Dvorak joined him. I covered that already. So now I want to talk about the tabulae and memoirs that we've been finding all around the place. A lot of the backstory comes from these two things. We have to hand them over to Charlotte to translate, and I think after a set amount of real time has passed, she finishes translating them, and we can learn what's on them. Which I suppose means that Char speaks Chinese. She can probably translate from Chinese far quicker than I can. I'm going to go over the documents we found so far, because it gives a lot more context about the backstory of the game and how it ties into what we're doing in the present. I'm not necessarily going to reveal them to you in the order that we get them in the game, but just one by one from the top once you've found them all. I'll start with the memoirs. They're a lot shorter than the tabulae. Right now we have 3 of them. So the memoirs are pages of a diary. We don't know whose diary it is at this point, but the contents will give us some clues. The dates given in them range over 7 years. I'm going to relay them to you from earliest to latest. So Herdsman's Moon, the 23rd, the year 1210. It recounts what is seemingly a noble person's daily activities. They engage in lessons of sorcery and etiquette, and they talk about their deep affection for their sister. Obviously I'm just giving you higher level coverage here. The beauty is really supposed to be in the writing itself of these diaries, the humanization of the writer, but it's not going to come across with my relaying. So for memoirs I'm not going into too much detail. Silverwolf's Moon, the 27th, still in 1210. The writer talks some more about their sister, about how she always seems to surpass them, even though their sister is affected by all manner of maladies that weaken them. I was being a huge coward in that room. It's right after a level up, and those guys are scary. They have huge range on their attacks, so I just took them down with magic. It's safer. I can drop a helmet if you get lucky. Firehen's Moon, the 30th, 1211. So 1 year after the previous diary entry, the writer snuck out of town to partake in the daily life of commoners. At this point it's pretty clear that the writer is royalty. She's receiving royal training of some kind. I'll go over the tabulae we have as well. So these are our first flying type enemies. You have to knock them down with magic, because you can't hit them when they're in the air. They'll land eventually if you wait it out, but it can take a while. In general, for the future, the way we'll deal with them is by simply killing them before they even take off. This room is a bit of a mess though. Everything got aggroed early on, so I'm going to reset the room first. Tabulae number 1, to the Inheritors of History. This is an introductory tabulae. It talks about the founding of Xanadu by Kublai Khan and how it was a land of paradise, but also existent at this time was the Dragon King Galsis, who ruled the world of nothingness and was generally displeased at the existence of Xanadu. Galsis was able to corrupt the people of Xanadu somewhat and tempt them into vice. Twice, Galsis was defeated by some upstanding young people wielding the Dragon Slayer sword. This room has an Agnes spawn, which is why we cleared it out. Probably wouldn't have bothered otherwise. The best item that can drop from the hippogriffs is only a panacea. Agnes offers us her special item the first time, which is great, no faffing about. This one is a Seed of Wisdom, which is a permanent +1 to int. Speaking to Agnes afterwards was a misclick. In this secret room we get Zwerg, another Guardian card, and surprisingly I will be using this one, very briefly though. Zwerg increases the rare drop chance from monster chests. We go into this room here for our very first Necromancer fight. The enemy archetype I enjoy the absolute least in the whole game. It's actually a pretty hard fight at this point in the game. A lot of people have to throw everything they've got to get past him. I take a whole bunch of hits. I hit him with ice at the start because I'm trying to freeze him. I'm not even sure if this particular ice spell is strong enough to do that, but my 20 ice blasts don't manage it. My recording software doesn't manage it well either. There are big frame rate drops on some spells like the ice there. It only affects the recording though, the actual gameplay was fine. Our reward is a Thunder Saber, a very strong weapon for this point in the game. We'll put it in our weapons queue for now. The Necromancers are very dangerous for several reasons. They can raise up a skeleton army from the dead, and while they're doing this they have a shield around them, a big purple shield, that hurts us on contact, so we can't even get in there and get some hits in. The only way I found to stop them mid-cast is through freezing. That's why I went and got the ice spell, especially from that cave a few minutes ago. His projectiles move fast as well, which are frustrating. Luckily we had some barrels in that room that were able to eat some of the projectiles for us. He also, amazingly, has an attack that will steal tons of experience from you when hit. I mean like 2/3 of an entire level, and will de-level you if it takes down enough. It has an absurdly long wind up though, so just don't get hit by it, I suppose. In later fights, that's the attack that we actually want to bait out, because while he's charging it up, it's super easy to go in and get tons and tons of back attacks. Now, I don't think that Skeleton Priest was able to do it, but later versions of this enemy can also cast Doom on you. You have to kill off a clone of the Necromancer before a timer over your head counts down from 10, else you just die instantly. This room is pretty scary. It's just the detritus on the floor that's a problem. If I have to waste half a second doing the jump down animation after going up on top of the debris, then there's that time where I'm a sitting duck and the mummies will absolutely take advantage of that. I don't think I said it earlier, but the rare drop from mummies is also a panacea, so no real preference for the final kill in this room. The chest coming up in the next room is only accessible because we lowered sluice gate number 2 earlier, before we went into Eaglet Mountain. The chest is sitting on a plank of wood, and if the room had been flooded, the chest would be floating, and we wouldn't be able to reach it. There's a neat skip coming up here, jumping across the boxes, which lets us reach the next room more easily. This room, however, is a bit of a death trap. It's hard to go around the skeletons that were at the entrance. I don't know why I bothered blasting it with lightning. The gargoyles, another difficult enemy type. They have both ranged and melee attacks, and the melee has a really deceptively wide spread. That hit I just took, I don't know about that one. You saw the gargoyle get cursed as well, that's why he was flashing purple. No idea what that does. Gargoyles can give the Thunder level 2 in their chest, which is low priority for us, but still an upgrade, so we can go for it. This room, another room where the enemies are physically blocking my ingress. It's not possible to directly walk around them. It's always in Eternal Maze B2 where we get these rooms. There's only one other room I can think of where the way forward is physically blocked, and that's way later in this game. So I have to bait the gargoyles' attacks and then juke around them. We're close to both a boss and a level here, so we're going to be leveling up in these rooms, but I really wish I had made a plan to level up somewhere else instead. I'm just winging it when we get to the end of these sections. That's why I'm going wild with magic. I don't need to conserve it. Now, I alluded to making a second mistake some time ago when I was last in town. I think I've realised what I've done at this point. If you didn't catch it, I forgot to buy black onyxes, which means that I can't create a two-way portal back into town when I need to level up. Really stupid mistake, and it's compounded with a third mistake, because the smart thing to do right now would be to just moonstone back to town, buy some of the onyxes, and then in my trek back to the boss room I could be killing enemies to get the last part of the level I need, instead of messing about in this horrible death room. I mean, I'm clearing this room so slowly, it's really not great. Taking so many hits as well. So while this is ongoing, I'll tell you about Tabulae 2, the Chosen Ones. This one talks about the first fight against Galsus. The king had someone called Saisen create a maze to trap Galsus, but his corrupting aura, I guess, was leading the Xanadonians into corrupt behaviour. So the king waited for a star from the heavens to signal a time to actually kill the Dragon King. When he saw the star, he enlisted the help of 7 sages to tutor some youths in the 7 virtues of valour, merit, charm, empathy, wisdom, mysticism, and victory. The last one, I don't know if that can count as a virtue, you know, I'm not sure how you teach it as a sage, but anyway. Only one of the youths was able to take the training, and he eventually wandered out into the world to collect the 4 crowns that had been stolen by the Xanadonian citizens. He found the Dragon Slayer and he killed Galsus. This may sound like it's a recap of one of the earlier Xanadu games, but as far as I know, it's not. It's a unique backstory for the game. Tabulae number 3, When the Rain Falls. One day, people notice that Galsus is actually coming back to life. Why they didn't throw his corpse into a volcano, I don't know. So the king orders his daughter to become a sacred maiden, whose role is to create a seal around Galsus so that should he fully revive, he will be trapped in one location. The royal bloodline then maintains this seal for hundreds of years using these sacred maidens. They trap Galsus in their own castle, and well, presumably all the royals moved out. I don't know, they don't expound on that part, but I can't imagine they'd be happy living in that castle as well. Tabulae number 4, the Unblessed Bride. So this tabulae introduces the Black Bride, arguably one of the most important characters in the whole game, who will become a heck of a lot more important as we progress. So we have a princess called Fleurette, and she's about to become a sacred maiden on her 16th birthday. During the ceremony, a woman walks out clad in black and announces that she has released Galsus from the seal, and also married him. This is the Black Bride. A bunch of these events that I'm describing from these tabulae, if you watch the intro to the game, almost all of it is a CG intro showing all these past events recorded in tabulae and memoirs. Almost none of the CG depicts what happens in the actual game. We are imminently going to finish up session number 2. After things started falling apart at the end here, I didn't want to risk progressing any further, so I just finished up for the day. It's actually quite wasteful looking at it now, because one of my rare chances to heal up using the save stones is used immediately here after leveling up, when I'm at full health anyway. I'm not sure if I've gone over every skill now that I've got from the weapons. There might have been a couple that I missed, but I'll try and always point them out from now on. The Sacred Axe I sold, that had Serenity, which is a passive giving +3 to the mind stat, which is mostly concerned with magic defense. Initially, I wanted to tell everyone what all of the skills are when the skill get notification pops up, but I think I've forgotten to do that a bunch. It's the start of session number 3 now, so we're opening up with a shopping spree. I bought 3 new swords, all of them weaker than the lightning saber that we found, so we're going to have to wait to use that for a while. We're going to stock up on keys using the 5-for-1 bone trick, and in a moment we'll head back to Jesus' hovel to do our stats. You're going to finally see why we've been doing our stat reallocations here. Look at the stats carefully that I pump up. It's going to be a pure int glass cannon build. So because I made the mistake of not having the onyxes on hand, we're going to spend more than a minute travelling back to the boss room again. I apologise for wasting everyone's time, and to highlight how much of a tragedy wasted time is, I decided to look around to find out what we all could have achieved in our lives with this minute instead. And I found this article, which I would like to read for everybody now. The world record for the most tricks performed by a pig in a minute is 13, achieved by miniature pig Joy Bleecker and her owner Dawn Bleecker in Newton on January the 16th, 2018. Joy was overseen by 2 judges, Newton's mayor and chief of police, as she successfully completed all 13 tricks, each initiated by a different command from Bleecker. When she's not practicing tricks, Joy, now 10 years old, can be found greeting guests as the spokespig for the Capital 2 Theatre in Newton, owned by her family. Just an example of what we all could have done with this time instead. You could have broken a pig record instead of watching this run back. I find it interesting that the mayor and chief of police both attended. The mayor you can understand to a degree. The culture of a city does somewhat fall under their jurisdiction. But did the chief of police really need to attend as well? I did some further digging and found that the Newton chief of police is on a salary of approximately $130,000 a year. They may have stuck around for about 2 hours to watch Joy Bleecker, that's the pig, do the 13 tricks in a minute, earning him about $125. So in the minute of your time that I have wasted running back to this boss, the Newton chief of police will have earned $1 whole. So there's something to think about. There's a little trick you can do with these boxes. You can see in a moment that 2 stair animations are going to happen sequentially, but if I had blown up both of the boxes quicker, both of these animations can happen at the same time, saving a second or so. But I misclicked with my fireball on the second crate. Okay, boss fight coming up. There's another cutscene that I'm going to skip here. These 2, they're still out and about. They find another stone statue and leak a little more of the story. They say that there are 7 people in their group, and they're perplexed as to why they are being released from their stone prisons after such a long time. This is Sculptular, and we are going to use a strat that I like to call I don't want to engage with the mechanics. So 3 hits takes out his first phase. He just swipes and blows bubbles at you there. In the second phase, he will run at us 3 times. We have to dodge, and then we can get some hits in. The bricks falling from the pillar there can actually hurt us, so I give them a wide berth. He's down already. Like I said, we are a glass cannon right now. Every ability point that we have has been pumped into int, and I have the int boosting passive on as well as the overpowered level 3 needle spell. We claim our prize, which is the Crown of Tyrone, the 3rd crown that we've come across. The other attack Sculptular has is he can send out spikes that dot around the arena. After a while they blow up in an AoE, but you can attack them to neutrify them. Big room of ice there, not sure why. There was a single chest hidden in the back which we had to thaw out first with a fire spell, which is really mean chest placement. More boss rewards come with the spectacles. So the spectacles are another equipable item that we want to use very sparingly. There are some hidden paths around which show up as sparkles. You can see them on the right in this room. You can equip the spectacles to reify those paths and make them walkable. We'll use them very sparingly because they also make enemies invisible. I don't know if they make bosses invisible though. That's something for me to test later. I don't know if enemies are still killable in this state either. Yet another boss reward in the very next room with the fire crystal. A really neat item that is going to let us warp to a few different places after we activate the teleports. You can see on my mini-map, we reach the end of the Eternal Maze now, so I wonder, if you've been paying attention, can you figure out where we're going to be travelling to next? The fire crystal has to be active in your equipment slots in order to activate the teleportation pads, but once they're activated they're usable even without it. We'll have to move the crystal into our active slots whenever we want to use it. Lise was wandering around out there. She's pondering the nature of Castle Strangerock, and she gave us Lise's Purging Arrow, a key item for us to use later. She tells us it's a charm to ward off evil. Right now it would just be another tchotchke in our inventory. Speaking of inventory, Char is handling our tabulae and memoirs and things there. We're going to keep the crowns in our inventory though. I think they have to be in our inventory for a scene later on. I'm not sure if that scene still plays out or not if you store them with Char. We found another memoir at some point, this one dated Pegasus Moon, 11th, 12/11. The writer, we can work out that she's a lady now because she talks about wearing dresses. She has to attend a ball and she's not too pleased about it. She's still showing signs of being jealous of her sister and her relatively advanced refinement. Because the boss is dead and we don't have enough spellcasts to do a proper mage run, we're going back to the Imam's igloo and setting ourselves up for a regular warriors build. We've got to get all these skills learned. I've got some more tabulae as well to catch up on. So the next one is titled Where the Star Shines. So Galsus is back and tearing things up, so the king declares war on him. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the mandate of heaven this time. The stars that beacon a hero only align once every 300 years, so the best he can do is send in an army who completely fail. We then learn that the 7 sages of the era, as well as Princess Fleurette, who remember was supposed to become the Sacred Maiden, they all go missing suddenly, and the tabulae ends on a cliffhanger. Next one, the princess near returning. This recounts a kind of folk tale that the people of Xanadu were sharing regarding the missing princess. They said that she, along with the sages, took the Dragon Slayer and went and killed Galsus inside Castle Strangerock, then they disappeared. The Black Bride also disappeared, and then a month later the demons that Galsus brought were all vanquished. It's explicitly laid out as a kind of fairy tale, just something that the locals told themselves, not necessarily the truth of the matter. And finally, so we're all caught up, of history and spirits. This one just recounts the nature of guardian spirits. They were real people who somehow became spirits and now they get infused into newborns. We already covered that. With the hand axe equipped, we have the Force of Will skill. It gives us a chance to survive a fatal blow with 1 HP remaining. Not useful for our purposes because we're just never going to get hit, are we? Never ever again. There's going to be a stretch of grass cutting strats here. I did it a little bit at the very beginning of the run, just very briefly. This is the only time in the run where there's going to be an extended period of it. Now that Durandal is level 7, proficiency is going up very quickly and grass cutting is arguably the best way we have to gain skills. It's just very boring to watch, so I didn't want to do it if I could avoid it. And I mean, I could have avoided it realistically. I'm just in a bit of a sticky spot here though, because these weapons are not satisfactorily strong for the next two areas. The immediate next area is very short, so enemy power is going to jump up by 2 dungeons worth very quickly. And there's not really a good enemy grinding spot before we can progress. I could have slotted the very first Agnes seed into here, thinking about it, seeing as I'm headed in that direction anyway. The reason grass cutting is so good is, well, for one, it's pretty close to being risk-free, especially at this point in the game where we can run up and face stab any of these enemies to kill them in one hit. The proficiency you gain per swing is only about half of what I could get from attacking enemies, but look, we can just swing non-stop around these parts. There's always another target within reach, and we don't need to stop to dodge enemy attacks. It took us about 2 minutes and 4 seconds to get that skill. But like I said, I don't like grass cutting because it's not interesting to watch. There's a lot of consideration that went into this video, you know. I hope you're feeling entertained by it. The short sword I have equipped now gives me the quickness skill, which is another stat up skill. It's +3 to reflexes, which increases accuracy and evasion. We've still got a bit of time to kill, so I'll talk about some of the miscellany of the game. There are 2 types of back attacks in the game. I spoke about that earlier. If you're slightly too far off to the side of an enemy, you get the accuracy bonus, but you, Xana, don't get the damage bonus, which could be advantageous in some situations. If I didn't want to do grass cutter strats, maybe I could theoretically find some super strong and slow late game enemy and get these guaranteed hits with low damage on them. I don't know. It's just theoretically a way that you could skip a weapon in the early game and then farm up its skill in the final parts. Maybe this would only be useful in a TAS or something, I don't know. The room on the left here is rather suspicious, isn't it? It seems like it's just a dead end, but actually there's a hidden chest. If you pay huge amounts of attention, you can maybe just barely see sparkles before I put the spectacles on, but not really. There's just a modicum of gold in there. This is easily one of the most missable chests in the game. I'm going to get a key from the grass here, which is nice. All of the breakables in the game have their own drop tables. We'll get some slightly odder things from the later destructibles. Alright, another skill down, just ploughing through these things. The flanged mace will give us the hearty bone skill. It's another part of the stat up series, this one giving +3 constitution, which derives into defense and HP. Just there I was checking what they do to see if they might be useful in my build. They're not. I could take the int boosting skill out of my active skills at this point in time though and replace it with something more useful. I have more than enough int to use the flanged mace without it. And yet another Bessoir drops there. All fuel for the shop. So the reason I started this run in the first place is for a particular Steam achievement called Chevalier de Chevalier, which you get for reaching rank 20 on the final results screen. The stats on Steam show it as having been achieved by 1% of people, which I can't really tell if that's absurdly high or absurdly low. Feels like it's one or the other. Especially considering that there is no detailed guide to getting this achievement. Until this video, of course. There's a thread on the Steam forums with some very useful information in it by a couple of guys who are also looking for a perfect run. The facts therein discovered and collated essentially randomly by them as they were testing and discovering. I think that 1% number is actually probably too high, i.e. a lot of people have just cheated it. It's very easy to cheat Steam achievements, if you didn't know. Anyone could do it for any achievement in less than a minute. I took some hits because I thought I could face stab anything, but actually a goblin warrior survived and punished me. Another Bessoir dropped as well. Just the whole run we're swimming in them, it seems. Another suspicious dead-end room here, eh? There's a chest with 500 gold in it that I didn't want to waste time collecting earlier. But of course this room is not a dead end, is it? This is where we're supposed to be going, in fact, using the spectacles. And also we can activate a teleport pad here. I don't think I showed it, but there's also a teleport pad in Clover Ruins, near where we met Agnes for the first time in the wild. That actually got activated automatically when we did our first teleport activation in the Eternal Maze. So before we go north into the true next area, we can do a little bit of cleanup with the new items we have. A whiff of thrust. It's right click to open chests as well as to use all your skills. There's a pointless little shortcut to the Eternal Maze first floor, but it helps the world feel a little more interconnected here. We picked up another Guardian Spirit card. This one is Belladonna. She increases the efficacy of healing potions. We totally could have got her earlier, but it would have been pointless, and it also would have exposed us to this terrible room. You may recall that these red slimes are bugged. Look at that, they do a full screen explosion on death, when it's only supposed to be a tiny area of effect explosion. So I take 3 damaged instances that were completely unavoidable in this version of the game. I had to do it to get this key chest though, and the Guardian Spirit card. I managed to avoid one instance, because the 3rd explosion killed the 4th slime, which triggered the chest cutscene, and then the 4th slime exploded while the cutscene was ongoing. Another sneaky chest here. This one actually... This is the only chest in the whole game that I missed when I did my first naturalistic playthrough of the game. If you position yourself right on the edge of the platform here before opening up the chest, you'll be able to drop down as soon as you get control back without having the game register you as trying to jump down. We kept the spectacles on for this path here. You can see that the targeting reticule comes up for some invisible red slimes. The chest that we got has the ignition spell in it, which we're going to get some great mileage out of. It's a top tier fire spell. It's loads of damage, hits everything on the screen, and I see that we need just one more slash to get the skill, so let's just do that real quick. Afterwards, we are finally going to be heading into Treccier Woods. This place is your typical mystery maze setup, where if you go in the wrong direction, you get warped to a different place than you would expect. At long last, we're also getting to equip the Thunder Saber. So the skill on the Thunder Saber is Jolting Blade, which is the thunder elements added to your weapon. In my first playthrough, I thought this was the bee's knees, because thunder can paralyze enemies, which may as well be instant death for them. If they're not moving or attacking for several seconds, then you can go ham on them. I don't think it's very good in this run though, something that I won't realise for many hours. Basically, if an enemy is paralysed, then it's going to throw me off my rhythm, and it means I can't bait attacks, which makes backstabbing harder. We have a new memoir, Unicorn's Moon, the 7th, 1212. The lady talks about being taught the legend of the Phoenix from Sage Theobald, and she finds the story mesmerising, about how it can help rebirth the world anew should it fall into disrepair. She talks about wanting to go see the Phoenix one day with her sister by her side. These lizard men can be pretty problematic to deal with, mostly because these areas are quite enclosed and you can accidentally aggro wandering lizards while trying to deal with them one by one. Luckily their attacks are very easy to bait and avoid, and you can temporarily split them up quite nicely if you bait them correctly. We can socially distance them with thrust like this as well, should we ever get into a pickle. To To get through the maze correctly, we need to go counterclockwise through the rooms, ending at the 9 o'clock position. We do dip into some of the trap rooms like this one though to get the chests that they're hiding. This chest has Flugel, a guardian card that increases our experience gained by 10% per level. It sounds amazing, and I know for a lot of people this basically becomes their permanent guardian for the rest of the game. I'm not as much of a fan though. I find that as long as we kill most of the enemies we come across, we will have far more than enough experience to reach our level 15 limit, so I'm sticking with Durandar. The Lizard Shamans can drop a Blaze spell, the 2nd tier fire spell, and it's a level 2 version of that spell as well, so in general that's what we'll go for. These rooms get really messy though. I mean, look at this, there's going to be 4 enemies on me here all at once, and there's not much I can do about it. 5 enemies in fact, so I'm just going to bail. We're about to see the Will-O-Wisp enemy, the first of the light ball enemies in the game. These guys we don't want to mess with. They have the same problem as the slimes, where you just cannot tell what direction they're facing, and they have no real animation on their attacks, so they are a death sentence for me. They don't drop anything of value either. Best they've got is a black onyx, so we'll be running past them. We received and equipped the benumbing armlets, which is another way for us to paralyze enemies. We finally replaced the malefic armlets, which caused the completely useless curse effect. We took a wrong turn in the maze on purpose to get us back to the beginning of the area. This time the room goes a lot smoother in terms of aggro. We're not super interested in the drops, but they would be neat, so we'll just go for them in passing. The lizard men here, they show off the variance that the AI can have. Sometimes they just fall asleep and forget about attacking you. It's really the next room that we're most interested in. We can make a few attempts to get the Gwindori slasher weapon, which, along with the Bessoir, can only be obtained from enemy drops. This one is quite rare though, it only drops from the big elder lizards. Before I forget, because of those red slimes earlier, I think it's fair for me to take 3 hits off of my final hit total at the end of the game. But actually, I wonder if it really is fair for me to do so, because when it comes to beneficial glitches in the game, I will happily exploit them and rationalize it to myself with reasons like, well, regardless of what the developers intended, it's a viable strategy within the mechanics that the game has presented, and it's fair because everyone has the same opportunities open to them. This is the same reasoning, by the way, for why we have to objectively accept Hydrocity as the correct name for the stage. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. I know that the developers surely intended it to be Hydro City, and that it's clearly a typographical mistake. I know that Hydrocity isn't a word. I know that the Japanese name translates into Hydro City, but all of that is irrelevant, because the game as presented to consumers says Hydrocity, and we have to take it on its own terms. This is death of the author stuff here. A work has to stand on its own merits. We're going to come across Agnes again. She says absolutely nothing of value, but it's the only point in the game where we can buy the superior bone knife, so don't miss that if you're interested in that. It does the same thing as the regular bone knife, but it has a chance of generating 2 keys instead of just 1, which means it's still worse than our mercantile strategy with regards to keys, so we'll drop it off with Char when we can. We also get the winged boots, which function very familiarly to anyone who has played, well, certainly Ocarina of Time. I don't know if they're in many other Zelda games, I'm sure they must be. They let you walk on air for a short period of time before dropping, so we can cross some bigger gaps now. There's actually a skill element involved in trying not to activate them when you have them equipped, when you just want to drop straight down. Mini boss fight with this dude, the Chimera zombie. The regular zombies are annoying to deal with, so I'm gonna nuke them with magic from the outset, but one of them wasn't on screen, so he stays alive. I get several poison procs on this guy, which I'm not happy about in retrospect. This guy is a huge meat bag, so it's better for me to farm up proficiency on him rather than letting poison tick away. I don't know, I'm thinking maybe none of the status effects are actually good for this challenge run. I abuse thrust invincibility frames here. It's so broken and saves my bacon like a dozen times in this fight alone. This guy drops an elixir for us when he's done. In the forest we got another tabulae. This one is the 4 royal crowns. This talks about the crowns that we've been collecting as MacGuffins. There's a lot of evidence in the history books that the crowns played a vital role in the first defeat of Galsus, but nobody is really sure how. When Galsus revived, he demanded to be given them, and Florette gathered them back up again when she allegedly went to fight the Dragon Demon King. We're about to skip an interaction with Dvorak. He kind of apologizes to you, but also tells you it's your own fault for not being good enough to not die. He's very, very snooty. So we're going to make our first proper foray into Eaglet Mountain now, after activating the teleport pad. So we'll start out with a cleanup of the lower section that we dipped into previously. Now that we have some more exploratory artifacts, there are some extra things that we can get, such as a lightning spell that we'll get using the spectacles. For the most part, the enemies here don't have anything particularly valuable in their chests, so we'll be skipping a lot of the rooms. The best that we can really hope for would be a level 2 fire from the salamanders, which, yeah, is already outdated for our purposes. Coming up is a room where previously we solved a puzzle and we got an axe from. But there's actually a secret item in the back of that room all along. So we have to come back here with the wing-end boots. If you're interested in routing optimization, you could work out if it was worth getting the axe or not here on the first trip. We got another diary entry just now. That one is dated Wild Rabbit's Moon, the 10th, 12/12. The writer talks about how her sister collapsed during some training, and she wishes she could do something to help her, so she steels her resolve to keep working harder in life. The next room is a contender for worst room in the game. So it's chock full of salamanders who will fire endless projectiles at us. And what's worse is that the room is full of pots, some of which will explode and damage us when they're hit by anything. So I came up with this Lecky strat. I blow up some of the pots in the lower right, then spam tons of electricity spells on the salamanders until they die. On the one hand, it seems wasteful. On the other, the spells are there to be used. I should be using them tons more, frankly. I want to use electric spells specifically because it paralyzes the salamanders quite reliably, which stops them from spamming their projectiles. The reward is going to be a quiescent armlet, which it can silence enemies. So I'm going to equip that, and again, in retrospect, I regret it, because silence, it can interrupt enemy AI patterns, which can mess me up greatly. Another memoir. This one is Filial Crow's Moon, the 3rd, 12/15. so this is 3 years after the last one. The writer has been working hard at her studies and her training, and she feels like she may be able to surpass her sister soon. A lot of these story collectibles kind of come in the middle of the game here, and I think if you've been paying a lot of attention, you can kind of start piecing together the story a little bit. The backstory, I mean. Now look at this utter nonsense here. So this is a rare glitch involving the winged boots, where sometimes the airwalk, it kicks in too late when you've already dropped in the air slightly. I was too low in the air to reach the next platform. There's no secret or no skill to using the item. You're literally just supposed to keep holding the movement key and it's supposed to kick in automatically. But sometimes it kicks in late and screws you over. The poison slimes are back, and we're going to start farming up the enemies again now for the experience and the proficiency. The salamanders in the upper levels of the volcano can give a splint mail +1, another alternative armor item, so that's what we'd ideally want to drop for the money. I want to be real careful when fighting slimes here though, because they pack one hell of a punch. Oh, well, speaking of the glitches again, so I said earlier that we as players will happily exploit beneficial glitches when we want to, but if the glitches are negative, it's easy to dismiss them as being unfair and unintended, and they quote-unquote shouldn't count. But shouldn't it stand to reason that our previous exploit justifications are still true? So even if developers didn't intend it, the full screen explosion from the red slimes is simply how the game is. This is the poison slime glitch that I alluded to earlier, by the way. They have the ability to attack you immediately after you back attack them from an unaware state. Deeply unfair, wouldn't you say? Especially considering they hit like a truck and poison you. But these glitches is part of the product that is presented to us, and players should learn to adapt to them. All players face the same handicap. I just find it interesting how there's a dichotomy between people's attitudes between these two situations, purely based on whether or not the glitch benefits them. I hope I explained this in a way that makes sense to people. I think the logic is clear when you understand it, but maybe I didn't vocalize it correctly. Maybe we should just learn to deal with negative glitches. If that is your stance, then there are some ways I have thought of to deal with the orange slimes in particular. But first, the tabulae we just got. It's titled Sacred Sword and Maiden. This one talks about the Dragon Slayer sword a bit more. It just says that, as well as being used to vanquish Galsis, it also contains all kinds of other powers. That's why we're searching for it, really, isn't it? We want to use it to unzombify ourselves. This tabulae also talks about the role of the Sacred Maiden throughout history as well. Apparently it sucks being a Sacred Maiden. It was a really hard job and you have to train for it for ages, but it's a necessary thing to maintain peace in the kingdom. This room here is actually another Agnes room, that's why we're clearing it out. And there's a very rare occurrence here. We speak to Agnes and her special item is nothing. That's like a 5 or 10% chance of happening. So we're going to get her to respawn quickly because we've got a need for seed. While we're here, our inventory is getting a little crowded. So we're going to go to the shop to clear things out. Right, the orange slimes. So the time that the slimes explode is actually slightly after they die. So what we could do is kill all of them simultaneously with an AoE attack. And in that way the game, registering that they're all dead, it will initiate the chest spawn cutscene for that room while the slimes are still in the process of exploding. And in the cutscene incapacitated state, as we've seen way back in segment 1, damaged instances appear to be ignored, although the damage will still show up in the log, which I'm not sure if that still counts towards the overall total in the very end. Alternatively, you could use the thrust attack at the explosion time, and the iframes should nullify the damage for all but the very last explosion. There's a different game I've been playing a ton of lately called Dance Cube. It's a rhythm game with a strong element of physicality to it. Luckily I've noticed that I'm about to level up, so we'll do what we've got to do at G-Suit Junction here. Very fortuitous that we were able to combine a level up with respawning Agnes. Anyway, Dance Cube. It's a lot like Mai Mai, but it's made by a Chinese company, and I don't want to get into the reasons why, but there are a bunch of charts in that game that have bugs in them of some description. Some of the most fun that I've had in the game has been getting perfect scores on the glitched charts. So there's a whole process that goes on where you play the charts and you have the glitch discovery, which is a skill in itself. Some of the more subtle bugs, people don't even realize they've happened, so you can feel quite excited just identifying the bug for the first time. And then you can play it again and go through the stages of like, what exactly is the bug here. So maybe you see something is wrong and you drop some score, but what exactly is happening? Is it just slightly off rhythm? Is there a phantom double note? What's going on? Then once you know what the bug is, you have to think outside the box to work out how you can technically satisfy the requirements posed by the bug. Sometimes you have to develop a new input technique to get around it. And then finally there's the execution layer. So can you actually pull off a perfect playthrough to get a 100% score using your new techniques? And then at the end of it all, I mean, some of the bug charts that I've managed to get perfect scores on, I'm the only person that's done it, or maybe there's like 2 others who have done it, and it feels great to be on top of that leaderboard. All I mean to say here is that these glitches have created a kind of emergent gameplay, requirements that the official charters either wouldn't think of or would reject as being unfun. But actually finding ways around these obstacles is incredibly fun in its own right. So if you can find a way to get through the orange slime room with 0 damage, let me know. I think my earlier theories could totally work, but I'd be very interested to know what other outside-the-box solutions people could come up with. So we're heading back into Eaglet Mountain finally in order to respawn Agnes. She's still not going to give up the goods, but she will sell us a black onyx, so we can end up using that very same onyx to try respawning her another time. I gotta say, I'm not really a fan of most of the Agnes mechanics. So first of all, there's no indication about the rooms that it's possible for her to spawn in. For some of them, you are very likely to backtrack through them anyway, so bumping into her is quite likely. The first spawn point would be an example of that, the forest waterfall. People are very likely to clear out the room she's in, then go left to that dead end room, and then double back and run into her. But in her current location, for example, people are very unlikely to come back here twice. The only way to know that she's there is to either get lucky or to be told, either actively or passively through guides. And then, even when you find her spawns, the most valuable thing she has, by far, and the thing that people are going to want to buy, is the seeds. But what she offers is down to pure chance. But that doesn't actually add anything to the game, does it? Like, it's not fun, and there's no element of skill or anything to just go back and forth until the game decides, okay, we'll give you what you're looking for now, just based on the roll of a dice. I accidentally spammed needle there because I thought that I had thrust equipped, and I was trying to abuse the iframes to dodge those fireballs. So what would be the best way to fix Agnes's mechanics? You know, if we had our own chance to make a remake or a sequel, what would we do better? I think the solutions are actually quite simple. So for spawning, all you have to do is leave an environmental clue in her spawn points so that savvy players can find them. Or maybe even not a clue, maybe just make it very obvious. Maybe there could be a campsite or something, or just something that's identifiably Agnes related, so that players can spot it and work out that she can spawn in that location. And when you do get her to spawn, just make sure that the seed is the first item that she offers to sell, and then afterwards she can have random chances to sell the miscellany of potions and whatever. We have a puzzle here that we have to complete before we can continue our ascent, although we can't actually claim the reward from it just yet. Here's another task for speedrunners then. See if you can find a way to get this reward chest on this first visit to the room. It looks like the floor is about 2.5 crates high. I wonder if there's some glitchy way to get up there. Oh, there's another body block coming up in the next room. So maybe there's more of these than I thought throughout the game. Luckily, the enemies seem very uninterested in impeding me, actively impeding me. So because my boots didn't work too well in a previous lava room, I'm very apprehensive about crossing this gap. You can actually take damage from the rising fireballs coming out of the lake, but they're infrequent enough that you don't even really have to pay attention to them. The Guardian card is Ganesha. It reduces the chances of negative status effects. I think in every situation you would prefer to have one of the other Guardians equipped. We also open up a shortcut elevator. This one is very close to where the first elevator is, the one that goes right back to Harlech. So we could be back in Harlech in just a few screens here. I opened up the shortcut for completion's sake, but we are never going to take that elevator. The tabulae we got is the 7 wise sages. The sages were people throughout history pulled from the common folk who were able to prove themselves to the king, each one representing one of the 7 virtues. The tabulae make special note of one generation of the 7 sages in particular, them being Dvorak, Gandhara, Lorelei, Theobald, Abhidharma, Beatrice, and Styrum. Now, Dvorak, at least that name you should recognize from my commentary, but actually we've met most of these dudes in cutscenes now. They're the stone people who have been coming back to life all the time. These tabulae, they are actually in the ancient tongue from 500 years ago, so the sages should have been speaking Chinese to us and between each other. A little plot hole there, maybe. Unless there was a difference between the common tongue and the formal language used for written records, maybe. The tabulae closes out by mentioning that further records of Lorelei do not exist anymore, even though the other 6 sages have been deified. Because we had to go down to get the keystone discus, we annoyingly had to redo that puzzle with the flames in the second ascent. And this room, I'm not sure if we need to clear it out or not. I think not, but it's much safer to do so. There are some nasty fellows in here, and we need to slot in a keystone discus to leave, which would leave us vulnerable for longer than I'm comfortable with. So we're going to unload with our magic to take out the salamanders. The minotaurs are easy as long as you're dealing with them one by one. So they have 3 attacks. They can charge straight ahead, or they can swing from their right to their left side. So to maximize safety, it's best for us to run anti-clockwise around them, so we're out of the way of their swings. They can also do like a weird lightning headbutt. It's rare, and it has almost no range to it. I had to be careful on that first guy because he charged basically out of the room. I was worried that if I got too close to him, I'd go through the door transition. Minotaurs can drop the Valkyrie helm, as can Griffins, who we will see very shortly. These guys are big meat bags, and they're great for proficiency grinding, especially when we attack their front. I think there's only one other time they appear in the game though. In their second appearance, they can be much more dangerous. Although that's mainly simply because they appear as a pack of 4, and usually all 4 will all attack you at the same time. Up here, we're going to stumble across Beatrice and Abhidharma, 2 more of the stone people. So almost all of them are back to life now. They mentioned that they were petrified in the middle of a great battle by someone called the Black Bride, but they're still going to be very obstinate and avoid telling us the actual story of the game. We can piece a lot of it together from the diaries and tabulae already. These stone people are the 7 sages who were around at the time of the Black Bride event. Coming up, we're going to see a series of errors. So right now, I have the Jolting Blade skill equipped, the lightning element, and I didn't realize that the Griffins absorb lightning. That's why they are getting healed there. So I go back a screen so that I could equip Burning Blade instead and make my attacks fire elements. But the Griffins, they're still absorbing my damage. How very confusing. I'm here just sort of thinking about what's going on and how I can fix this. And then I realised the game just didn't equip Burning Blade a moment ago. I still have Jolting Blade equipped even now. You can go back and instant replay when I was equipping Burning Blade, and I have no idea why it didn't slot in there correctly the first time. But anyway, it's fixed now and I can move on. Killing this last Griffin even gives me the Valkyrie helm. Not that I'm going to get any use out of it. Plus the Drake's Claw here, which is also a potential drop from the Griffins, even though it's just here in a guaranteed chest. This chest in the very first Griffin room. We're doing the mountain ascent here, which we're going to see a few times, so I hope you enjoy it. There's a few reasons for that, but basically it's very convenient to get experience here. These frozen salamanders give good experience considering how easy they are to dispatch and their relatively low risk profile. They're really dopey and slow, and a few times they're going to look at me and just take their beatings like a man while I whack them in the face. Saying that, we do get hit, which isn't a great look. We really want to get the tier 2 ice spell from these guys as well. It's their monster drop. If we don't get it from them, then we have to buy it from the shop later. One of the stranger footnotes for this game is that in addition to the Windows version, it was also released for the Nokia N-Gage, which was a doomed half-phone, half-portable console that was knocking around back in 2005. People hated the N-Gage for a lot of good reasons. The very few games that it had all ran very poorly. I actually used one myself back in 2005 for about 20 seconds, and I can't remember anything about the experience. That's how much of an impression it left on people. The N-Gage version of Xanadu Next actually came out before the Windows version, I believe. And that's led to some people making the assertion that the Windows version is an N-Gage port. But that's not true. If you go and look up the N-Gage footage for this game, you can see that there is a world of difference between the versions. What seemed to happen is that Falcom came to an agreement with a porting studio that they could make an N-Gage version of the game when the game was still in development. So they gave the studio a bunch of the assets and early versions of the game, and then that studio kind of cobbled together something that was vaguely similar. Maybe Falcom assumed that the Western N-Gage markets and the Japanese PC markets would have zero crossover, so it was kind of just free money for them. Anyway, the N-Gage version is massively pared down. It tells a different story compared to the Windows version, and the whole thing, it kind of feels like, imagine you played through this entire game and then told someone else about your experience at length, and then based only on that second-hand account, that other person went and remade a game out of that. Well, there's a reason the N-Gage version is merely a footnote. It has very little value to offer anybody. Even though the Griffins there absorb lightning, we can still use lightning to bring them down to the ground and paralyze them as well. So at this point, I was actively trying to think of ways to get more value out of my spell stock. I mean, I probably have more than 20 active spells and skills now, so that's 200 casts per level. Should be using them way more often. We got another memoir from the chest guarded by the Griffins. Let's see what this one has to say. Demigod's Moon, the 14th, 1216. So another year has passed since the last entry. The writer reveals that her and her sister are twins, and they're having their 16th birthday. The writer remarks that she hopes that she is chosen instead of her sister, and she has been training hard to make sure that is the case. We grabbed another elixir from the hidden chest there, and then I have to stop for a moment to think about if there are any other chests that I need to grab from this location. Even though we'll be doing more mountain ascents in the future, I want to grab that chest on the first pass, just to make sure that I don't accidentally forget about it later. If I was routing this perfectly though, I don't know, maybe there'd be a better time to collect that. We are coming real close to hitting the next boss, the third boss. So we're going to make a save on the next screen, and that will be session number 3 completed. That's more or less the halfway point. Later sections are actually a bit longer on average, but I'm also more wasteful. So let's say that this is the real halfway point. Now, anytime we start a new section, I am just bursting with new ideas and strategies, and have all the confidence in the world to pull them off. It's a stark contrast to the end of sections where I start sunsetting, forgetting where to go and what to do. So over at Karma Corner, we're already doing a stat shuffle into the Mage Glass Cannon build. I spoke already about how Eaglet Mountain exterior is fantastic for experience grinding, so we're going to make use of that just before we take on the area's boss. We are taking the full nuclear option here with our highest tier spells, and we are going to waltz around murderizing the mountain. I also equipped the Guardian card for increasing drop rates. I think that was simply because, well, if I'm going for a mage build, then I'm not swinging my weapon and not gaining proficiency anyway. So my default Guardian card is Durandal, which increases proficiency gain. So if that's nullified, then I suppose a slight boost to drop rates will be better. There's also the Sorcerian card, which would boost my magic attacks, but honestly the difference that made would have been very minor, especially as I'm 1 or 2 shotting everything anyway. I actually don't know if the card I have equipped actually increases the money drops that you get from enemies, but I hope it does. You'll notice that I don't get any chests. It took me a long time to realise it's because I'm killing everything with magic and I'm not getting... well, you don't get chests if you kill things with magic. So if the Zwerg card doesn't increase money drops, then I guess it was a complete waste of time equipping it actually. I'm fairly diligent about collecting the money drops from enemies throughout the whole run, because there will be some super expensive purchases happening later on that I only just about managed to get the funds for. So a single trip down the mountain puts me just on the threshold for a level up, which is very lucky, and of course that behooves a trip to the lighthouse of Leviticus. While the grind is ongoing, as much as I like this game, I think it's important to talk about what it either gets wrong or doesn't do well. So let's put this game into its proper context first. Let's remember that this is a 2005 game, which is coming up on the end of the PS2 era. What I'm doing here, by the way, I had the idea that it would be worth using my huge AoE spells to blow up all the grass in the upcoming areas, because there's a chance of getting key drops and bone drops. I end up getting 1 bone drop, and it's effectively worth 5 keys. So I'm not sure in the end if it's worth the time to do this. I think it might be better just to buy bones from Agnes instead. So 2005, action games had advanced quite a lot already. We'd already had Devil May Cry 3 at the time that this was released. And this obviously was not intended to compete with that game in any way whatsoever, but I just wanted to give you an idea of the kind of design philosophies and advancements in action games that had taken place already. With those in mind, I feel that this game can be lacking quite severely in variety, particularly encounter variety. So first of all, I mean, we've seen a good chunk of what the game has to offer combat-wise already. I'm not going to rag on palette swaps, because I think those are always a good idea to save on development resources, but ignoring that, if we think back over the monster variety that we've seen so far, there hasn't been a whole lot of it, has there? And I don't mean the physical design, like the models. I mean specifically how they work mechanically. The majority of enemies have been melee based and are differentiated mostly by their attack speeds. On occasion we might have an enemy with a ranged attack or someone who does a larger AoE swipe or something, but there's really not a whole lot of diversity, and that means we don't get much in the way of interesting encounter design. Encounter design is basically an intended method of completing an encounter that a game will softly push you towards. So think about some other games where maybe some enemies are armoured, so maybe you have to do a heavy attack to break their armour, or attack them from behind in an unarmoured location, or maybe you have to do something to trip them up and make them vulnerable. The game will push you to do something other than whatever your regular attack method is, and that variety contributes significantly to the enjoyment of game. But that variety is lacking quite significantly here. Even something like mixing ranged and melee attacks in the same encounter, i.e. the same room, that would also help differentiate things, but it doesn't really happen that often. Here's another boss that I'm basically skipping via the glass cannon build. So what we do is avoid his first barrage, which is a little harder than it looks. They home in on you and you have to spiral inwards ever so slightly. Then you have to pause and wait for him to land. Then we mash our needle spell. Remember, needle is level 3, and we actually have it at level 3 legitimately at this point. I.e. we could have got it from the chest legitimately. All we need is the winged boots to solve that puzzle. But my point is, it's still a very strong spell for this point in the game. You may have seen that my first few needles didn't connect. The boss has a very long period where he's landing, where he doesn't have a valid hitbox. This is going to award us another crown, the crown of Rebic, as well as the lung stone, which lets us breathe underwater. That appears to be the whole island explored though, so get your guesses in about where we have to go next. Well, before we advance, in this session I realized something really neat, which is that you get a full restore to your HP and spell casts after beating a boss. So that's another very valuable source of recovery that I hadn't really considered previously. So I went in and out of that door 8 times total to respawn the mountain monsters, and then we'll do a quick mountain descent here to get us the final 30% or so of a level that we needed. And I think we really do need this level up, because we've got a bit of a dastardly challenge coming up. You'll see a neat little positioning trick in a moment. I have to position myself very carefully here. I only want a single griffin on the screen so that my AoE only kills one of them. I have to be very careful not to go over the level up threshold. Now, because we, as the players, we're going to be at a bit of a loss about where to go next, so we get a cutscene with Char in the town who will give us a little bit of guidance, and that means it's also a good time for us to drop off some of the junk that we've collected. We're also going to go degenerate ourselves at the Mormon Monument first, and then farm a few bones before we get our level up. We'll also check in with the weapon shop here, because there are a few weapons to put in our queue. Some of the weapons that I buy in this run, I actually don't need to buy them, because we end up finding them in chests a bit later on. But it's really not a big deal, as long as we have weapons in the queue ready to level, or ready to gain the proficiency on, it's all fine. In the item shop here, we run into Agnes. She is trying to flog her junk to the shopkeeper. When we talk to her, she offers to sell us a bow that she has found for 4,000 gold. What you want to do, we want to say no to her the first time, because then she offers it to us for 3,000 gold instead, which we want to take. We have to buy this bow to solve an upcoming puzzle. And you may recall that Lise, she gave us an arrow earlier as well. You may see that still in the bottom left of the inventory. Alright, I was speaking about encounter design and how it's generally a good idea for games to mix up the types of encounters that they pit the player against. It's also possible to mix things up by combining different enemy types into a single encounter for a different flavor of encounter. So maybe we could fight an armored guy at the same time as a speedy type of enemy that requires its own methods to take down, or a flying enemy, or something like that. Xanadu Next, however, is incredibly limited, especially as the game goes further on. The vast majority of the encounters are very basic, melee only. Sometimes we may come across a necromancer who forces us to change things up a little bit. Maybe some flying enemies can push us into using magic, but not much else. Exacerbating the issue is that there are only 2 weapon types in the game. We have one-handed and two-handed swords, and for the most part they are identical as well. The only difference is that two-handers take a little bit longer to swing in exchange for greater damage output. Although creating new attack animations would require extra work from the developers, I think it would have greatly benefited the game to have an expanded variety of weapon types with different attributes and animations on their attacks. For example, you could easily imagine a spear-type weapon that could have a thrusting attack with greater reach compared to sword swings. Or you could have some kind of quick multi-attacking daggers which would synergize more strongly with the status effect armlets. All of this would come together to create a game that requires more strategization with how you approach all the regular enemy encounters. The skills system may be their attempt at variegation, but if so, then I don't think it works successfully. Whenever you place limits on the number of times you can use a certain type of attack, you actively disincentivize its use, and most players will prefer to save those skill charges, looking for a hypothetical time when the skill is needed or is most optimal. In practice, this usually ends up with the skills never being used, as players can never quite find the right time to use them. It's the same problem I'm sure everyone has encountered when playing JRPGs. Nobody ever uses items because they're always afraid they might be needed at a later point. Quick note on my skill build here, because I'm not sure if I covered some of these skills. In the 3rd skill slot I have the sneak attack passive, which increases backstab damage, and in the 4th slot I have the berserk passive, which raises attack but lowers defense. It's easy to see why both of those are very useful for our playstyle. And speaking of not using up my skills, as we get further into the game, there are more and more useful passive skills vying for one of our 4 spell slots. So I think eventually there are even going to be times where even the Mighty Thrust skill has to take a back seat, and I end up just using 4 passives. Stacking more damage skills just beats out having that emergency button in the majority of cases. We've come back to Trechier Woods to fight the Elder Lizards and get the Gwindori Slasher weapon. This is the only place in the game where you can get it. It's not in the shops, it's not in a chest, you can only get it as a drop from the Elder Lizard Men. And so that's why we still have the Zwerg Guardian card equipped, because we want to boost the drop rate as much as possible. Maybe that's why I equipped the card at the start of this session, actually. I think I may have been hoping that I could get a level up on the card before we reached this section, and it would have made farming that little bit easier. I have a quick confession to make. It's actually been about 11 months between recording this footage and watching it again to record this commentary, so some parts are a little bit foggy. Previously, it's taken me in excess of 40 room clears to get this sword to drop, and at best I've had it drop in 2 room clears. I don't want to spoil how long it's going to take in this video, but as there is going to be some time to kill now, I would like to read to you approximately 3.5 chapters from my self-published novel, The Sun-Dried Sultrarian, Captain McInerney's Adventure. The sun hung low over the peat bogs, gloomily illuminated. Oh, it dropped already. Only 4 room clears. Well, let's just put this novel to one side for now, shall we? We can have a look at it again later when we want to treat ourselves. We've got all of our housekeeping and catch-upping done now, so back to a proper build with the Durandal card, and continuing with the story. So, have you worked out where we're going yet? The big clue is in the lungstone artifact that we got after beating Evil Verm, the mountain boss. Yes, we're exploring the lake that we sailed in on. It's very common to get a glitch here. You can see that our character has air bubbles coming off of him. Now all of these bubbles are 3D models, and sometimes I think the texture for them doesn't load in. So instead it defaults to a bright neon red texture instead. And because the bubble models are so densely packed, it looks like this giant cloud of miasma is emanating from the player. It really takes you aback the first time that you see it. And very quickly, we're about to get another new memoir here, so I'll regale you with it now. This is Demigod's Moon, the 15th, 1216, just one day since the previous memoir. The writer is crestfallen and simply remarks that her sister needs to be saved. Look out for my character about to go wild at the start of another boss battle here. Because yes, even though we just killed the evil worm, we're already going to have another boss. How's that for pacing? This one strongly resists magic, so we can't do our usual strat, but we're still going to be cheesing. The main eye's attack patterns are entirely predetermined, but the tentacles are not. They move in and out with some degree of randomness and will track towards you if you are close to them. The big laser rotates exactly 360 degrees, so we just go past that and try to get some quick attacks in. We get interrupted by a tentacle, but that's okay. We just needed to soften him up a little bit. We repeat the phases and get a few real attacks in before going ham with our invincible thrust, which is just a swing animation with this weapon. His spinny spikes are supposed to stop you from meleeing him. They push you out to the edge of the arena, but Thrust ignores all of that. We end it with 3 spell charges left, which is pretty good. That's why we had to soften him up a bit first, because depending on your crits and proficiency and stuff, it's possible that you can run out of thrust charges without killing the boss, and then you're a sitting duck. So a few regular attacks first means we make sure we kill him while we are still safe. This upcoming puzzle leaves a lot of people scratching their noodle. It's a problem because you have to equip the bow and the arrow in one of your accessory slots, but there's no indication that you are even able to do that. That's really something that should have been refined. It should be that if you have the bow equipped and the arrow just in your inventory, then you can shoot the eye. The bow is now useless, by the way. It cannot be used as a weapon. We skipped over a cutscene with all of the water draining from the lake. It's all very delusional. Agnes, quick worker that she is has already advanced onto Castle Strange Rock. She tells us that we can't get inside Castle Strange Rock, which we've made appear. We can't get inside it due to the barrier. She also points out that just inside the barrier is another stone statue. However, this one bears a striking resemblance to Lise, the lady in the nun's nursery. I hope you liked that moonstone back to the town square, by the way. That's a neat little time save. So what could be going on with Lise then? If we ask her here about the statue, she just sandbags us completely. Very unhelpful. Agnes told us to refer to Char for the next steps, because the mechanism for dropping the barrier lies elsewhere. Recall that Char is here as an archaeologist and anthropologist. She's trying to unravel the mysteries of the island, and we were just supposed to be her bodyguard. Char only tells us to consult the tabulae and memoirs for clues, and as I've told you everything that's in them, you may understand that they're not particularly helpful. She also suggests, because of the statue of Lise and all these stone people coming to life, she suggests that we go and check up on all these stone people. If we go back to the locations where the stone people were, we only find rubble, because they are the sages and they've been coming back to life. So this is all a big clue to get you to go to the stone statue that we passed in the Clover Ruins. We saw it way back when we had an early encounter with Agnes. Dvorak was actually at the gate here meeting his bud Sturm. Dvorak says he needed to pass through a crevice to reach the castle. Sturm, however, advises against it. He says that there's a person imprisoned in the crevice, someone who betrayed the Seven Sages and assisted the Black Bride, someone called Lorelei. We learned already from the tabulae that Lorelei was one of the sages. She was the one who the ancient records suddenly stopped talking about. So these guys, the sages, they were all kicking around 500 years ago before being petrified and are coming back to life now. Dvorak went in here and told Sturm not to let us through, but Sturm doesn't seem to care. He just let us waltz on by. So now we're inside the Xanadu Labyrinth. This place is pretty tough, mainly because of rooms like this one. Look how cramped it is. We have no choice but to fight against multiple enemies at once, and we don't have a whole lot of breathing room to dodge their attacks or find openings. And especially when there are ranged enemies, things get really tense. I don't even know if these rooms are required. There was a chest in here that we opened, but there wasn't anything inside it other than the ambush. So I'm not sure if it actually counts towards the 100% chest requirement. But I feel it's better safe than sorry and do these trap rooms anyway. The floodgate area that the last boss was in, he was called Ascomoid, by the way. I'm going to guess that that place was supposed to be a full dungeon that got cut for whatever reason. If not, then that really was some very strange pacing. It's two bosses back to back. I mean, literally, it's possible to not kill a single regular enemy in between fighting those two bosses. You just go straight from the mountain to the floodgate. And every other boss has a big long dungeon before it. So I'd love to know the story behind that decision. The only plausible alternative explanation I can come up with is that we were supposed to expend a lot of time looking for that area before we eventually work out that we can explore the lake, and that exploration time was supposed to take the place of the dungeon time in the developer's intended pacing. By the way, think back to just how close the castle was to the actual Harlech town. It's honestly like 100 meters away or something. I know it's protected by an illusion so the townspeople couldn't see it, but like, how the heck do you even sail into Harlech like we did without crashing directly into that giant castle? I don't know. A wizard did it. Now, because menuing and movement is all done through mouse clicks, I have to bait an attack in this area before I can swap my weapons out. The longsword that I'm about to equip has the Cyclone skill, which is a point-blank melee skill that sends enemies flying backwards. The next room has puzzle boxes. I mess up the solution the first time and end up having to redo it. Still seems very strange to me that you can push boxes up on top of each other in that way. It's a good chance for me to point out, however, that pushing boxes causes us to sheath our weapon. And that means that we have to unsheath it again later, possibly when we've already entered combat. And that can be quite frustrating. It wastes time overall because we have to do the sheath or unsheath animation every time we change our interaction. There are quite a lot of glitches of differing severity in this game. I covered several already, such as the orange slimes, and it's a pity that the game didn't sell well enough on Steam to warrant further time and money spent on fixing them. Trawling through the Steam forums, we can find that Sarah Lean, the literal genius developer they have working at Xseed, she said that she still wants to fix bugs eventually, possibly years out in the future, but she has no idea when she may have the time and resources available. Obviously, Xana don't want to assert by any means that responsibility lies on her shoulders for any of these bugs. She's also said that this game is the hardest project she's ever worked on, so I'm sure that the back end of this game is quite messy. Aside from the bugs I've covered already, there are a few other quite serious issues. First of all, the frame rate can be quite spotty throughout the game. I'm sure you've noticed at several points throughout this very video there are times with notable frame rate drops even when nothing special is happening in the game. Some of those occasions may have been because the act of recording video takes up a lot of system resources. But even when not recording video, people have reported frame drops, irrespective of how powerful their hardware may be. Remember that we are 18 years out from the original release of the game, and the top tier hardware that people are running in 2023 is orders of magnitude more powerful than what was available 18 years ago. So it's a pity that there can still be frame drops, and it points to an underlying issue that maybe cannot be brute forced through hardware power. From my own perspective, I'm a little bummed out that there are 2 Steam achievements that are bugged for myself and for the overwhelming majority of players. One of them is for getting 100% map data, which stops updating itself correctly at about 15%, and one of them is for maxing out all of the Guardian cards, which seems to get stuck at a random point for different people. And resultantly, the final achievement, awarded for receiving all other achievements, is also unattainable. Silly as it is, I really don't like that even though I went through all the trouble of getting this S rank achievement, I still can't get those other far easier achievements, and it feels like I have no options but to leave the game unfinished. I really hope that one day this game can get the little extra love that it needs, and at the very least get those achievements fixed. This room has a little secret to it. It's quite obvious what you have to do here because there is a path running directly into a brick wall. You have to do it to progress because we have the keystone discus in here. But what's quite neat is that it forces this run-in with Agnes, assuming that you cleared out the previous room. That's a much better design for making sure that you can come across Agnes quite naturally. And luckily we got her Seed of Endurance on the first try, and we also bought a few extra bones from her because we want to stockpile a good amount of keys for the final dungeon. If we didn't get the seed, then re-clearing that room takes quite a lot of time. There's like 10 enemies total in that room. There's an upcoming puzzle room that I like quite a lot. And it's still a block pushing puzzle, ultimately, but instead of soccer band mechanics, it's going to involve enemy management instead, in a rather interesting way. So what we're going to see, there are goblin shamans on a level above us, and they can fire fireballs, which are very likely to hit the wooden boxes that we want to push. So we want to get those boxes onto the switches, but when a box has been damaged and it's at half height, we can no longer push them, as you can see there. So fortunately, if we're quick and we stop moving forwards immediately as we get the boxes to start moving, we can stay just out of the enemy's aggro range, and we can solve the puzzle without having to kill off the shamans first. Interestingly, even a damaged box counts as pushing down on the switches, so as long as you move the box quickly and get it onto the switch, it's okay if it then subsequently takes a hit from the goblins. In terms of drops in this whole area, the Xanadu Labyrinth, there's not a whole lot of good monster drops that we care about. The Goblin Shamans are usually the best bet for the last kill, as they can give a black onyx, our teleport item. The various mage types can also give a fire spell, but it's not too important. There are some armor drops as well on a few of the more exotic enemies, but we're not too fussed about them. They are the extra special +1 DLC armors. If you're playing through the game casually, then these secret rooms are a bit of a nightmare. Especially this one on the left, because it's not telegraphed well at all. There's another one on the right that we'll get to momentarily, but with that one at least, we saw that the Goblin Shamans who were firing at us when we were in the room below, so we have a clue that there's a secret way up to their platform. You really want to come into this left room though, on a casual playthrough, because it ends with getting the Frost Saber, which is fantastically powerful. For now, we've just equipped the Gwindori Slasher. This has the Bash active skill, which I believe can knock down enemies, but for active skills, there's still nothing better than Thrust. This weapon, it's from Trechier Forest, which is quite a while ago now, so it's pretty weak, and we're going to be hampered for a few minutes while we learn its skill. Now this right here, this is not the intended puzzle solution at all. It seems that as you add more elements to these puzzles, the easier it becomes to subvert them. I really like this particular solution though. It's a clever use of the winged boots to go around the boxes and avoid having to clear out the coloured box obstacles. There's still a few more of these alternative solutions coming up. I also showed off something I've done a few times, where if you stand on top of a chest spawn point, then it pushes you outwards from the centre when it spawns. As far as I know, it's completely useless, but that's the kind of thing that often leads to interesting glitches and strategies in other games. So maybe with further experimentation, something valuable could come from that. So now we're going to the more obvious secret room on the right. We actually don't need to deal with the shamans in the room to the south, because we've already solved the puzzle that they are interrupting. So instead we can grab the tabulae from here and lead. This tabulae is titled The Black Bride. It covers some more details of the Black Bride. She managed to receive a lot of power from Galsis when she married him. Now, these tabulae are recordings of a historian trying to decipher the records that they had available at the time they were writing. So he hypothesizes that the bride was either a sorcerer or a member of the royal family. This historian also remarks that the Black Bride's real name is never mentioned anywhere, which suggests it was actively erased from history, which would be convenient for a royal family that wants to hide its ties, and wouldn't really be possible for many other people. The Lungstone is coming back for a rare appearance here. We can take it off and put it on again as much as we like, and it actually resets our oxygen each time. So this is maybe another optimization that could be made to the game design. If there is no real skill requirement to using this item, it would be better if it could just work automatically as long as it's somewhere in your inventory. It shouldn't really need to be equipped. We're coming up on another strong contender for worst room in the game. And this one very likely wins the award for the room that I perform the worst in the entire game. It's going to be quite painful to watch. So I'm not editing this video except for splicing together sections, but even if I were to edit in clown music for this part, Frankly, it would be too dignified for the nonsense that's about to occur. It is a really tough room. It's another ambush room, and there's just so much going on at all times that it takes me forever to find openings to attack. The correct solution for this room should actually be to just use tons and tons of magic. I don't know why I didn't think to just use magic. I could probably end this room in literally 10 seconds using some of my tier 3 AoE spells, but instead, well, we're going to have to deal with this. While we're watching, I want to talk about something straight out of left field. I want to talk about my button mashing. The only time in this game that button mashing is appropriate is during the stats allocation sections. I have to press the up and down buttons a whole lot. Now, I'm pretty pleased with my mashing speed in those sections, because I'm using a new technique that I developed for myself. I'm sure other people do this as well. Maybe you also do it? Now, I was surprised when, in 2021, I learned of two completely new to me button mashing techniques. I think everyone knows about the usual high-speed mashing strategy where you tense your muscle up real tight until you start spasming. This isn't that. So the first new strategy was only discovered by anybody in 2020 or 2021, which in and of itself, that is pretty mind-blowing, isn't it? There's a technique that's been discovered by competitive Tetris players, where you use 4 fingers from one hand on the back of your controller to rhythmically and rapidly push the button on the controller face into the thumb of your opposite hand, which applies just the right amount of force so that the button gets pressed and bounces back off your thumb just before each successive finger hits the back of the pad again. It's very rhythmic. It's hard as heck to do it correctly, but it undoubtedly gives faster mashing speeds than any other technique, and it can be done without getting tired for hours on end. It is an objectively superior technique. It's nuts. I highly recommend looking up some videos about it, even if you never intend to try it out yourself. It's called the rolling technique. You can search for Tetris rolling to find out more. The second technique, it's for the Dance Cube arcade game I've been playing, which has a button layout similar to My, if you're aware of that game. Now this one, it has some charts in the game where the mashing speed is just too fast to handle. So because of the size and position of the buttons, you have to mash using your whole hand. It's not really practical to just use fingers. Especially because you'll be wearing gloves when you're playing. Although it is technically possible, but very, very difficult to use just alternating fingers. Anyway, on these occasions where it's hard to mash, there's a technique where you can use your hands and your forearms on both arms alternately to do a double hit on 2 keys at a time. It's really hard to explain this without visual aids, but basically it doubles your mashing speed, because each time that you're moving one of your arms, you are hitting 2 keys each time. So imagine mashing 1 key on your keyboard. Now imagine that you use a second finger to mash a second key at the same time. Your speed won't be impacted, but you'll be hitting twice the number of keys overall. Kind of like that. So I thought about it a bit, and I've combined elements of these 2 techniques and changed how I mash mouse button inputs. So I just use the index and middle fingers and alternate them. At first, when you try it at high speeds, your fingers kind of get in the way of each other, or your rhythm will be wrong and you'll do double presses, where you kind of press with both fingers at the same time. But once you practice it for a bit, You can click faster than normal one-finger clicking, and it's way more comfortable. You can click at high speeds for indefinite periods of time. It does have some drawbacks. I have to move my right hand into the correct position when I want to do this. I'm using right index and middle finger, and normally they're not both resting on left click. I actually have to use my left hand, normally resting on the shortcut keys for this game, so that's F1 to F4. I move it to use the trackpad briefly on my laptop, while my right hand, I get my fingers into mashing position. This may be a completely underwhelming and uninteresting topic, but I tried to get some objective data. I remember when I was 15 or so, I did a mouse clicking test online, and I could get 12.6 clicks per second over a 10-second period. And that would be a very tiring clicking session. I tried it again the other day. I'm down to about 10.5 clicks per second, which is still fine, I suppose. That's with using one finger. With my two-finger strategy though, I'm up to 15.1 clicks per second at max, better than even my 15-year-old self. I highly recommend looking up a click speed test online and seeing what you can get with your preferred technique. Anyway, look out for some quick clicking the next time I'm in the Orthodox Oratorium of the Latter-day Saints. So thank heavens that's over. We went and claimed the chest that we unlocked after solving the previous puzzle. Like I said, that last room, I'm sure you can empty out instantly if you just think to use some magic. Here's some trivia for you. If you're heading directly into this left room from the southern entrance, you don't need to equip the lungstone to get here. You can reach the staircase before your oxygen runs out. We're tantalizingly close to a level up, so we killed off one more goblin warrior before heading on over to the pagan pulpit. While we're on the subject of trivia, some people ask why keys can interchangeably be used on any door, and that is actually answered in the Japanese manual, which explains that all the doors in this game are actually door mimics, and you simply feed them a key-shaped object to pacify them. That's not true, I made that up, but I don't have any explanation for why the game is like this. And the key system is actually a common complaint from people playing casually for the first time. A lot of people forget about or don't really figure out the supply and demand system with the bones, so they think they have to grind dozens of keys in the first dungeon. And obviously they don't come away from the game with favourable things to say. The real key system in this game is the discuses anyway. The discuses are all distributed in a way that you can't take one from a particular dungeon and use it on some faraway door in another dungeon. They're all in effect matched one-to-one with a specific door. The area that we're progressing through when not inching towards a level up is the Xanadu Labyrinth. And there's some interesting information about this area that I found on the promotional website for the game that Xseed put up. It describes the area as being the remains of Kublai Khan's pleasure palace, which I think maybe conflicts with some information that we're going to get a little later. And also, that doesn't come across in the design of the area, neither the layout nor the visual design. It makes me wonder where that information came from. Presumably Xseed have more insight on the background of the game than I do. There might be more clues in the NPC dialogue from the townspeople. I'll be honest and say that I, like most people, I spoke to the NPCs once at the very beginning of the game, and then ignored them completely on every subsequent visit. I don't know how often their dialogue updates, how verbose they are, or how relevant their dialogue is to what's happening, and how much backstory they could give us. One of Falcom's game series, the Trail series, is actually famous for the overwhelming amount of NPC dialogue that it has. So if I wanted to replay this game, that's something I'd like to pay more attention to. I'd go and do a full round of talking to everyone whenever there's a new story beat. I imagine that at least one of them could give us more insights into the current dungeons that we've reached throughout the game. There are definitely some in the inn who, when I first went and spoke to them at the beginning of the game, they clearly knew a lot about the history of the island and Xanadu. One of the guys claims you need stamina to equip equipment, which isn't true, so maybe they're actually all dopes. That NPC actually puts stamina in, like, quotation marks, as if it's a thing in this game. But there is no stamina stat, so who knows what he might be talking about. Activating that teleport at this point was actually not necessary. I don't do anything with it, and we're going to be coming back into this area later anyway. It would have been a much better use of time to activate it later, but once again we've reached that point where it's a little late in the session and I don't have a very clear plan of what I'm doing or where I'm going. This here is Necromancer number 2 in the game, and they're already chumps. It's interesting that this column in the middle of the room is coated in blood, seemingly quite fresh blood. I don't really know what that's meant to represent or indicate. It might be that the character that we're about to see soon, who is having a bit of a hard time, it might belong to them, but I don't know. It might just be that this is how the Necromancer likes to party. You can see here that I can freeze them reliably, which I do now with the tier 3 ice spell. Makes very quick work of them. The idea is that we bait out an attack. If it's the attack that steals your experience with the ultra long wind up, then we can go and backstab him quite safely. If it's anything else, we freeze them first. One of the attacks he can do is a curse, where he puts a death timer on you and simultaneously spawns a clone on top of the Necromancer. You have to kill that clone before the timer runs out, or you instantly die. Every time it happened though, we'd freeze the clone immediately and it dies very fast. That's why sometimes it looked like I was doing big damage with my attacks. You might have seen there that I positioned myself as far to the edge of the room as possible before opening up that chest. I did it in the previous room as well because I didn't realise I was simply getting a keystone discus in that room. The reason I do it is because I want to avoid aggroing as many enemies as possible. So I tried to position myself far away from where they spawn. It looks like in this room it didn't actually have any effect. The 3 gatekeeper enemies still all aggroed on me all at once. In a similar vein, I'm going to try to always end a wave of this ambush at the far end of the room in order to reduce the amount of the subsequent wave that I aggro. These rooms are still quite small, but they're at least a little bit bigger than the previous ambush rooms. And that means that as long as we stay cooped up in one end of the room, we can have a little bit of control over what's chasing us. Where possible, I also want to kill off an enemy immediately as it spawns at the beginning of a wave. It's easier to do in the next room, I think, but you can see here I'm able to kill off a gatekeeper instantly. I've actually skipped ahead a weapon in my weapon queue and equipped the Frostbrand temporarily just to deal with these ambush rooms, because I'm quite scared of them. And the Frostbrand, even at low proficiency, is the strongest weapon that I have right now. I've also equipped the Chilling Blade skill that it gives. It's only useful against the Master Goblins, who are very slightly weak to ice, but it's better than nothing. The range that these gatekeepers have on their spinning melee attack is really quite absurd. I would actually straight up call it unfair. It doesn't match the visual range of the attack, and it lasts a lot longer than you'd expect. The hurt box kind of hangs around a bit. You have to wait until the visual effects are completely over before you can safely move in for an attack. The upcoming room is more of the same. It's another 3 waves of ambush, so we're going to try harder to get through it, including using thrust this time, just to keep ourselves extra safe. Once again, if you want to route these rooms properly, then I'm sure there's more that you can be doing with regards to magic usage. You could easily blow through all of the charges of a couple of spells to make these rooms way easier. I want to criticize this area a little bit. As the area is called Xanadu Labyrinth, I think maybe it would have been a good idea to make it actually labyrinthine. The first dungeon, the Endless Maze, it is somewhat maze-like, what with it requiring you to enter and exit it from multiple points to eventually get through to the end. And the Treachier Woods already did the Lost Woods gimmick of having room exits lead to unexpected parts of the map. So maybe they felt like another complex dungeon would be retreading some old ground. I don't know. I don't think that the few secret rooms scattered throughout can really earn this place the title of Labyrinth. I would have at least expected to see some kind of puzzle mechanic introduced for this area. Maybe it could have been a big network of rooms and switches where the switches change the routes that are available as you move through the area. I don't know, just something to lend a little more credence to it. The goblin healers here work in an interesting way where they don't just heal something directly. Instead, they release a ball of healing energy that has to arrive at its target. And it can look a bit odd when they finish casting the spell and the ball has nowhere to go. But then when the goblin takes damage, their healing pinballs back into them. We've got the Drake's Claw equipped now, and we're back on track for weapon progression. This weapon contains the Strong Arm skill. It's a passive that gives +3 to strength. Coming up on the next new room to the north here, we're going to see a chest immediately on the left. It's actually a red herring to try to get you to run over there using the winged boots. Instead, you have to make this jump coming up just in a moment, and this jump is absolutely absurd. It's jank personified. You'd think that you'd simply need to kind of jump on over that gap without boots equipped, and you'd land snugly where the game wants you to. But no, you actually need to be at a specific angle and jump from a specific place. Not perfectly on the inner radius of the path, but just a little further outwards. Otherwise, you end up just falling straight down to the ground. Even though I managed it first time here, it's not uncommon for me to fail the jump 5 or more times in a row before finally managing to get it. More out of luck than actual skill. Afterwards, we have to drop down into this room, which is eventually going to loop us around back to the teleport room. But there are 4 chests in here that we need to get. One of them containing an ambush with these gatekeepers. I suppose that's the gimmick of this labyrinth, isn't it? It's just ambush chests everywhere. Alright there, we're going to see how absurd the spin attack is. So I'm going to knock him away, and I get invincibility frames from thrust, and yet I still end up taking some damage. Luckily this room is big enough that you are never required to fight multiple gatekeepers at once. Gatekeepers are able to drop a piece of armor called half plate plus 1, but I have literally never seen it drop. Anything that's a plus 1 piece of armor, it means it was added in a post-release patch that Falcom put out back before the days of Steam and DLC. The secret chest that we dropped down for initially contained the Guardian Grey Ash, so this one increases the chance of your status effect armlets proccing. Like I said before, it would be more interesting if there were more weapon types in the game, with greater variety in things like hit rates and animations. So maybe you could spec into a fast multi-hit weapon with this Guardian and a bunch of armlets equipped, and you could incapacitate or wear down enemies with effects before going in for a kill. This guy here is Gandharva, he's one of the sages. He tells us that up ahead is the Time Crevice, and good lord what is happening in here. Gandharva tells us we can go through here to reach the castle and destroy the barrier surrounding it. But there is also a person in the crevice who may cause trouble for both ourselves and for Dvorak, who is still a few steps ahead of us. So good job everyone, this is the 4th save out of 5 that we're allowed to make for the S rank requirements. We all know the drill by now. The start of a new section means that we've had time to think about what we're doing and what we need for the upcoming hour. So we're kicking things off with a shopping spree, including the purchase of some weapons that I don't think we need. I think at least one of those that we just bought can be found in a chest somewhere. And we want to load up pretty heavily on keys now because we're going to need a bunch for the upcoming final area. Actually, with 60 plus keys, I reckon that should be enough to get us through to the end of the entire game. I'm not too sure. We're going to have to do all of the Time Crevice in a single run, so we're going to stat shuffle at the Quaker Quarters as well before heading off. This will be just to ensure that we have the right stats available to equip all of the weapons when we need to. The Time Crevice has some unique things about it which makes planning and getting through it a little bit tricky, so it's good to tackle it at the beginning of a section, after we've had a chance to rest and calm ourselves down a bit. You can see in my inventory that I have 3 crowns there. The crowns are, I believe, a callback to the first Xanadu game, which also had you collecting crowns for some reason, I don't know. But all 4 crowns are in play now. You may recall that one got stolen from me at the beginning of the game by Dvorak when he killed us. The rest of the sages are coming up the rear behind us now. We learn from them that the stars of destiny are aligned, so it's actually a great time for us to be taking on Galsis. These wisp enemies are back. We came across a weaker version of them in Trechier Forest, but this time we cannot ignore them. We have to kill everything in these rooms in order to open up the barriers that are blocking us. Luckily, I've planned how to take them out quite well. They're all in a line and take 3 needles to kill, so I fire 8 needles straight ahead because I want to keep the last one alive and kill it with melee for the chest. The wisp enemies are really not well designed because it is so hard to see what direction they are facing, and enemy orientation is so important in baiting and dodging attacks. The best way to ascertain their direction is actually to get up close so that the targeting reticule appears beneath them. The reticule shows the enemy's facing direction. In quite a lot of these rooms, I'm going to be smashing up the interior in order to give ourselves a bit of extra room for maneuverability. Several of the enemies in this place are pretty big, as in physically big, and they've got big AoEs on their attacks, so we want as much space to move around in as possible. The environmental objects that we can smash all have a chance to drop small consumables, as we've seen in the past. And interestingly, the big stone cubes that I'm going to be smashing, they have the best drop table of any of the environmental objects. You can get magic potions as well as black onyxes from them if we need to teleport. Well, actually we can't teleport in here, but we can stockpile them for later. So let me explain the deal with the time crevice. This place has 4 floors. The first one was called 0F, so now we're jumping into 1F, which is the second floor. 0F is static and predictable. So I knew what the enemies were, and I knew what the chests were in the wings of the layout. But for the remaining 3 floors, they are randomized. The overall floor map, the layout of the individual rooms, the enemies I'll come across, all randomized. So we're not always going to know the correct way to go, and may have to double back on ourselves from time to time. Each floor has 1 chest that we need to ensure we get before moving on, because we're not able to go back up floors. And they also have, we can call them a challenge room, I guess. Either a skill challenge or a puzzle challenge. And there's maybe a dozen potential challenge rooms that the game can give to us. We have the Nameless Sword equipped now. It has the one-handed skill. Kind of an interesting skill, actually. It removes the 2-hand requirement from 2-handed weapons. So you can use a 2-handed weapon with a shield if you wanted to. These mud golems are a pretty good enemy to build up proficiency on, because they are super slow and their attacks are deceptively small in their range. You basically have to be trying to get hit by them. The evil eyes here are also pretty easy to deal with, even when there are multiples of them active on you. Their attacks have a really long charge up time, and they either attack straight ahead with a bomb or do a sweeping laser attack anti-clockwise. So we generally want to move anti-clockwise around them just to be a little bit safer. We have to spend a lot of time in here dealing with 2-handed weapons. I mentioned earlier I prefer one-handed, but it's good that we can use all of these different 2-handers in a row so that we don't need to reaccustom ourselves to different weapon attack animations too frequently. Something neat about 2-handers is that if you time your attack inputs correctly, you can actually do an animation skip and attack slightly faster than normal. The timing seems to be very precise, but it seems that if you swing again just after an attack connects, then your next swing comes out much faster. I really have no idea if this is intentional or not. I would guess not, considering, well, first of all, it's not mentioned anywhere in the game, but also it's a fairly minor DPS bonus, and it's really hard to pull off. But maybe it's just intended as a small mastery bonus for skilled players. I'm not sure, but I think you're also able to do this with one-handed weapons. But the difference in attack speed there is so slight that it is virtually indistinguishable from the regular attack pacing. I want to be taking a good look at the maps every time I reach the end of a floor, just to make sure that I don't miss any rooms, or more importantly, that I don't miss the chest of that floor. We're going to equip the Shadow Axe early here for 2 very important reasons. The first is that these black slimes are now added to the potential enemy pool starting on 2F. These guys, while they still have their regular slime moveset, they can roll around at the speed of sound, and if they split, then you're really in trouble. The baby slimes are just as strong as the parents, and they can legitimately be hard to target when they're that small and fast. We also don't want to be dealing with multiple enemies when at all possible, so the Shadow Axe is just strong enough for us at the moment to ensure that the black slimes will never split. I've just realised I don't think there was a challenge room on the 1F there, so maybe it's not guaranteed that there's one on every floor. The other reason for equipping the Shadow Axe, it has one of the absolute best skills in the whole game, Veda's Gift, which has a very obvious effect. It lets us run a lot faster. Absolutely fantastic, considering, like here, we need to double back through empty rooms after we found the exits. But it also opens up more options for us with regards to the combat. I can get behind enemies quicker now, we can dodge quicker, we can get to safe areas quicker when we've aggroed a bunch of enemies. So that means we can actually be more aggressive in terms of attacks and positioning. From now on, you may see me doing free swings in situations where I would have only previously been comfortable with 2. So here's the first challenge room. It's a puzzle challenge, which is great. It's one of the longer ones to solve, but frankly they're all pretty quick and easy to solve. With the addition of Veda's Gift to our skill roster, we've now reached the point where we don't have any active skills on our toolbar. It's all passives. It's speed up plus 3 different flavors of damage boosting. The final tabulae that we'll get here is titled Architect of Disaster. So this is the final tabula. It's a bit meandering. It talks about how the caves below Xanadu were once beautiful and serene, but were repurposed into a labyrinth to hold Galsis. This is the labyrinth of Xanadu that we've already explored, which, like I said, was really not very labyrinthine at all. If Galsis couldn't find his way out of there, I'm not sure how dangerous he can really be. The labyrinth was built by a guy called Seisen, who was kidnapped by Galsis, and he actually expanded the labyrinth after being kidnapped on Galsis's orders, as a way of making it harder for someone to go in and kill Galsis. Seisen also built Castle Strange Rock, which Galsis eventually ends up moving into. This is why I find it a little strange that Exceed described the labyrinth as being Kublai Khan's pleasure palace. The stories are not really compatible. I did wonder for a while if I was mistaken, and maybe the time crevice here was actually the prison for Galsis. But it seems no. The time crevice is a prison within a prison for someone coming up shortly. I said a couple of times that there was an update patch for this game that added some new equipment, but the meat of that patch was that it actually added a bonus dungeon called The Other Side into the game that we won't be seeing in this run through. But the bonus dungeon is basically the time crevice expanded to 27 floors and featuring a whole host of much harder enemies. It has the best equipment in the game in there, although you only get it when you've essentially finished all of the challenges that the game can offer you. It's a real slog to go through because, remember, floor layouts are randomized, and you have to beat all the enemies before you can move forward to a new room. Interestingly, one of the final floors gives you an item that lets you bypass the electric barriers which lock you in a room. So the final floors go by very quickly as you can just run directly to the teleports. It also has a secret boss on the final floor, but they're pretty easy overall. The patch also expanded the level cap, I think from 20 up to 30, but getting beyond level 25 or so is pretty difficult, what with the experience drop-off. And there's no reason to grind that high anyway. There are no challenges remaining for you. I quite like the music in Time Crevice. Falcom is famous for having a very talented music team, and While this track isn't something that I'd ever put on just to listen to for fun, I think that it does a good job of matching the environment. We've just come from a medieval world into whatever the heck this place is, and the chaotic pace and unusual instruments used in this track do a good job of enhancing that uneasiness. I really like the Harlech town theme as well, maybe because I've spent so long exposed to it that it's grown on me. It seems like there's no challenge room on this floor either, so I guess I was completely wrong about every floor having one. There's a really bad one that I'm glad we didn't run into, which has lightning bolts raining down from the sky, and they're really hard to dodge, and they can do about half of my life bar in one go. So I'm really glad we didn't come across that one. We were unable to teleport out of the time crevice, but luckily, as we come to the end of it here, there's going to be one just before the next boss that we can use, which will be the penultimate teleports in the entire game actually. And we're going to go back to our proper weapon rotation as well, because we've learned the speed up skill outright. There's just a little more proficiency needed on the Nameless sword. You may have seen that we're very close to a level up, so before we fight the next boss, it's a good idea to just go and get a quick level. That's why we're coming to back to the labyrinth. You may also notice that we're now bugged out. Who knows why this happens, but the positional data of certain objects is going to show up as blue axes. The fire on top of the torches also has this problem there. Just try your best to ignore it. The time crevice surprisingly has very little experience over its 4 floors. When we went in there, we were already about a third of the way, I think, towards a level up, but didn't quite make it all the way. So this area here is the highest level area that we can access quickly from the teleport pads, so we'll just farm up these goblins real quick. Weapon-wise, we're now on the Spiked Mace, which gives Battle Cry, an active skill. You can use it to raise your attack power for a while. I believe you can use it and then immediately swap it out for something else, but that's finicky, so I don't want to expend the effort to do it. There's not really ever a need for us to really eke out as much attack as possible now. So, what's happening here, eh? We moved in and out 8 times, but the enemies didn't respawn, so I'm going off and doing a few extra room transitions, but the enemies still aren't respawning. Okay, so what I think happened here is that I didn't actually clear out that room completely. I think there were still some goblins at the top of the room, and it seems rooms can't respawn their enemies until they've been completely cleared out. Rather frustrating because I'm so close to that level up. I just need 1 or 2 more kills, and so I'm having a little panic here. That time crevice run, it actually gave far less experience than what I would normally expect. So I'm thinking on my feet here, and I'm deciding it would be best just to go to the next strongest area that I have available, which is back to Eaglet Mountain. This is actually kind of neat because it's going to give me a chance to show off this bug in more detail. It might be related to fire effects thinking about it, because everything that's showing the axes is fire related except for my feet. I need 4 more kills here, and it gives us a chance to see the Frozen Salamander's wireframe fireballs. This is also what it looks like when your character, when the breath bubbles show up as wireframes underwater as well, except far more dense. We're heading back to the religion repository. Luckily we are right on the cusp of a level here, just 3 XP away, so we'll only need to clear out a single screen of green slimes. When we level up, we'll be level 15, which, if you recall from 3.5 hours ago, we need to finish the game at level 15 or lower in order to qualify for the S rank. This is far from the last time that we need to do things in the Samsara Steakhouse though, and I'll give you a little teaser. We're actually going to end the game below level 15, so get your noggin going on that one. What's going to happen? How and why? We can directly moonstone back to town here because we don't have a reverse teleport waiting from a black onyx usage. So that is a little quicker by a few seconds. We're going to go absolutely nuts with our int build and then equip some specific skills. We want the needle for non-elemental damage, and then any 2 high-level spells of different elements to deal with the upcoming boss. And to get to that boss, luckily there was that teleport we activated just outside of their room, so we can run over there very easily now. Dvorak got absolutely punked here, serves him right. We're fighting Lorelei, who talks about how she allied with Galsis, the Dragon King, because the world had become too decadent and needed to be remade anew. We're gonna Beelzebub bust her nut in. The wireframe bug is still showing here, which is great. Lorelei is the 7th sage who suddenly stopped showing up in the history books because she was a turncoat. She had become really powerful, so she ended up being sealed at the end of the time crevice. Simple strats for her again. We blast her with some needles until she reaches half health. Then she summons her elemental minions. They're each weak to, strong to, and neutral to a different element, so that's why we had 2 elemental spells. If we blast both of those spells, then we can do enough damage to all of the adds, and then take down the final half of Lorelei's health bar with needle again. The bad guys smartly put the generator for the barrier inside the barrier, but we've broken that generator now and we can come and go from Castle Strange Rock as we like. And we're going to do an initial exploratory run through of the castle. This is the last dungeon of the game and it is huge. It is probably twice as big, if not more, than any other dungeon in the game. So, it's great that we have the speed up skill to make it go a little bit quicker. The memoir that we just got is... it's dated Demigod's Moon the 17th, 1216, so that's 2 days later since our last one. The writer is still upset about not being the chosen one, whatever that means, but she still is intent on becoming the Sacred Maiden. This room here, I'm wrong in how I go about it. You see, I thought you have to do 2 descents of this room in order to get all 3 of the chests that are in here. But actually, there is totally a way that you can get all 3 chests in a single descent. So that's my bad. It means that we're going to have to come back and do a second descent later on. I skipped several cutscenes after the Lorelei fight, and they're all pretty important for the story. So after coming into the foyer of the castle, in strolls Lise, the priestess from the Taoist temple, who's been helping us level up throughout the game. She reveals that she is actually Liselotte, the first princess of Xanadu's 14th dynasty, and she is also the Black Bride, the woman who married Galsis. despite her heel turn, she's still encouraging us to go find the Dragon Slayer sword because she wants to kill the legendary wielder. She thinks that will get her some extra smooches from her hubby, who, let's not forget, is a giant dragon. She tells us that the sword is already out in the wild somewhere, being held by a specific person, and hints that it's one of the sages, as she says that the person should have just awoken. I believe that next to the generator as well that we destroyed is also a message from Seisen, who constructed this entire, well, the labyrinth, and he made the castle as well before being abducted. He seems to be very unhappy with his situation and encouraged us to break the seal. I skill up for a melee fight here, forgetting that all of my stats are still in int, so I'm just going to change my skills back in a second here when I realise. This is a pretty tough room here. It's a mini boss fight of sorts, but we're going to make short work of it with our AoEs. We actually want to kill the final enemy, the ogre, with melee, because we want to get his monster chest, which has an elixir inside. Unfortunately, I got a bit overzealous and I killed everything off too quickly with magic, so no chest drop here. I was spamming the shortcut keys as fast as I could to cast everything at once. That's actually the only optional item I miss in the whole game, I think. But it's just an elixir, which they are all completely useless for us, so it's no big deal. Agnes is here, so we want her seed as usual. This is the final seed in the game. This one is for the mind stat. But there are in fact still a couple of things we need to get from Agnes before her role in our adventure is done. In fact, we haven't even really started her story content yet, but it's very brief and we'll get to that shortly. Luckily, she has a seed for us on the second try, so now, after those bombshell story revelations, we have some repercussions to deal with back at the Unitarian Youth Hostel in Harlech, so let's go deal with those. And after skipping the cutscene, look in the bottom left there, the Dragon Slayer has been obtained. We done it. The surviving 6 sages, Dvorak somehow survived. They're all here and they introduce us to Fleurette, whose art we can see on the screen now, the second princess of Xanadu's 14th dynasty. So Fleurette was chosen to be a sacred maiden. These are women of royal heritage who have to more or less give up their lives to maintain the barrier that seals Galsis. But before the maiden ceremony could happen, Lieselot went and done a black bride. The sages and Fleurette were supposed to rush the castle and kill Galsis and his bride, but Lieselot cast a mass petrification spell and Galsis went to sleep, and that's why the sages were all stone statues. Fleurette was the statue in front of Castle Strangerock, and that's why that statue looked a lot like Lys. It's not super clear at the moment why the petrification spell is wearing off. It's all rather coincidental that it happened just before the player arrives on the island, because Dvorak broke free a day or two before we arrived. Dvorak, by the way, he murdered somebody before we arrived, and it never seems to get followed up on. He murdered us as well. He gave us back the crown of Zagrus he stole when he killed us. The 4 crowns, it turns out, are the key to unlocking the Dragon Slayer sword. Fleurette had the sword as her Spirit Guardian card. Kids are assigned the Guardian card permanently when they are born on this island, and Fleurette just happened to have the sword as hers. Char is the only one now who knew about our partial zombification, so she's over the moon now that we have the sword, because that means we are healed now, we're all better. Our personal goal on the island has been fulfilled. Finding the Dragon Slayer means that we're no longer on the border of death, but the character is the last noble knight in the world, so he's still going to stick around and sort out the town's dragon problem. That chest there gives the rock spell. It's the last spell in the game, I believe. No, there's one more. And it's going to be MVP for a crucial strategy that we have coming up later. Pushing these blocks here will open up a shortcut back to the entrance of the castle. Strictly speaking, it's not necessary to do this, especially not at this time, but because I need to descend down that one room again, I will have to use that path shortly. This right here is also another unnecessary action. I'm unlocking the final teleportation pad in the game, but I will be coming into this room from a different route a bit later, and it would be a much better use of time to activate it then instead. This room is going to be clown shoes. I'm sorry. I forgot how to solve the puzzle. What you want to do is set up a 2-height block close to the exits, and then use the center stack to jump over to the outside stack, and then from the outside stack jump over to the doors. I kind of remembered roughly what I'm supposed to do, but the outside stack is only 1.5 high, which is completely pointless. I could just walk up to a 1.5 height crate stack from the floor. So let's just wait a while I work this out. Now you may remember that Lise brought us back to life in the beginning, and she also guided us in getting the Dragon Slayer sword. And this may seem like it's antithetical to her goals as the Black Bride, but actually it's prophesized that somebody will get the sword, and they will try assaulting the Dragon King eventually. So I think she just thinks of this whole caper as like ripping off a plaster, just get it over with. Just let somebody find the sword and then kill them to deal with the prophecy. The Dragon Slayer sword ties the game back into the Dragon Slayer franchise. So Dragon Slayer was the flagship series for Falcom in the 80s. There's a whole bunch of those games. It's mostly interesting due to how sprawling its lineage of sequels and spin-offs becomes. To map it out accurately, you need to use like a three-dimensional matrix. It's not like most series with, sequels and a few spin-offs. So basically, you have the explicit Dragon Slayer line of games. There are 8 of those. But then the second game in that line is Xanadu, which then is its own sub-franchise, right? So you have Fast Xanadu, Xanadu Next, Tokyo Xanadu, and all those. The 6th game is the first of the Legend of Heroes line, which then has all of those games like Trails in the Sky, Trails of Cold Steel, and all those sub-franchises. This puzzle solution here is kind of one of the alternative solutions, and it exploits a small bug. So you can see that I messed up the real solution, but luckily on this particular wall, if you jump at the right angle, it lets you get up it, even though you shouldn't actually be able to reach it. This isn't a generalized solution. You can't always do this with these kinds of puzzles, but for some reason it works on that particular wall. You can see just there, this seems like the bug where the boots don't kick in early enough, like what got me dropped in the lava earlier. But for some reason we can't make this jump from stacks that are 2 crates high over to the next platform. If it had worked correctly, we should have been able to get there directly from the middle stack of crates. This room has some great opportunities for pulling enemies. You can see that we have a middle stairway that we can funnel enemies into, and surrounding the stairway are 2 fences. So we can railroad enemies into getting stuck behind the fences, and only then engage them on our own terms. We're getting through a lot of backlog weapons here. We're still on the spiked mace, which has been kicking around in our inventory for ages already. That's why our damage numbers are so unimpressive. You don't need to kill the enemies in here, but it's a little safer to do so before we contend with the puzzle. And it's just a very safe room overall due to the obstacles that we can exploit. I haven't gone over the enemy drops here, or the ones in the time crevice, because there basically aren't any. Nothing interesting anyway. For the whole rest of the game, there are no equipment drops at all. We're only going to see gold and potions in the monster chests. Not sure what that's all about. Feels like there may have been cut content there, because it's weird to just end the drip feed of equipment like this. And it's not like we've run out of monsters yet either. This is a long dungeon, and there are maybe a couple dozen enemy types in here, and in the previous dungeon that don't have any notable item drops. But this is why I am generally just rushing through these rooms without dealing with the enemies. I would be very surprised if you have noticed the puzzle solution to this room already, because you have to look very closely to see that there is a hidden path above the staircase. The sparkles that indicate that there is something hidden are really not very noticeable, which is kind of unfortunate, because this chest is actually required for progression. The last few rooms may have seemed a little bad in terms of my gameplay, but from here on out I'm going to be playing really badly. Right now I don't really know what to do. I'm not really familiar with the castle layout, as sprawling as it is. I don't know where to go. I don't really know what I want to achieve. So there's going to be another 7 minutes or so of just deranged walking around, racking my brain, thinking about what I want to do. It's going to be like watching a headless chicken. So while that's going on, well, I want to talk a little bit about why I wanted to create this video at all. I mean, first of all, I like collecting achievements on Steam. Even though Steam achievement hunting is somehow even more meaningless than it is on the PlayStation and Xbox ecosystems. And that's for 2 reasons. First of all, cheating is absolutely trivial. There are so many ways to cheat and semi-cheat and do all kinds of things to alter the challenge level. So nobody's ever really competing on even ground. But even among the groups that purportedly don't cheat and are legit, I don't think anybody can really sustain any facade that the competition on the leaderboards is a test of skill or anything like that. It's actually just a measure of patience and money. Here we're going to do the second descent down that room for the other chest that I missed. If I had done this correctly the first time, I don't think there would have been a need to take that shortcut back that was next to the discus door. So for a long time now, we're talking like 7 or 8 years at least, The best way to move up the Steam achievement leaderboards has been to buy just the absolute worst, most dire, lousy and atrocious games that you can find on the store and knock out all their easy achievements as fast as you can. So sometimes my activity feed will report that in a single day, one person has played through maybe 25 different puzzle games, getting 100 achievements in every one of them. Each one of those games taking maybe 10 minutes of that person's time. And while that means that each individual achievement is worth close to nothing, that person will have gotten thousands of them in that one day, and they all add up, and it ends up being the fastest way to accrue points. So people aren't playing for fun anymore, they're playing these awful achievement farm games all the time. Now I used to be ranked quite high on those leaderboards. I think I was number 7 or maybe number 6 in the world at one point. I just checked and now I'm ranked at 105 because I semi-retired a long time ago. This here, by the way, this looks like a bug. I'm sure that these lanterns should be way easier to light, and it made me panic a little bit. To give you an idea of the extent that people farm trash games for the leaderboards, so I personally have a little over 26,000 total achievements of varying difficulty and thus varying value. The top players have 1,640,000 achievements, the vast majority of them, of course, being worth almost nothing. So I personally, I realize that it is much more fulfilling to compete against myself rather than compete against other people. There's much more of an intrinsic reward there, and so I kept on trying to do these high-level challenges and these difficult achievements, even though they take dozens upon dozens of hours to get through them. It's much more rewarding compared to playing miserable games endlessly. I should have gone up in that last run because there are some things that I need to do in there, and it ultimately leads to a dead end, so I should have gone in there and dealt with those first. Instead, I came here and... okay, this puzzle is really embarrassing. I only vaguely recalled the alternative solution to this puzzle, and what I'm doing right here isn't it. The achievement for S-ranking this game had almost no guidance or advice available for it on the internet. People have just been generally uninterested in working on it, and the game is generally unpopular anyway, so it was an interesting challenge for myself to see if I would be able to get through it. That explains why I did the run in the first place, but as for recording a video and a commentary, there's another reason behind that. So lately I've been thinking more about how important it is to contribute to the world in many different ways. For offline stuff, I've got a decent handle on that already, but for online, I've had the view for a very long time that the online world is something of a cesspit. It's a great equalizer, isn't it, the internet? But that's kind of the problem. If you find yourself getting into an argument with someone online, then you've probably been duped into thinking that the person behind the other screen is more or less your equal, your peer. But in reality, they're probably like 13 years old. Or maybe they're the same age as you, but just really, really stupid. I've given up on that puzzle, by the way, for now. Now, there is some value in everyone being equalized like this, but when there is no meritocratic element to the things you are exposed to on the internet, well, you generally just get exposed to garbage, right? And I don't want to sound arrogant or anything here, but I really think that's true, but most of what is contributed online is of a very low standard. So I made a decision a while ago to just stop getting involved in like the internet in general. Stop posting to forums or making videos or anything like that, so that I wouldn't have to deal with other people coming along and forcibly interacting with me. And then I just carefully curated as much as possible what I was exposed to from other people. It's honestly a pretty good strategy that I think a lot of people would benefit from adopting, in terms of improving your overall mood. Alright, the end of that section ended abruptly because I'd made good progress through the time crevice and I felt I'd made good headway into Castle Strange Rock, but due to how poorly that last puzzle went and how confused I was feeling in general, I felt it would be a good idea to just bail on that section and take some time to think about how to proceed in the next section. The last segment, which is now. It means we're going to be going back and doing some cleanup on some of the parts that I did poorly on. Florette was having a night on the town there. We had to speak with her to make sure she returned to the Vishnu's vicarage. She talks about how Lieselot was a very frail person. We're actually doing quite a lot of prep in the town here, and I've missed a lot. I'll catch you all up on that as soon as I can. First thing we did was go into the shop, and in Castle Strange Rock, we actually picked up a phoenix feather from one of the chests. By going into the shop with that feather, the shopkeeper makes for us a phoenix remedy, which is just a key item that we'll pocket for now. It's part of an optional side quest that we're about to do. I also picked up an extra weapon from the shop that's gone into my weapons queue, and did some stat remixing just for weapon requirements. For this puzzle, I think I optimized the solution as much as possible in theory, although I messed up the execution ever so slightly. It's an interesting one where you need to vanish all 5 blocks of each colour at once, and it's very easy to accidentally vanish 3 or 4. This whole beginning section I actually hyper-optimized with some little tricks here and there. Like, I tried to kill a few of the birds outside to simultaneously move on to a new weapon, as well as clear out that room as quickly as possible. That room with the birds, we actually need to clear out for a specific reason. Even as I'm traversing, I'm hitting a few key enemies that don't slow me down too much, because our weapon backlog has grown pretty big, and we need to farm up a lot of proficiency before we can finish the game. There are going to be a bunch of new weapons coming in the castle, so the Chimera zombies here are a great enemy to farm up proficiency. They are very meaty, and they attack really slowly, especially when they use their breath attack. I really should have unequipped the armlet that silences enemies here. Something that I discovered too late, I didn't realise why it was happening, is that if you silence an enemy while they're in the middle of their attack, it shuts down the attack and puts the enemy back into their search and destroy mode, which is really dangerous and puts me at an elevated risk of taking damage, and also just generally cuts short the time that I have available to wail on an enemy. The weapon that we're currently using is the Greatsword, which gives the Shield Mastery skill, which we won't be using. It increases the chance of an attack being blocked by our shield. And right here we're seeing more great examples showing the power of proficiency. We started fighting against these guys doing 1 damage per hit, and now look at us. I should have also unequipped the poison armlet because, well, I don't want the enemies to get worn down from poison. I want to use them as meat bags. Look at that, we learned the skill in a single room, so now we're upgrading to the Warhammer, which is what I picked up in the shop a few minutes ago. The Warhammer has the charge skill, which I think may have some utility in both traversal and combat, but I personally haven't tested it out enough to know for sure. It's the same skill that we saw the Minotaurs using previously. You rush forward, damaging anything along the way. While we're cleaning up the dead ends that we should have done in the last segment, I'll carry on with my philosophizing. So I've recently come around to believing that it's important for me to make contributions to the online world now. I personally believe that what I can produce is of a higher quality than the average, so my contributions can bring the average up a little bit and make the online world a better place, even if it's by a tiny, immeasurable amount. I'm not an artistic or musical person, so I can't contribute any real art to the world, but I do hope that through this video I've provided something to somebody. Maybe entertainment value, or maybe informational value, or at the very least I hope someone has caught something as small as the vibes of love that I try to radiate out through all of my interactions with other people. If you're watching this video and you've come this far into it, then you are somebody that I do love. We're going to clear out the final of the puzzles that I left alone at the end of the last segment. The correct solution is that you don't want to vanish the blue blocks on the right, so that you have the additional height needed for the final jump. That's what I was doing wrong last time. Our reward will be the Guardian card Chelbesk, which improves the benefits that our equipment gives us. It's actually going to be the Guardian card that we use in our very final build coming up pretty soon now. I also feel like it's important to leave a mark on the world in some form. In some ways, we are now approaching an age of permanency, a time where records of our lives could theoretically be kept in perpetuity. There's an idea out there that anything that goes on the internet will be around forever, and that hasn't really proven true so far. Really famous stuff sticks around, sure, but there are tons of early internet websites and files and things that are lost forever already. Think about maybe a web forum that you posted on 20 years ago. Could you find any full records of that nowadays? Well, maybe, but probably not. But in recent times, the cost of data storage is becoming incredibly cheap, and there are efforts online to preserve as much internet content as possible. So something like YouTube is a big website owned by one of the biggest companies in the world. I think this is something that may still be around in some form, right up to the end of humanity. It's not a completely wild idea that storage technology may improve to the point where the entire archive of major websites can fit into very small data receptacles. Just think about how quickly we went from NES games being these big clunky cartridges to now being able to download the entire NES library in literally less than 1 second. Maybe nobody will be particularly interested in viewing all of this archive data, but I could see the ease of duplicating and storing it, making it accessible for all future generations. And maybe someday, thousands of years from now, a distant descendant will want to look as far back in time as possible at what their ancestors were doing, and they'll come across the works of old Lavatein, preserved perfectly. I hope they're able to discover that I did a lot of interesting things with my life, outside of making some videos for the internet. We see here why we wanted to clear out the big bird room. It's because it has an Agnes spawn. The final spawn point, although not the last time we'll actually be seeing her. We did some very important things with her there. First of all, we gave her the Phoenix Remedy key item, and learned a lot more about her motivations. We're just going to do a freeze strat against the 2 necromancers in the room coming up here. In fact, we're going to play it super safe and just do a freeze attack on them, regardless of whatever they telegraph. So far, we've known that Agnes has been collecting treasures from the ruins after we've cleared out the rooms, and she's been pawning off those treasures to whoever will buy them, including us directly. But it turns out she actually has a noble reason for doing so. Her father is sick with a mysterious disease, and she's been trying to gather up funds for medicine, as well as find the cure for the illness. Oh, by the way, this guy revived because I don't currently have an elemental sword skill equipped for some reason. All undead enemies, they revive once unless killed with elemental damage. Agnes's father, I believe, is also some form of nobility. It turns out that the Phoenix remedy that we made is exactly what she needs, so we give it to her for free because she is our dear trusted partner, as she always tells us. She's moved to tears over our kindness, and so gives us another Guardian Spirit card, Bellafroida. A very interesting card for sure. This one increases the number of skill points given at level up, so we might want to mull over the implications of that briefly, given some of the other obscure mechanics that are available in this game. It was absolutely fine of me to basically waste all of my ice spells against those necromancers just now, because in this room we're going to get a spell book with the exact same spell, and when we read it, it's going to completely refill all of our casts. It's neat that we can see some of the interconnectedness of the world here. If I were to drop down there, that would be the room where I failed to get that one elixir from. Dropping down from this hidden ledge here is actually pretty dangerous. When we land, there will be a short landing animation that stops us from moving briefly, but we don't know where this wyvern at the bottom will be located. So it's actually possible to end up dropping literally right in front of its face, giving it a free attack on us. So I tried to land as far in the corner as possible to minimize that risk. Agnes also had a seed available, and we got it first try, which is really great because that room really does take forever to reset. You have to kill all the birds on the ground floor and then walk back around to get to the second floor. It's a big time waste if you have to respawn Agnes there. The seed she gave is special. We've already received a seed for every stat, so this one gives us a single extra attribute point to reallocate as we wish. Finally, I bought a few bones from Agnes as well, as I was a bit nervous about my key count. And sweet heavens, would you look at what is going on here? We are nuking ourselves right back down to level 1 because we have some systems to brutally exploit. Right around this part is where I was originally intending to split my sections and make my final save. It's roughly the halfway mark of the castle, and we also opened up a shortcut that leads from the teleport room right back to where we were. That should have been where I activated the teleport for the first time as well. Alright, so we're back to level 1. Leveling up to a particular level a second time only takes half as much experience as it did the first time. So that's one of the reasons why this part is going to go pretty quickly. We've equipped ourselves with two very important things. First of all, the rock spell. This spell, I believe it does a fixed amount of damage, or it's very poorly scaling, not too sure. But it's a late game spell. We found it in Castle Strange Rock, so it's very powerful compared to our level 1 base self. This area, we could have come here a long time ago. Well, this part is behind a rock, so we need the boulder punching gloves and the lung stone in order to make this particular trip. But this wing of the Clover Ruins was open to us ages ago. There just wasn't really a need to go there earlier. But now we're in late game cleanup, so we can come here and get the remaining chests. We won't need to do this for most of the other areas though. The greatsword from that chest we have already mastered. We bought one from a shop instead of getting this one. The memoir we just got is dated Demigod's Moon the 19th, 1216, another 2-day gap from the last one. The writer now has knowledge of the Black Bride event, which is an event that hasn't happened yet for them, but may have been prophesized or something of the sort. She remarks that she is capable of taking on the role of the Black Bride. And the Guardian card that we got, that is Daemon Cats. It increases the amount of skill points you have on your spells and techniques. It's usually the first card a player finds, other than the default one. Our other important equip right now is the Belafroida card. So Belafroid is low level at the moment, and it takes a while to level up. That's why I've kept these statues around, because they give an instant level up to whatever Guardian card you have equipped. Belafroid maxes at level 3, which we're actually at now, and if you remember my explanation earlier, she gives extra ability points when you level up. At maximum level, that's 8 instead of 5. Now that she's at max, we can start raining rocks from the heavens and get our fast level ups. I'm just going to get a couple of initial level ups here to allow me to get a few skill points in place, which will give us the initial foundations of our real final build. Whenever we go to Wotan's wetlands now, there's not going to be any need for us to remove skill points before level ups anymore. That little trick is old news now. We're only needing to build towards our final stat distribution. So I started with an int dump because we're going to be using magic in the next little section. I swapped out Belafroid for Chelbesk here because we're going to be going on a round trip around the world getting a bunch of these statues. We want Chelbesk at max level, which is 5, but we don't want to be building it up naturally while we're leveling up, because we need Belafroida equipped when we level up in order to make sure we get those extra ability points. I hope you saw that guy going wild there. He goes so crazy his model balloons out and even started blocking the camera. Overall, leaving statues till late game is a good idea. It's a good time-saving strategy. But I was very wasteful in my execution because I didn't plan it out at all. I only used 6 of the statues in this final stretch to get 2 Guardians maxed out. But there are, I think, 12 statues total in the game, so it really would have been best if I just used the other 6 as I came across them. I would have been using Durandal for those other statues, so it would have meant that I would have maxed proficiency on all my weapons faster, which means I would have had a greater range of skills available to me, and I would have just been doing more damage across the board at all times, which would have been faster overall and maybe would have cut out on some damage instances. But we're not aiming for a perfect run, we just want a successful run here. So this is the leveling up gauntlet. Remember that these salamanders, they give us tons of experience despite being very unthreatening to us. And what's more, they die in 1 direct hit from the rock spell. When the salamanders are grouped up, we'll be hitting one of them directly, and the others will take splash damage and be pushed back. We want to push them into another salamander if possible, so that we can hit them with splash damage on the second instance, which will be enough to kill them. We only have 10 rock spells per level, so we can't be spamming it at will. That's why we used ice on the griffins instead, and it's why we wanted to put some points in magic before coming here. Belafroid is currently equipped again, so we're maximizing our leveling up benefits. We also have the Dragon Slayer sword equipped now. Something interesting about this sword is that it doesn't have stat requirements like all the other weapons do. The requirements are just the default stats you have at level 1, so that's letting us use a really good weapon despite our low level. You'll notice that in every screen I'm making sure that the last enemy alive is a salamander, and I'm also killing them with sword slashes instead of the rock spell, although I'm often hitting them with rock splash damage to knock them down first. This is because these guys have a particular drop that we still need, so to get the chest to spawn we're not allowed to finish them off with magic. It makes the process a little more tedious, but as the Dragon Slayer sword is still pretty strong, we can finish them off quickly, and we need to get the skill from the sword. The skill is also called Dragon Slayer. It's a charged attack that is effective against dragons. We'll need to be using it later. Every time we successfully get a level up, our magic charges get refreshed, which allows us to then drop 10 more rocks. There's an interesting balance going on there, where every subsequent level up is going to take more experience to achieve, which means more enemies killed, which means more rocks are needed. So eventually we're going to reach a point where we run out of rocks and other spells available before we manage to reach the leveling up threshold, and thus this leveling up route stops being viable. I really push it to the limits though. I get just enough to eke out some of the later level ups. While the grind is ongoing, now might be a good time to discuss all of the things I did wrong in this playthrough. Obviously there's a lot of minutiae and execution that could be improved. I don't want to get bogged down in that stuff. Obviously any time I took a hit is a mistake that could have been improved on, but I want to discuss higher level stuff. There are some improvements. The statues I mentioned already, I now know that a lot of those should be activated as and when you see them. The armlets as well. I went into this run thinking that the armlets were all objectively great, just slot in whichever ones I wanted and they would give a passive benefit for me. Now though, I think almost all of them are actually maybe more trouble than they're worth. They have downsides to them, or in one case seems to be literally useless. Maybe putting the artifacts into the item slots would be better, even just to cut down on a few seconds of menuing every now and then. A really big mistake was waiting several months between recording this footage and then recording most of this commentary. I ended up having to rewatch my run a couple of times through to remind myself of all the tricks I did, and I had to watch someone else's LP of the game to remind myself of most of the story. An absolutely perfect run of this game, I suspect, would be mostly magic and skill based. I think it would have the menu open for a lot of the time, and it would be swapping skills in and out an absolute ton. Just really milking the hundreds of skill uses you can get per level, and exploiting enemy weaknesses a whole lot more. It would probably slow down at certain points though in order to work through the weapons backlog. Like I had to do a couple of times where I found a meatbag enemy to duff up and finished gaining proficiency on some weapons within minutes. I think that trade-off is probably worth it though, where you blitz through most of the game with magic and then slow down to get the skills and the proficiency. I also suspect that an improved run would probably not bother doing the stat point trick. It's a phenomenal trick for safety reasons. It's given us a lot of wiggle room to apportion stats as needed, particularly with regards to taking down bosses very quickly, but I think that overall it actually wastes time. It's like a full minute at least every time you want to level up, to go back and do that stat shuffle. I think a better run would be able to simply roll through any given room in decent time with a balanced and fixed build, just deal with bosses normally and chart out stat requirements vis-a-vis the weapons as needed. I think the Bellafroida trick goes hand in hand with that. I don't think Bellafroida is necessary to make this run work. Going back to level 1 here takes ages, and it's mostly a safety net to let me overpower the end game through raw stat points. In the very end, I'm actually going to have more stat points than I know what to do with. We're doing our cleanup of Eternal Maze, starting with the Spiked Mace here. This is another weapon that we already picked up from the shop a while ago and mastered its skill already, so this will get pawned off real quick. None of this stuff that we're picking up is particularly useful to us, but we need to open all the chests to satisfy the S rank requirements. They're all hard locked behind particular artifacts, which is why we waited until we had everything available to us to come in and sweep up these chests. This room you could theoretically rush in and grab the chest immediately, but given how frequently the ghosts fire at you, there's a very high chance you'd get hit while coming out of the chest opening animation. So for safety, I decided to clean up the ghosts first. We opened that chest earlier, even though we didn't need to. That should have also been part of the cleanup route, really. It was just a piece of armor, if you've forgotten. We never managed to get that drop we wanted from the frozen salamanders on the mountain, so I picked it up from the shop the last time I was in town instead. It was actually the tier 2 ice spell, which I'm pretty sure I never equip. But that means all but one of the spells are learned now at least, and only a handful of skills remain. This chest here gives us our final armlet, which is the Reaping Armlet. Actually, this is a useful armlet, maybe the only overall useful one. It has a chance to restore skill points when hitting enemies. Maybe it would have been useful to have that equipped when I was on the mountain just now. Might have given me some more rocks to drop. Getting through the various gargoyles in this room can be a bit weird. They body block us, so we have to juke and jive our way through. We run into the room ahead just to reset aggro, as well as equip the items we need. We're running dangerously low on inventory slots now. We have just one open, but there's just one item to get from this chest before we head back to town and we can clear out our trash. First things first, we can get rid of the tabulae and memoirs that have built up by giving them to Char. I was hoping I could still talk to her even with the spectacles on, but evidently that's not possible. I can dump out a lot of the other useless stuff with her too, namely the bow, which has fulfilled its purpose, and the remaining armlets. I think that might be the last time we talk to Char. You may have seen that there was a room besides her that we never went into. For a while I thought that might be the character's room, although there's literally nothing in there. But I guess not. It seems that the character and Char are staying in the same room, because Char specifically refers to that room as being our room at one point. So I guess they're sharing. Not that we ever get a moment's peace to actually lie down though. Here's an interesting piece of trivia for you. I'm not completely certain of its accuracy, but I believe that throughout the whole game there are only 2 rooms that I never enter. One of them being that guest room. If you know the other one, or can even point out multiple others that I never visited, then you can earn some brownie points. This right here is our final restocking of keys. It's not actually necessary to do, I think, because I should have enough keys already for what's to come. If you really want to cut your completion time down to the bone, as well as cutting your bones down to the keys, then you can spend time working out an exact bone and key route. Work out exactly how many of each you need at any particular segment, and see if you can end the game on exactly 0 keys. I actually end up with 39 keys left over. Alright, so the final build is shaping up nicely here. The final build will actually end up being a balanced build because the final boss will be multiple phases requiring a mix of magic and melee. No way to cheese it as far as I know. And we still have the final set of weapons to get through with their own stat requirements. Those requirements you can see here they're leaving me a little bit confounded. I'm lacking enough strength to be able to equip even one of these weapons, so I'm going back and forth over each weapon, working out what the collective minimum for each stat is. I need to wring out 2 more strength from somewhere, so I could equip one of the stat up skills, but I don't really want to. Skill slots are tight. So I make a decision to abandon one of the weapons temporarily, which is the correct decision. It's not like I'm actually going to be able to master all 5 of these weapons that I have on hand before getting my next level up. At level 11, with all of these extra stat points that Bellafroida gave us, we're now stronger than we were when we were previously at level 15, and still have a lot of room to grow. So we can finally get back into Castle Strangerock and work on its back half. The back half ends up being a lot less interesting, if you ask me. It's more linear and only has a handful of very basic puzzles. A really neat trick here that's actually quite important. Normally, all 4 of these Berserk Minotaurs will aggro you at the same time, immediately as that cutscene of the bridge closing finishes. But it seems that if you spam click movement, you can start to move slightly before the cutscene finishes, and you can move out of the aggro range of 3 of them before they activate. It's actually really important because 4 Minotaurs charging at you constantly is incredibly hard to deal with, and they hit like trucks. So this room can absolutely be a run ender if you have all of them on you at once. Dealing with them one by one though, they're nice and easy. I've opted to take the rapid fire skill instead of backstab here. It's because it's much safer to get fast attacks in than it is to get meaty attacks in. I also want to get more used to the cadence of fast swinging because that's what I'm going to be using throughout the rest of the castle. In a short moment you'll see I take a hit from the regular axe swing of these guys, and it shows why this room will kill runs. You get 1 mistake and 1 mistake only here because that 1 hit takes off, that's like 80% of my health bar. I'll have to play more cautiously than I would have liked until I get my next level up, which thankfully won't take too long. Spamming magic here would have been a great idea for safety and speed in this room. I suppose I should also be thankful here that I was pushed into a balanced build already, because without the points in con, then that would have probably been a 1-hit kill. One of the big reasons that I wanted to record this video is because I feel like there is a dearth of a certain type of high-skill gaming content on the internet. You can obviously find boatloads of people doing their first run-throughs of games, especially with how popular streaming is, and that can be entertaining in its own right, but a lot of that runtime is going to be the player figuring things out, making mistakes, experimenting, and so forth. And that kind of stuff I'm not super interested in. On the other end, there's a lot of speedruns out there as well, but speedruns have lost a lot of their luster for me. While the skill on display is undeniable, the game itself is rarely allowed to shine in its own right, because so much of it ends up getting skipped over or deformed in some way, in a sort of emergent gameplay where the player is focusing on doing things that weren't intended for the game, but are technically possible. But the videos I like the most are where the game is still able to show everything it has to offer, while the player is also still showing off their own skill, and that type of stuff is actually pretty rare. It tends to just be challenge runs, and often they have arbitrary stipulations like restricting glitches or skips. So this video is my contribution to that particular genre of video. I've shown off as much of the game as I can, with bosses being a notable exception to that. I've tried to provide decent commentary to really try to help the game shine on its own merits. Current weapon equipped, by the way, is the Blood Lotus. Its skill is Focus, which increases the damage of critical hits. These mummies here, they're not dangerous at all, but given my low health, I don't want to take any risk that I don't need to, so I'm giving them a very wide berth before going in for my attacks. I think the reasons I just spoke about is why I end up playing shmups and rhythm games so much, or anything kind of arcadey tends to speak to me. In all of those types of games, regardless of the player's skill, you're still, as a viewer, going to see the game as it was meant to be played. Nobody in a rhythm game is doing some secret frame-perfect inputs to skip to the end of a song with a perfect score. Instead, you can enjoy the gameplay and the intricate patterns that have been implemented in those games, as well as enjoy the songs themselves and the skill of the player. That said, when this video is all done and uploaded, I am looking forward to watching a speedrun of this game. I want to see what kind of route they took and see if my prediction of it being magic focused is correct. I've already looked it up and there is no real community for this game or anything. Even the speedruns.com leaderboard is outdated. But it looks to me like the current record holder is a guy called Silent Sigil, with a time of 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 18 seconds. I've switched weapons again, by the way. We're getting through them pretty quickly. So now I'm using the Murasame blade with the Power Thrust skill. It's an upgraded version of Thrust, but I don't think it has the iframes that Thrust does, so it's dead in the water. Regarding that speedrun, the number one time doesn't have a video available, so I'm going to watch a 1 hour, 45 minutes and 24 seconds run instead, which is the number 2 time. Depending on what I see there, I might consider doing a run of my own, if it looks fun. Probably not though. I would really like to move on to other Falcom games. I'm the type of person who likes to do things in order as much as possible when it comes to games. Even though I wouldn't say it's the best way to do things, and I wouldn't even advocate that other people follow the same rules. What I mean is that if I start playing through a series, then I like to start at the very beginning with the first game. As long as that first game is from the NES era onwards. I don't really have the patience for anything older than the NES. But in this situation, I've expanded my rules so that I didn't want to move on to later Falcom games until I'd finished up with Xanadu Next completely. So after this, I've got Trails in the Sky 2 to play through. I think it's called Second Chapter, right? The solution for the puzzle in this room is not the intended puzzle solution, but it's a really neat solution though. Instead of finding a way through the grey blocks, what we're going to do is actually push the red block over the grey blocks. That's what I call thinking outside the box puzzle. We have to go the long way around to actually reach the chest that it spawns though. So even though I don't think most people should go right to the beginning of any series, I like to do it because, well, first of all, I know that I'm almost certainly going to enjoy an older game. There are very, very few games out there that I actually dislike. There are plenty that I'm very tepid on, but in the vast majority of cases, I'll be able to find some aspect of any game that I know I'll like. So I'm not worried about bumbling into a dud of a game. But more importantly, there's always a chance that you'll miss out on something if you skip an earlier game in a series. Something incredibly minor, or just like how a particular mechanic has developed over time. And I find it interesting to look into that kind of stuff. Like, it doesn't really matter. If you're playing through Final Fantasy 13 or something, it doesn't matter that that game places emphasis on crystals just because that's what the original Final Fantasy games did. But it's just a neat little reference, kind of, that you miss out on if you don't have the context of the older games. I also think it becomes harder to go back to games that are less mechanically developed if you've played later games in a series. I think people talk about that with the Shin Megami Tensei series quite a lot. There have been certain mechanics and quality of life features added into later games and the Persona games that make going back to the NES ones a bit of a slog. Another weapon update. We've gone back to the Dragon Slayer now, because we want to finish up getting the Dragon Slayer skill from it. It's already half learned, so this will go by reasonably quickly. And I'm only going to do 1 damage to these guys, so probably like a dozen more hits and it will be learned. You can see that this is already kind of an outdated weapon for us. We should be using some of the stronger stuff that we have available. In fact, getting the skill isn't the highest priority for us. It's more that we want to push the proficiency of the Dragon Slayer up to 200%, or at least as high as we can get it for future purposes. I don't tend to play newer games very often, because of always wanting to start from the beginning of a franchise. Pretty often I'm playing something from like 10 or 20 years ago, trying to catch up on a particular franchise. And I don't like to chain together games of the same franchise, or even genre either. I like to mix things up if I can. It's probably for the best though, because I tend not to enjoy AAA stuff very much. I don't really want to bring any negativity into this video, so I won't talk about why I'm not a fan of AAA for too much. But there is one particular thing that I want to point out, and I feel comfortable talking about it here because I think it's an objective issue with modern games, and that is the issue of visibility, or maybe I should say readability instead. Modern games are significantly less readable than they used to be. I'm going to be going back to equip Bella Freud here and maximize the skill points that I'll get on level up. It really caught my attention the other day when I started playing Monster Hunter World lately, and you can go out into the field to do an expedition or whatever, and a lot of people, I'm sure they look at those environments teeming with all the endemic life and flora and all the massive amounts of detail that are all over those stages, and they say it looks fantastic. But then by chance, I happened to see a short video of Monster Hunter Tri, which was a Wii game, and the stages there, or at least the stage that I saw, it was pretty much completely flat, right? And the floor was just a 2D grass texture and nothing else. Just a 2D plane, no grass models coming out of the floor or whatever, and the difference in readability to me was just immense. It was completely clear to me what was level geometry and what was the gameplay mechanics, right? i.e. the enemies that needed hunting. But in World, you look at any screen and it's so immensely busy with just stuff that it starts to feel overwhelming. And I find that the readability of games in general has gone way down, because background and foreground elements have the same level of detail as gameplay elements. So it's become harder and harder to pick out the enemies in a chaotic situation at a glance. And that makes it harder to plan and adapt what you're doing. And things like puzzle elements. In this game, it's not only obvious when you see a box that it's a puzzle element, but also the possibility space for configurations of those boxes are clearly communicated to you, you know? You can see that the grids that the boxes operate on, you can see that quite clearly. And that's what the puzzle really is. It's configuring the elements of the puzzle within the constraints of that grid. But in modern games, they try to make everything look more naturalistic or whatever. So the possibility space of the puzzle is much murkier to identify, and it feels a lot more frustrating, to me at least. And it's important to stress here, the puzzles themselves aren't actually any different. They're not easier or harder necessarily. Box pushing puzzles are all going to be mostly the same kind of thing. So I'm not asking for modern puzzles to be dumbed down or anything. It's just that they're less readable then, so it's harder to actually get to the actual solving part of the puzzle, which is the part that's actually fun. Because instead you have to experiment and try to work out what the actual valid moves for the puzzle are, because they're not communicated clearly. I wonder if anyone understands what I'm talking about here, or if this is just inane rambling. Let's go back to the game then. When I walked back into the castle previously, I realised I had forgotten to buy a black onyx, and that had sent me into a bit of a crisis. And that meant there was like 30 seconds fighting those Deadeye enemies where I wasn't paying enough attention and I got hit a few times. I was thinking about how I should adapt my strategy and get things back on the right course. Eventually I decided that it would be best for me to fix the mistake ASAP, just take the time loss and walk back to town immediately and grab some onyxes. I'm going to need them in the future for when I level up and need to shuffle guardians at Xanthus's Expositorium. Another weapon update, we're onto the Berserker. Its skill is Blood Fury. This is a passive that increases your attack when your HP is low. Better to just not get hit in the first place, if you ask me. I also made a decision right here that it would be a good idea to clear out all these rooms while going back to where I was, because I don't know what gives the best EXP in the game, but I figured that all of these guys must be somewhat decent, and I still need a whole lot of sword swings for those last skills. Coming up on the quick mummy here, the brown one on the left, you're going to see a perfect example for why the poison amulet is a little troublesome. It's going to rob me of a successful sword slash right at the end. In terms of strength, I reckon I could go and kill the last boss right now, He's not crazy difficult or anything, he's just a bit long and a bit spammy, so it's a good idea to beef up so we can kill him faster, thereby reducing our exposure time to his attacks. Unfortunately, there really isn't a whole lot to talk about with gameplay from now until we actually get to that boss. So let's talk about sequels. Falcom, rather smartly, they left room in this game for expanding outwards. The beginning of the game, and during the ending, and also some of the interstitial scenes as well, they establish that this game that we're playing is based on some records recorded by Cha in her journal, and this particular tale is chapter 2 of that story, the Black Bride chapter. So there's room for both sequels and prequels in there. There's a lot of dangling plot threads that are left open for exploration, like the tales of the knights before they got disbanded, and whatever is going on in the region that Agnes is from, whatever is going on with her father. If we're being realistic, then there is close to a 0% chance of any real sequel appearing though. The game is really old now and it kind of bombed. There is Tokyo Xanadu out there, which I'll get around to playing eventually, but from what I know it's completely its own thing. I think it's set in a school and it's heavily influenced by Persona. It's a pity because I'd have loved more games like this. Frankly, I think my dream would have been for technology to have stagnated at the PS2 or PSP era, and we just got decades of PS2 style games in the years since. That would have been great. Time for your regular weapons update. We're now using the poleaxe with the skill of Providence. Providence is the opposite of the Berserk skill that we've been using from time to time. This one increases defense at the cost of reducing attack power. Worthless for us. I don't know the exact numbers that they give, and I haven't experimented with it, but I wonder what happens if you equip the two of them simultaneously. It probably still ends up being advantageous. I imagine that each skill probably gives more of its bonus than it takes in its malice. I mean that after this weapon, there will only be one more weapon to go, although I'm not 100% on that. There's definitely one more weapon that we need to get from an upcoming chest. This chest is another one that I'm not sure if you need to open it or not, because it's just a trap chest. But better safe than sorry, eh? It's another lich, and we're going to do our usual freezing tactic. This fight is a bit more annoying than the others because of the armed mummies, but we can freeze those as well. I think if I spammed out 10 freezes, then that alone would have been enough to kill off the armed mummies. Before coming in here, I used one of the freeze spells accidentally though, because using spells is right-click, which is the same button for using keys. In the previous room, we had virus slimes, which at this point in the game we don't want to mess with at all. Here they are right here. Right up to the end, the slimes and the wisp type enemies are the hardest enemies in the game for us to deal with because of, well, again, it's a readability thing, isn't it? It's mostly because it's so hard to determine the direction that they're facing, so we don't want to risk fighting them at all. The virus slimes in particular are also pretty fast, and we'd be at risk of splitting them. We finally looped around to the puzzle chest and got the keystone discus, and now we're in this narrow staircase, which is a bit of a fiddly room. The Crimson Chimeras here have pretty big models, and there's a whole bunch of them on this staircase, so we actually can't race through them to the top. There's too much of a risk of getting body blocked, and then their fire breath has a wide arc, so we'll end up taking damage. You can see right here, I can't get past these two. So the strategy is to clear out the first few of them, and then the ones above we can lure out a little bit so that they're in more of a vertical line, and then we can get through them. Luckily, we're not only imminently going to get this sword skill, but we're also on the cusp of a level up. So this next level will take us to level 13. That is now more than enough to take down the last boss. Because I'm so close to that level, I checked, I did the maths, and I wasn't able to kill any more chimeras without it putting me over the threshold. And I also don't have Bella Freuda equipped right now, so I just made a break for it there. And even though I have to go back to town right now, I didn't really want to use a black onyx in that chimera room, because if I had used it in there, the chimeras would have simply respawned when I teleported back. So first of all, I'm going to grab these chests here, just to do a little bit of progress before going back. These chests we could actually get earlier by coming in from the southern entrance to this room, but at that point the room would have been a dead end. We actually needed to push those blocks in the middle of the room. They are permanent blocks and they won't go back to their starting position. It's supposed to be one of those shortcut routes which open up and back around. Those chests, they had two great things inside. First of all is the death spell, which we'll get some use out of in the last boss actually. I've never used it in any other context. It's not like an instant kill spell or anything like that. It's like a wave that just has the death element on it, I guess. We've also now got the Vorpal Blade, the very last sword that we need with the last spell on it. Getting this level up takes a bit longer than usual. Coming back into the Clover Ruins, we actually need 27 kills here in order to get that final 27 XP. So we'll just blast through the rooms with our AoEs going. Maybe it would have been a good idea here to show what all of the different spells looked like. It would have made this section slightly more interesting. The tier 2 ice spell, I don't think I even know what that looks like myself. I've never used it. There is one more thing still that we want to do in Clover Ruins. So I decided now would be the best time to do it. Actually, this would be the only time to do it, because I believe in my initial planning, this was my final visit to Clover Ruins. I'm going to double and triple check the proficiency on these weapons before I sell them, because I'm getting a bit paranoid of making any final mistakes. I'm also doing some mental arithmetic on the sale prices there as well, because I need to make sure that I can amass a total of 65,000 plus change gold. Turns out that these 4 weapons alone, they gave me 63,000, so that's perfect. If for some reason I was lacking the money I needed, I always had the option to sell the Vorpal Blade at a later time. Or actually, I still had the poleaxe in my inventory as well, so I could have sold that if needed. Did you see the goblin going nuts there? He was having the time of his life. Now, if you've bought all the seeds from Agnes, and also helped her with the Phoenix medicine, then you're able to visit her at any of her spawn points one last time, and buy the silver armor from her, for the whopping price of 65,535 gold. It's the best armor in the game, with the exception of the special armor that you can get from the bonus DLC dungeon. I just picked it up to show it off. I mean, I've managed to get pretty much every other item in the game, regardless of its utility, so I might as well get that as well. I think I might just sell it in a moment. Here's a look at the fully fleshed out spell page as well. I hesitate before leaving the Yurt of Yog-Sothoth here, because I was thinking it might be the last time I was here, and I'm doing a mental checklist of everything that still needs to be done. I'm pretty sure that literally all that's left is getting the Vorpal Blade up to 100% to get its skill, and there's also a handful of chests in the final stretch of the castle. The last skill, by the way, is Force Blast, which, I mean, you can probably visualize just from the name what it does. Now this room, it's more or less the last room in the game with enemies in it. Or I should say it's the last safe room. There are upcoming rooms which require a bit more attention, so that's why I'm going to be farming the proficiency in here. Although I don't really have a plan for how to actually do that farming. The mummies aren't particularly easy to deal with. I don't want to aggro the necromancers, and the mummies are dying in 5 hits each, which isn't great. What I really want is some meatbag enemies that will die in 50 hits or whatever. So my great idea is, I actually do think this is some pretty good on-the-fly thinking. It would take too long to respawn these mummies by going in and out of nearby doors, so we use a black onyx instead to go back and forth between town, because that also resets the room. It's just a tiny time save, because I'm still expending time going through the portals, but I thought it was a neat idea. It's not like I'm going to be using these onyxes for anything else, and it means I don't have to mess around with trying to lure out those mummies who are in the interior of the room. I can whack the outside ones and then just quickly reset the room. Although, as luck would have it, this mummy does come out to meet us anyway. That is quite fortunate. In a second, I'll take a look at the proficiency value, and it seems that we've only filled it to 21% in 2 resets of this room, which isn't enough. It's really slow, and, well, first of all, I have to go and restock my onyxes now, but I'm very conscious that nobody wants to watch me clear this room 8 times. It's a boring room. Even I'm bored of playing it already. I forgot to equip Durandal before, which can boost my proficiency gain significantly. And my shield as well, that's not equipped. So now we're in a slightly better situation. I could maybe finish in 5 or 6 room clears instead. Actually less, because I have 2 or 3 more enemy rooms to go through before we reach the actual end of the dungeon, and those extra rooms could have given me a little bit of extra proficiency. Oh, by the way, I don't believe there are any further diary entries to find. I think at some point I got one, but forgot to mention what happened in it, so I'll just cover it now. The last one is Hydra's Moon, the 16th, 1217, so this was written a full year after the previous one. The writer is talking of moving into Castle Strangerock, for she has become the Black Bride at this point. The writer of all these diaries has been Lisa Lotta. It seems she was unhappy about her sister having to take the role of the Sealer of Galsis, so her plan was, I guess, to attain power by becoming Galsis' bride. I think she was in some way tricked by Lorelei into carrying out this plan, but I'm a bit spotty on the details there. I think there's some clunky translation that makes that particular part really opaque. Anyway, shortly after their marriage, a battle between the two forces of Galsus and the humans happened. But because there was no true hero around to use the Dragon Slayer, Galsus was going to win. So Lisa acted by sealing Galsus inside herself like a Guardian card, which also turned the opposing army into stone somehow. So she was actually trying to save everyone with the petrification. Over time, Galsus broke out and the spell wore off, just as we arrived in the town. We can see here that I'm just under halfway to reaching level 14, so I decided that for insurance reasons, I might as well get that extra level. It wasn't part of the original plan. I was going to finish at 13, but it would be heartbreaking to screw up in the last battle and lose the run at the final hurdle. So, in order to get that last half of a level, I'm doing a quick run through of the back half of the castle. I figure it would be slightly more entertaining than resetting the armed mummy room continuously. I was trying to get the mummy's attention through my footsteps there, but he was adamant about staring at the wall instead. This last little bit is also going to eke out the final 10% proficiency on the Dragon Slayer. For the last boss, we have to use the Dragon Slayer. It's the only sword that can hurt him, so it's a good idea to power it up as much as possible. I've actually visited the grasslands of Inner Mongolia before. I live like 3 hours away from them, and the actual real-life ruins of Xanadu are about 5 hours away. They're just flat prairies as far as the eye can see, with the occasional yurt here and there. That means that whenever anyone goes there, they always talk about the same two activities. You go there for archery and horse riding, and if you're adventurous, you can combine the two. So I went there for 2 days and did both of those things. There's also stuff like golf, drone racing, hot air ballooning. Anything that needs a gigantic wide open space, you can go there and do it. I remember I slept in a big yurt with a co-worker in the adjoining bed, and the bathroom door didn't lock or even close properly, and it would slowly drift open while you were in there doing your business. I looked into going back to Inner Mongolia, and specifically going to the Xanadu ruins, but there's no public transport to get you there whatsoever. You either have to drive there yourself, which is a little hard to do as a non-Chinese, or hire a driver for a day. But from what I can gather, there's not much to see. By ruins, they literally mean there's a few crumbling walls left, and that's about it. The city of Beijing, where I live, was established as the capital of the Mongolian Empire by Kublai Khan, and there are still remnants of his legacy around. You can go to Gulo and Tiananmen Square and find architecture from that time, so that's pretty cool. When I've uploaded this, I think I'm going to go around the area and see what I can find related to Xanadu. I believe that the Forbidden City area was also built on top of the old Dadu, which was the Mongolian city that was there at the time. So I'm sure I'll be able to find some neat stuff around there. Local history is fun, kids. Get out there and see what you can learn. Alright, the final stretch looms ever closer. Those dead eyes were a good place to farm because their attacks are pretty easy to dodge. Didn't stop me from getting hit and trying to tank it with a spell instead of a thrust though. Unfortunately, we're 59 points away from the level up, and the eyes give 62 apiece, so we're moving on. We saw the body blocking in action there. I made a run for it and managed to push one of them out of the way. I think you can push enemies when they're idle, but not when they're active, and that one Crimson Chimera was completely ignoring me, so we shoved him as best we could. This really will be our last visit to the Clover Ruins now. We have to make up that 59 experience deficit. Thinking about it now, it would have been faster for me to have simply teleported back to Strange Rock and killed a single Chimera there, and then Onyx back to town. Normally the only reason we go to Clover Ruins to do this part is because we've taken all our stat points away, so we're usually not strong enough to kill anything other than these early enemies. Well, live and learn. I can't do art critiques, but it strikes me that Clover Ruins might be the best area design-wise. There's a lot of rooms, like the waterfall room coming up, that have a very unique layout and a unique feeling to them. Later areas have more of a prefab feel to them, like the Labyrinth of Xanadu and, well, especially the Time Crevice. Castle Strange Rock does have quite a lot of unique rooms though. It seems like they spent quite a lot of time on that area. It reminds me a bit of Phantasy Star Online, where the first forest area is almost entirely unique rooms, and then all the later areas are like a dozen different rooms that just get continually stitched together in different configurations. Okay, let's get our final build in place with a final visit to the Zionist Ziggurat. First of all, we'll be using the Guardian card Chelbesk, which powers up our equipment. It's really no contest, there is no better option for the final boss. For the stats, we need to have a little think. You see, extra strength isn't actually going to help us out much, because in terms of sword slashes, we're only going to be doing a small handful, so the breakpoint for reducing the required number of slashes by 1 is actually quite high, so extra strength doesn't do anything for us. Instead I opted to put a few extra points into Mind for some magic defense for insurance. This is why level 14 really isn't needed. These stat points are completely extraneous. We have just one more puzzle, which we're actually going to cheese ever so slightly, and a couple more chests as we make our way to the top of the castle. These lizardmans can cover a lot of ground with their attacks, which is why we didn't want to fight them before. We don't want to fight them any more than is necessary. The chest being guarded here is really hard to spot on a regular playthrough of the game. I suppose you're supposed to intuit that if this little sort of alcove exists, then there must be something here, and then you can think to look for the sparkles. We definitely want thrust protection going up these stairs, because it's so easy to get body blocked here. We killed the lizardmans on the lower level so that we could get the chests safely, but we simply mosey on by the top ones. We're about to hit the roof of the castle, which is a bit of a death trap. There are 2 necromancers there, as well as virus slimes, and the room is absolutely huge. So what usually happens is the necros summon backup, and then you get pinned down on the narrow walkways, then they cast doom on you, and it makes you panic. We're circumventing that by keeping everything frozen as much as possible in order to get the final elixir from that chest. I say we'll freeze them as much as possible, but I was stingy and only did it once. As you saw, you can nullify doom by just walking away. The waterway on that roof is actually an element in the final puzzle. I'm not sure, but I think once you've activated the waterway, you're no longer able to get that elixir chest. If that's true, then I think that would be the only missable chest in the game. So maybe it's not true. We're about to open the final chest in the game with a keystone discus inside, and there's a neat time-saving trick we can do here. So you saw we had to drop down from the top to reach a special platform here with a chest on it, and that puts us in the room just before the Vorpal sword, I think. So the game wants us to walk all the way back to the top of the castle. But remember the rules of Black Onyxes. When we teleport back into the dungeons, it puts us at the entrance we use to get to that room. So we can use it to warp back up vertically and skip having to run back around. Activating the waterway here means that the gap we just dropped down is now closed, and that gives us the final path towards the last boss. There's a save point coming up, and I noticed from the sparse notes that other people have left of their S-rank plans, a lot of people make their final of 5 saves right here, just before the final boss. That feels like a big mistake to me. With 5 saves, it means that you can split your run into 6 sections, right? And ideally you would want all 6 sections to be of roughly equal length, or equal difficulty at least. All of the sages get sealed again in a cutscene here, but there's a relatively large chance that one of them gets the glitch where their model starts spinning wildly, trying to drill into the core of the Earth. So I went down to see if we got it. Unfortunately, we didn't see it there. If you make your final section just the final boss, who isn't incredibly difficult or anything, then that feels to me like you've squandered an opportunity slightly. This staircase is very reminiscent of Ys Origins. Falcom, they love having the giant staircase signalling the apex of the journey. For skills, we're adding the Berserk passive for the extra attack boost. We also have the movement speed passive and the attack speed passive, and then we're keeping 1 slot open for an active skill. This is a hybrid boss where the early phases require magic and the later phases need physical attacks. I poured out an elixir in the middle of the field there as a sign of disrespect. So phase 1, he summons a bunch of devils. These guys cannot move, but they will all fire at you at the same time. Meanwhile, Galsis fires intermittent projectiles. You need to position yourself fairly precisely if you want your magic to hit everything at the same time, which I didn't quite do correctly there. Moving the death spell into the active slot while we wait for phase 2 to start. Phase 2 is a half phase, I guess. We just need to dodge. This is actually pretty hard. Some attacks are tracking us, so we need to always move. Some are random. The hitboxes are pretty big, and it's easy to get trapped between blast zones and need to tank a hit. Galsis is going to land now, putting us into phase 3. This one is an easy phase. You can hide behind a pillar 3 times before it gets destroyed by fireballs. We are going to soften him up using the death spell. He's actually immune to all magic except this spell, which is maybe a glitch. A definite glitch is that if you fire at just the right angle here, the spell hits his foot and his body at the same time and deals 2 lots of damage. Unfortunately, I didn't get to show it here. We can't spam death. If we fire twice in succession, then the first projectile will simply disappear, so we have to stagger our fire. The Dragon Slayer skill is now equipped because that's the only way for us to deal meaningful damage to this dragon now. Because we've softened him up already, a few hits to his foot causes the head to drop, and then a single use of the Dragon Slayer skill takes him down. That skill has a charge time of about a second, so we have to be a bit deliberate about using it. And that puts us into phase 4, the final phase. We have to Danmaku dodge until we find our opening. It's shortly after the cross lasers start charging. That's when the eyeball on his stomach opens and we can get our Dragon Slayers off. It's actually possible to one-cycle him here if we time our first Dragon Slayer hit correctly, but unfortunately I don't get it. You can see I'm pretty late getting into position. It would have enabled us to get another skill off before the weak spot disappears. I only managed to fit in 2 skills. I think I get a bit lucky getting hit by the small fireball. I think it gave me iframes so that the major laser didn't hurt me. The second cycle is a little harder because of some testamentals spawning. The skulls, they have the Chimera's fire pillar attack. It's fine to take out 2 of them and then dodge the last one. And that right there closes out the gameplay. This, by the way, is why stacking extra strength isn't all that helpful. You would need a ton of strength to make it so that you only need 2 Dragon Slayer attacks on him there. Alright, so I'm going to do a little editing magic here. I'm going to cut out the ending of the game and put it at the end of the video because I don't want to talk over it. It's a bittersweet ending, more on the sweet side. Instead, we're cutting to the credits because we have to be respectful of the people who brought us this game. Take note of all these people and be sure to send them a thank you card, as I have done. I counted and there are only 40 people total in these credits. 40 people and maybe a couple of years of production. That's what game development used to be. I have a few credits of my own to give as well. Some of the puzzle solutions, notably the early needle glitch, I took those from a guy on YouTube called Korzik. Big shoutouts also to Domi and Walk893 on the Steam forums. They worked together to get their S ranks and they left a bunch of useful notes that I built on top of when planning my own strategies. And thank you to Snow, that's RYI Snow. He did an LP that I watched in order to remind myself of certain story elements. If you enjoyed this video, why not try checking out other content from Lavatein production studios, such as, well, I haven't made anything else, but if you're watching this in the future, you know, if this says that it was published 3 years ago or something, maybe I've made something else by now that you might like. That's the nature of pre-recorded content, it's all temporally fluxed around. I highly recommend going for your own S rank if it at all interests you. You don't have to do the extra challenge aspects that I imposed on myself, so it'll be even easier for you. And, you know, my dream is that someone from Xseed sees this video and it inspires them to go back and fix the major bugs that are left in this game. In particular the bugged achievements, so that I can truly put this game to rest. I really hope you enjoyed the video. I recall once reading someone derisively decrying a lot of commentated gaming footage as just being the person basically stating the obvious thing that is happening on the screen, and thus not actually adding anything. So I was very conscious of that person's comment when I was doing this. I tried to always be saying something interesting, talking about strategies that may not be obvious to people who haven't played the game, or sharing information that was skipped over for speed reasons like skill info. So I hope I did a good job of keeping everyone entertained. If you came here to learn about how to do your own S-rank playthrough, then I hope you learned a lot about the route and tricks you can do, and I hope that in some minuscule way I have promoted the idea of high skill, high effort gaming content. Who knows, maybe someone watching this will go on to make their own commentated playthrough for a different game one day, instead of just doing a basic stream. Time to get our results. Let's see how we did. The achievement pops and I breathe a major sigh of relief. Now, potions used count. Potions used 1. I disagree. Where did that happen? My best guess is that in the tutorial dungeon where you have to die against Dvorak, maybe the game sneakily forces you to use an elixir, or maybe dropping the elixir in the Gauthis fights did something weird, I don't know. But anyway, player's rank, level 20, last night, Chevalier des Chevaliers unlocked. Thanks for watching everyone. Stick around for the ending sequence if you're interested. Bye!